this little boy run up and down the hallways in the middle of the night. If you're there, you can hear footsteps and rolling sounds, which they say is roller skates that he's playing on. One medium said that it wasn't actually roller skates, it's a gurney that he's playing with, running up and down. Which, I'd do that as a 4-year-old, I guess. And then the OUPD has security footage of the motion sensor lights flicking on one after the other down the hallway, just like if somebody was walking with them, but the hallway is completely empty. And asked one of the PD for a copy of this sometime, just for kind of ghost stuff. And he said, oh, we delete that stuff after about 2 weeks. And I was like, this is ghost evidence. Like, why would you do that? I was just going to do it again. So send me another email. But I haven't gotten a new recording of it yet. So in addition to running up and down the hallway, he's pretty famous for getting into people's offices and like scribbling on stuff. So since it's arts and sciences, they have a lot of paperwork and things that they keep their doors locked because he likes FERPA stuff. But they'll be moved in, like the pencil couple will be scattered around and things will be scribbled on. And one of my favorite stories was one of the marketing directors was there with another lady. They were finishing up a big project. It was 7 or 8 o'clock on a Friday, so campus is deserted, nobody's there. And as they're working, they heard down this hall this big crash and somebody knocking something over. We got a little bit nervous because like they're the only first people in the building. And then they heard somebody start giggling. And so they looked at each other and they said, it's a ghost. And her coworker jumped up, ran over and locked the door. And she's like, why are you locking the door? It's a ghost, let's just get out of here. So they stopped working late on Fridays, and that's how you deal with that. But because it's so famous, lots of paranormal investigators have come through, and lots of other EVPs and things going on. But most famous is, of course, this little boy up in the, now it's a conference room, but up on the 3rd floor, in the corners of each of the buildings, they had the surgery wards, right? So you had 2 sets of double windows, so you can let lots of natural light in and see what you're doing. And he likes to hang out in the northeast conference room, which people hanging out in there, they have little toy trucks and stuff for him to play with. And a lot of people are like, oh, you know, it's just a legend and things. But other people are like, that's not where we left the fire truck when we left this morning. Nobody's been here over lunch. Like that, something's going on. Which a medium was talking to him and tried to get his name from him, and finally said that he was Bobby, and he corrected himself. He's Robert because he's a big boy. And it's a pretty common name, right? So if you were going to pull something out of the air, that's probably what you would get. But I'd always heard the legend that he was out roller skating there across the street on Elm, and was hit by a car and rushed to the hospital. And I'd searched up and down forever trying to find this origin of this level, right? Because it said it was early 1930s, it would have been right there, so read the newspaper transcripts, all this stuff. And then once I started getting the name connected to it, I thought, well, what if it wasn't in Norman after all, right? What if that was the made-up part of the legend? So expanded up to other newspapers, and sure enough, in Oklahoma City, outside of his grandmother's house, out roller skating, there's a little boy named Robert Green, who was hit by a car, and they rushed him down to University Hospital, which today is up in Oklahoma City, but originally was down in Norman. So they rushed him there and worked on him, and now he's buried in the IOOF cemetery across town. So it's Robert Bobby Green, and just a few days short of his 4th birthday, which is all those little details that I couldn't find for years and years just because I was looking in the wrong place. But yeah, sure enough, Oklahoma City, not Norman. And he's still hanging around. The medium said that he was waiting for his mother, which we were talking about time jumps and things, because she's already passed away years and years ago. So we're not really sure why he's sticking around, but he's definitely having a good time hanging out with everybody. All right, speaking of having a good time, which often wouldn't expect, but way down in the southeast corner, we've got the famous Wheelock Academy, named after Dr. Wheelock, who's the founder of Dartmouth, and one of the first Native American educational institutions here in Indian Territory. So, which there's lots of horror stories about Native American institutions, specifically Chiloko and some of the others. Wheelock, I've actually talked to a lot of alumni from Wheelock, and they said, yeah, they were pretty stiff with us. You know, you're of course not allowed to speak Chickasaw or Choctaw or whatever your native tongue. So big serious stuff with that, but not nearly as much as the legends and facts of some other places. So, which in case there is a big legend, out front, this is kind of the back area, but out front, They have a big bodark tree, and the legend that teenagers will do is go there on a full moon night, and wait, and you'll see blood start seeping from the tree, which is the blood of the kids who were taken there and beaten until they were dead. Which one, they didn't do that. It's like you don't whip kids like that, you just pat them. And then two, it's a bodark tree, it's not blood coming out, it's sap, and it's just a very blood red thing. So if you've ever seen this, Osage orange, some people call them. We have a big one out on the farm where my folks live, and my brother's working on a chainsaw with it, which famously very, very hardwood. It's what a lot of the Osage folks would use for weapons and shields. And chainsaw made this just real weird whine sound, and there was a spray of red come up, and I was like, oh dang, now Joe's dead. But he jerked back because he hit a bunch of sap and it sprayed him, so it just all looked like he was dead, but he was fine. It was just, had to get a new shirt because there's no way getting that sap out there. But that's kind of the fun thing about legends is you get those little snippets and then you extrapolate from it, but then you can also miss the point, like we're saying with little Carrie. Several investigations at the Wheelock Academy. Got a chance to interview several folks who work there, and they say, yeah, all the time they'll hear footsteps running up and down. And most famously is seeing a bunch of girls hanging out near the graveyard. So since it was an institution for decades, they had their own little graveyard as a place where people lived, and just from time to time, whooping cough or typhus or something would come through and people would die. And so they buried them there. And they would say you can see little girls in white burial dresses playing, just run around in circles or holding hands and singing hymns walking toward the church. And then as they get there, they disappear. Constant EVPs of laughter and giggles. And saw a documentary written by put together by one of the paranormal investigation teams from Southeast Oklahoma. And in their story, they were getting nothing. So just a couple of little shadows here and there, a couple of whispered EVPs, but like they were really disappointed because they were, this is such an active place. Like they were really expecting some things. And then they realized it's a girls' school, right? And they had all these dudes with them, and maybe they were pretty awkward with that. So they kicked all the guys outside to go wait in the car. And then after they left, it was great. They had tons of interaction. People were given names that they could trace back to some of the cemetery plots. They just didn't want to talk to the guys because they're kind of big and scary. All right, so that's the girls' home. Now we got the boys' home back in Guthrie, which is now Dominion House. It's a big fancy wedding venue. So very classy, they cleaned it up a lot. So it's called the boys' home, although it was actually an orphanage for both genders. Originally, it was donated by the Masons, who later built another institution for older folks, but originally it was home for anybody infirm or orphanage. So they had older folks, they had middle-aged folks who just needed some care, and then lots of kids, and then they decided that this was not a good mix. Apparently the folks in the old folks home part wing did not like kids, so they decided to move them out. But the kids were there hanging out in good times, and it closed down in the 1970s as Oklahoma got the new foster system and stuff organized, and all the orphanages closed up. So for a long time sat empty and became a big tourism spot for teenagers. Right? If you're from northern Oklahoma City or Edmond, you just drive to Guthrie and then come out here, specifically at midnight, because they say that at midnight, and there in the clock tower, you would see the replay of the suicide from one of either the headmistress, one of the caretakers, or one of the gardeners, who was so distraught about how they were mistreating the children. They said they would punish them for anything, lock them in closets for days at times, beat them until they weren't alive anymore, and then bury them under the pool in the basement and all this stuff. Which also have not found any evidence for that, which, I mean, definitely child abuse, but like most schools have child abuse, let's be honest. Yeah, the things we used to do to kids, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's wild. I don't know how anybody survived. Toughens you up, right? I don't know if tough is a word for it. Gives you deep emotional scars. That's absolutely true. Yeah. So scar tissue, that's pretty tough. But they said that whoever this was so distraught over all this things that they were doing that they hung themselves. And at midnight, if you watched, you could see that. Well, which, of course, when you're teenagers, you go up there and you get somebody quietly watching them as the things start tolling 12. You go over and grab them, and everybody screams, and that's a good time. So it doesn't actually happen, but the legends of it being haunted continued after it being a wedding venue, which for years and years, Dominion House, they did not want to talk about the ghosts. They did not say there was anything here. Anybody who saw anything was probably just mistaken. But they had case after case after case of people would see these kids running around during a wedding, and they're like, who brought their kids? Like, it's supposed to be an adult thing. We're serious here. Or kids would go out and play while the photos and stuff were being taken, and they'd say, hey, come in. And they're like, oh, I'm still here playing with my friends. And they're like, well, what friends? It's just you running around with them. Like, no, all these kids. And so apparently quite a few of the kids are here. Lots of EVPs of giggles and fun and stuff. So finally, Dominion House decided, okay, well, it is haunted, and if you see a ghost during your wedding, it's good luck. So come on over here, because we're pretty much guaranteed ghost spotting. So another set of ghosts just appeared this time, and unconnected, but both of them just within a few miles of each other, northeast of Claremore, up on Route 66. So one famously got started in the 60s, and another one in the 80s. So the story from the 60s was this lady who was driving up the road. It was kind of a nasty night and so forth, and saw this kid walking, and so she pulled over and said, hey kid, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm going home. And she doesn't want this kid out here in the middle of nowhere, so she's like, hey, would it be okay if I give you a lift? So like, your parents would be okay with that? And he said, oh, it's probably fine. And so he was pretty quiet, just got in the car, and she drove him on, and he directed her off Route 66 on this big country road. So she didn't think of it, because lots of people live on gravel roads and stuff out there, and drives a little bit farther on, and finally picks up this clump of trees and says, all right, here I am. And she couldn't see a house, but she figured, okay, well, maybe they set it back on the property behind the trees or something. And he got out and thanked her and stuff and went on. And she watched him and walked off into the trees and disappeared, which she figured, okay, well, it's dark. He just went somewhere and I didn't see him anymore. But she just felt really bad about it. So after she drove him on for a while, she turned back, came up, parked the car, got out, looked for him a little bit, didn't see anything, didn't see a house or anything. So she traced back for a couple of miles to a gas station and pulled over and said, hey, I saw this kid, and he said this house was out here, but I couldn't see anything. And gas station attendant said, oh, that house burned down years ago. And she said, yeah, but this kid was trying to get here. And he's like, yeah, he's probably just trying to get home. People just pick him up all the time. Which I guess it's a nice thing to have it right. But yeah, he was a kid. He passed away from illness, and just routinely people pick him up, take him, drop him off at what used to be his house, and even if the house isn't still there, just the story repeats. And then a few miles back southwest of there, there's a graveyard where there's this kid on a bike who will just appear right in front of you, and no chance to dodge him. It's just like you slam on the brakes, you feel it hit something, and it's happened over and over again, which very, very sad and awful thing. So you get out and go see what happened. No bike, no kid, nowhere up and down. And so this happened frequently enough that it started picking up on different urban legend websites and things. And people did some research, which in that neighborhood, or in the neighborhood of the cemetery built there, there was a kid who was out biking, just coming home from school. I think it was a Boy Scout club, but he got hit by a car, which didn't happen exactly there, but that's where he's buried. So apparently that's where he comes and reenacts this over and over again, which is not a very nice thing to do, but I guess it's a good way to get attention. So, another story, which is very, very tragic, but back in the 1960s, Robert Lee Owens and his brother were headed toward part of Government Springs Park, right there on 412. So, which this is getting into the days of, or getting to the end of days of segregation. So we had the north part of the park, which was for all the white folks, and then we had the south part of the park, which was for African Americans. And it was an icy, snowy day, middle of January, and so they were heading toward their part of the park, but to get there, you have to walk through the white part. And since it was all frozen over, they said, oh, we'll just skate across the pond real quick. Which wasn't quite that frozen. So he and his brother went across. They ice broke, and both of them fell in. Robert was able to get out and started screaming for help, and then, of course, his brother's still in there, so he goes back in after him, and the police officers manage to get over there, and another guy, they eventually do get the younger brother out, but the older brother didn't make it. It was definitely self-sacrificed. And so they've commemorated him. He has a really nice plaque there, and from time to time people will see him, which the legend is that if you go out into the water, which used to be for swimming and everything, you'll just get this kind of pushing sensation, like you shouldn't be in here. Which I think the rational explanation is all the duck poop. You should not be in that water, so definitely not. But there is kind of this rational thing. If you've heard the story or not, like you get toward the water, you just feel like you shouldn't be there. Whether a physical sensation of pushing or just the sensation of something is wrong here. You shouldn't do this. Or it could just be the duck. But hopefully he's resting in peace. If not, he's definitely keeping an eye on this and making sure that people play safe. So since it was a swimming pond, since they built it back in the late 1800s, about 1895, people swam there for years and years, and of course every once in a while there'll be drownings, and definitely haven't been since the 60s, so one way or the other. Right, and for another story, we talk about Crybaby Bridge, which, take your pick, right? Yeah, everybody's got a Crybaby Bridge. Potawatomi County has two, so if you don't like the one, you can go to the other. But it's always a very similar story. Oklahoma has at least 26 of these that I was keeping track of them, and I've just about lost count. I think Ohio has like 33, so they're still holding the record on that. I'm sure if we took a poll here in Kansas, we could probably come up with 6 or 7 real quick. Oh yeah. So, but it's always a very similar story of a family, young family. So sometimes just the mother and child, sometimes mother, father, and child is the work, but they're driving. It's really rainy, it's nasty, they're just trying to get home. They go over this bridge that's either washed out and their car crashes, and the people in the front seat die, and the baby in the back seat is just left there and crying and crying and crying until it passes away too. So, and then eventually people will drive by and see the bridge out, or good versions of the legend, which I'm sure has actually happened numerous times in numerous places, so there probably are multiple Crybaby Bridges out there. In fact, just a few miles from where I grew up, we just call it the bad road. So there's just this like 2-mile stretch that you just do not drive down. You just don't do it. And a very similar thing happened there, except it's not very far off the highway, so they actually saw the wreck and managed to save the baby. So the mother passed away, but it's not her crying out there, I guess, which maybe if she had passed away, we'd have Crybaby Road. But instead, lots of Crybaby Bridges. And the thing about this is that there's always just a little bit of a twist on it. So everybody's got their own version of the story, which, like I said, probably did happen multiple times. So, for example, in addition to that one, down in Lake Hefner, we had a very similar crash in the early 1960s, where big storm, their Cadillac got washed off and got sucked down into mud, which is pretty spooky. This is actually a picture not of Crybaby Bridge, but of Ghost Boy Bridge outside of Tecumseh. So, another play on it, that used to be a hanging bridge. They said this is where somebody had been hanged, and so of course all the teenagers would go out there and middle of the night gunning something. There's no Netflix yet. So they go out there and party, and they said that if you're very still, you could hear the cries of things going on, which is typically the legend of Crybaby Bridge, is you're hearing the cries from this baby ghost, which of course has nothing to do with the air passing underneath the bridge and causing things to squeak, right? Maybe so. But originally it was Ghost Bridge and had the story of the hanging, but then the legend kind of changed over the years. So sometime in the 1970s, there was a kid who was just kind of class clown and stuff, getting everybody's attention. He was going to jump off the bridge and show it so that it was safe to land in the water, which it was not safe. So he broke his legs and part of his back, and ended up in home care for the rest of his life. So, which actually happened. I talked to Sheriff Potawatomi County. He's like, yeah, he was a couple years older than me in high school. I knew this guy. Like, we can go visit him if you want. So, yeah. But of course, that's not an interesting story. What you want to do is get the ghost. So the legend is that he passed away, and that is his ghost there. And you can see him jump off and all this stuff. Which, of course, is no dead person, so it's definitely not him. Maybe there's something else in there reenacting the story for him or something. But it is interesting how we get all this repeated same legend over and over and over again, and hopefully it's not happening that often. So that was my set of stories. I do have a couple of other extra ones, but I didn't want to eat up too much time, especially if anybody had any questions or other cases that they've heard. Yeah. That's a really good question. Yeah, so it's offices for arts and sciences. So um, uh, that's a good question. Whether they've left traps for them, I guess you could say, or try to get evidence. Yeah. Right. Yeah, not that I've ever heard, but I mean, in this conference room, we should definitely leave a colored book or something out sometime. I've never heard of anything specifically that would look like a bike wreck. Yeah, like because people always they hear it, they feel it, like something definitely happened enough that you're peeling off the road and figuring. Right. Mhm. Right. Yeah. Yeah, but no, it's just kind of an ethereal reaction to it and so forth. So, which I mean, you don't have to be car repairs. So, yeah. Mhm. Any others? Well then, real quick, let's see, one of my other favorite kid ghosts, I don't have any background on who it would be, but in Bricktown, at Abuelo's, I was eating their lunch there one time, and somebody told me to eat lunch there and ask for the ghost story. And the waitress I was talking about, well, hey, what's the ghost story? She said, oh, well, she said that they use their basement all for storage, and sometimes they go down there and be really cold. And I said, well, we're next to a river, like it's the wet basement, like it's always going to be cold. And she said, no, like colder than it should be, like sea or breath cold. And she said a couple weeks before I talked to her, she and a coworker had gone down there, and it was just really icy thing. So they looked at each other and said, it's a ghost. And her coworker got her phone out and started taking lots of pictures because that's a ghost, right? Which the original waitress did not want to do that. So she grabbed the napkins, grabbed her, and got out of there. Which later they were going through her phone, and sure enough, standing in one of the corners, long black hair, wearing a long white dress, was this little girl just watching them the whole time. Which don't know why she would be there. That's a very industrial part of town historically, so like there's no reason for anybody to be buried, at least there. A little bit farther to the south, maybe she wandered over. But I like to think, since that was the old candy factory from the 1940s and 50s, that she wandered over into the candy, and I'd haunt a candy factory if I were a kid, so it makes sense. And then real quick, down in Seminole, we've got the Grisso Mansion. So old Doc Grisso, who definitely wasn't a doctor, and probably really didn't even have his pharmacist license, but he was trader and military medic and different things. So when the tribes were moving in, he settled in Seminole, white dude, but he served as a trader and was really good at getting, white folk medicines and different stuff. So that any orders coming in, he ran the general store and pretty much anything else we needed. And he, where do we even start? There's a lot of legends about Mr. Grisso, and most of them pretty much agree that since he was a pharmacist, whenever people were getting really sick, he knew when that was, and so forth. He also served as medical examiner for several years and things, which, according to the law at the time, Native folks could not just sell their allotments, only if, when they passed away, their children agreed that they didn't want it, or other family member who would have gotten it, then it could be sold. And so he was a big believer in land. It's like my grandfather said, land is the only thing that they don't make more of. And so if you're going to invest in something, buy land. And so he was buying land. He was mortgaging land to buy more land. It was just, that was what he did with his life. So up until the early 1900s, when he was in a lot of financial trouble, and he was just mortgaged to the hilt, didn't know anything. He was selling off land to pay the mortgages on the other land that he was holding that wasn't really doing anything. But then they discovered oil under it, and he ended up having all the land that you could possibly want in the entire county. And he made giant piles of money off of the leases, just unbelievable amounts. So of course he built a big mansion for himself, and the legend was that he would come and entertain all the oil executives and local politicians and everything, hold these big fancy parties and stuff. And if you were one of the elites, you get to go down the basement, and then they had the illicit parties, doing all kinds of things that, well, it was prohibition, so they were just drinking alcohol. But all other kinds of things, whatever you would imagine was going on in those basements, and people, lots of legends and so forth, which no proof on where the other actual stuff is going on. But of course, today the Grisso mansions famously haunted lots of poltergeist activity, lots of EVPs and things, specifically down in that basement where they frequently hear music. So even though there's not any instruments down there, the piano's playing and guitars and all this stuff. And one of the paranormal investigation teams first picked this up, and then others, they started seeing this Native American kid hanging out in there, and they're like, oh no, they're bringing these kids and doing unspeakable things and all this stuff. But finally, they got some EVP sessions with him, and he wasn't speaking English, so they're like, oh, well, he's older and speak that, so he must be Seminole, since that's Seminole. But then once they started talking to people who actually speak Seminole, it's like, that's not Seminole, that's Caddo, man. So he goes way back to the previous set of tribes who would live there along the river, and just happened to be in the place where they eventually would build the Bristow Mansion. Now he gets to haunt a whole mansion, which is pretty cool. So you never know what you're going to find, I guess, is really that. But we're just about out of time, right? Nobody's saying stop, so I got a million stories. I'm just going to keep going. Got 5 more minutes? All right. Any other questions or anything before we keep going on? It's about lunchtime, so everybody's ready for it. All right. Well, then we will finish off not with a kid story, but a dog story, because I'm still working on collecting up stories of that since we were talking about animals previously. We've got down at OU, Max, our first mascot. So he was just a little Boston Terrier dog. He was part of an abandoned litter that was on the Mexican border. And this military troop that was chasing Pancho Villa back in 1916 found him and adopted him all. And the medic brought up this one that he named Max, since they were down in Mexico. And when he ended his tour, he went up to OU, and since he was the medic for the military squad that he was in, he became the medic for the football team. Because this is back in the days of the flying wedge and the other stuff, where like if nobody died during a game, it was a pretty good game. Yeah, it was rough back then. So especially rough there on Owen Field, because they had a lot of snakes that would be burrowed down there, and then people would start running up and down, and snakes would come out during games. Or just like stray dogs would wander around and during games. Yeah, it was very different from today's stadium of 80,000 people. So they started bringing Max in, and he would check out the field beforehand, chase all the snakes and keep the stray dogs off and so forth. Did such a good job that they elevated him up to cheerleader, and they got him a hat with an O on it and a whole red sweater and all this good stuff, and they trained him to bark every time there was a touchdown and howl every time there was a kick. And he was their good luck charm. They had a team of roughnecks escort him to all the away games, and then he was there on campus. And so when he passed away in 1927, at the dog age of about 92, he was well taken care of. They canceled classes for the day. Most of Norman shut down. They had 4,000 people lined up Lindsay Street, and they had a little black casket that they marched him up and buried him on the 50-yard line, so he could still come to all the home games. Which, yeah, and doing pretty well, really. Which I've had lots of people say they can hear dogs barking and howling during the games, which I can't hear anything, so I don't know what they're talking about, but maybe so. But I've had a lot of students who are football players because I teach easy classes. So I'm notoriously, I had 2 students tell me, yeah, that's why we booked your class, because you're an easy grader. And I was like, great, that's good. I don't know. I'll take it, why not? So football players are sitting there, they're letting their fingers dangle down, trying to cool off, and they'll feel this dog come up and lick the sweat off their fingers, and they're jumping up thinking, what's a dog doing here on the field? And they look around, no dog. So numerous people claim to have seen that. And my favorite, though, is I had this guy interrupt one of the ghost tours and like, hey, you do those ghost tours? Let me tell you my ghost story. He says, I'm a sports photographer, so of course I'm standing there on the sidelines. I've got my big telescopic lens and so forth, taking pictures. And I've got dogs at home, so I know what this feels like. But I feel this little dog come up and kind of sit next to me and just kind of lean over on my leg. And I look down and there's no dog. So you think the stadium could be haunted by a ghost dog? And I said, well, let me tell you about Mix. And so it all came full circle. So you just gotta keep an eye out for those kids and those dogs. But that's my ghost stories for today. So everybody have a good lunch, and we'll see what's going on next. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Jeff. That was awesome. He was here last year too. He just keeps bringing back awesome stuff. Make your way over to his table sometime today. Like I said, I think he brought like all of his books with him, and there's a lot. And his brand new book out. Get those signed and chit chat with him about all things creepy Oklahoma. So thank you, Jeff. Can you give a little round of applause, please? Awesome. All right, so before I let you go for lunch, because we're coming into the lunch hour, and we don't shut down for that. The vendors and stuff will be in here, but we go quiet for about an hour. So when you come back at 12:50 p.m., we'll have Ken Rollmuller giving his presentation on boneyards beyond the fences. It's all about the history of graveyards and all the creepiness that goes along with that. He's from St. Louis, does some fantastic stuff, so come back for that. Concessions are fully open, so you can hit that if you'd like. Emerald City Foods is in front of the building here, the very last space, if you're interested in any of that. If you look inside of your booklets, you're going to find a listing in there of all the restaurants in the area that are participating. There's a lot of places that have 10% off and 20% off, or say Paracon and get free fries. So everybody go out and get something fabulous to eat and come back. And really quick, as you're leaving, I have one more question for a bargain center grab bag and one free raffle ticket. And don't scream it out, of course. You have to go over to the head table over there. The first person to give the correct answer gets the prizes. So, what cryptid likes to drink goat's blood? And go. You guys have a fantastic lunch, and we'll see you back here at 12:50.
I'm drinking my bean juice.
Yay!
I need it. Oh my God, it's pumpkin spice. Girl, I have been nonstop since 6:30 this morning, and I'm just like, when can I breathe?
We left those about 10 last night, so I got home and had my stuff.
Oh my
And I'm
God.
like, I'm gonna get up at 6:30. I woke up at 4.
Oh my God.
It's like, yeah. And you saw me panicking earlier, so I.
To all the panelists and speakers, pizza's getting ready to get laid out in the green room. So if you're interested in pizza, head that way.
But I was like, I gotta get this torn down because I gotta take this with me tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I tore it down. I had it all ready for this morning. Tell me, I forgot a lot of them. A lot of the strings that I'm using are the strings off my bag.
Oh no!
Because I forgot my strings. Luckily, I have a practical bag
Thank goodness.
that had strings on it. I just gotta remember to put the strings back on there. I'm not gonna have a zipper.
We all have these pins.
Cool deal.
We're like kind of totally.
I hate that I missed I tried to watch it, but I couldn't. Because of the crowd.
So go on to BORDERTOWN Strange for 2 hours, and it sounds really good. We got this moonlight game right at that.
Good deal. Yeah, that's what I have, and that was sounding pretty good on my side, but I couldn't hear because of how loud everything was around. Everybody was screaming for the runners. And of course, I saw Ari was screaming for Ari, and yeah. It was... But I got to see my baby.
That's huge.
Oh, she was. Big smile on her face. Just let me know exactly.
So thank you. She's crazy.
Growing. I'm like, girl. You're 10.
No, she's one of the other friends. The Harvard ones are like.
I'm like, oh my God. I'm gonna have a shirt made that says, "Me and my dad do something." lights turned on. I was like, oh, it's not gonna look pretty. At least I'll have
Make up your mind. Decide to walk with me around the lake tonight. Around the lake tonight. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. Welcome to the room of people who are given to people that they love one day. Docked away. Just because we check the guns at the door doesn't mean your brains will change from hand grenades. You'll never know the psychopath sitting next to you. You'll never know the murderer sitting next to you. You think gonna get this sitting next to you. After all I've said, please don't forget. All my friends are here, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. We don't deal with outsiders very well. They say no freak, you're sitting next to you. You like some weird people sitting next to you. You think I didn't get it sitting next to you. But after all I've said, please don't forget. My friends are eating circus stars. Wait for them to ask you who you are. Please open your eyes. You don't know that I feel.
I mean, oh, that changed it. Thank you. Always got my back. Keep the checks.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. We got it? There we go. All right. So here we go. I hope everybody had a fantastic lunch. And if you still have the munchies, the concession stand is open. There's all sorts of cold soda and bottled water and lots of different kinds of candy for a little sweet treat.
Bean
if you
juice.
want. So we're getting ready for our next presentation. This one is by Ken Rommler of St. Louis, Missouri. This one is called Boneyards, Beyond the Fences. We're going to learn all about haunted cemeteries and such. Ken is a paranormal investigator and founding member of Monster Paranormal. He's a co-host on the A.M.O.K Paranormal podcast, and he participated in Missouri's Botanical Gardens Spirit in the Garden, which you can see on YouTube. Boneyards is a collection of fascinating stories and histories of cemeteries, graveyards, and churchyards. So I'm going to turn it over to Ken.
Okay, thanks everybody, and welcome to the Paracon. She said, my name is Ken Romuler. Welcome to Monster Paranormal's Boneyards, Beyond the Fences. It's a parahistory lecture, so kind of bear with me. But before we begin, I need everybody to do me one favor. I need everybody to groan loudly right now. Perfect. Because you're going to need that throughout part of the presentation. All right, so before we begin, so anyway, so let's just begin. There we go. So your first warranted groan is coming up right now. Outside, folks are dying to get in. That's the perspectives of boneyards, okay? But inside, they're all in a grave situation. Okay, how am I doing? Doing pretty good with dad jokes? I was told I had to do that. I'm like, okay, I'll work on that one. Right here again. Mouse is gone. Hold on, guys, it's broken. Okay, well, that was the second part. Okay, anyway, we're going to talk about superstitions. A great way to begin talk about graveyards is to talk about superstitions. So, first one I found was hold your breath as you drive by to avoid breathing in the spirit of someone who has just died. Second one is do not count the graves. It may invite spirits to follow you. Another one is whistling in a cemetery attracts the devil. Number 4, it's bad luck to step on a grave. And folks have believed in these ideas for a long, long time. Well, how long? Well, let's go back. Let's go way, way back to when burials began. What's your prediction? How far back do you think burials have begun? Give me a quick number. Anybody, just yell it out. 6,000? Okay, that's a good number. Would you believe 200,000 years ago? 200,000 years. Our ancestors, the Homo naledi, they were 4.5-foot tree-climbing Stone Age hominids, and they had curved fingers. Excavators discovered their remains were buried in South African Rising Star cave system. This is the first confirmed archaeological burial site. Of course, it's a picture on the left up there. Let's move forward a couple years, in 130,000 BC. Neanderthals were unearthed at the Shamdinar cave, which is located in Iraq. Recent discoveries indicated that some of the bodies were buried with plant medicines. Well, both of these people were buried, or they buried their dead life. But the unanswered question for me remains, how did they know that? Who told them? I have no idea. That's why it's an unanswered question even to this day. Let's skip forward again. 90,000 BC. I think that was just a couple of days ago, right? The first intentional burial site was found in the school cave near Kafzu in Haifa, Israel. The cave site included tools, ornamentation, afterlife trinkets. They even found food there. I still do find it fascinating as how the heck the archaeologists can find these things, these amazing treasures, but I'm sure glad they did because my presentation would have been really boring. Okay, we're moving pretty quickly now through time, and we've now reached 5300 BC. The oldest known sites of the Indus Valley civilization. They were discovered in the Bihurona and in Rocky Garhi, India, and the deceased were wrapped in shrouds and buried in wooden coffins. They found shell beads, ceramic pottery, and food at these sites as well. The Indus population was peaceful, thus there were very, very few weapons of any kind. They believed in a socially divided afterlife, but they were practical and insisted that the resources that they had were better suited for the living than the dead. The commonality discovered so far, even our earliest ancestors believed and believe in some type of afterlife, which is going to continue on into the future, even to today. 5000 BC, if you find a trend here, I'm talking about the major civilizations over time. In 5000 BC, that was in Iraq and Turkey, the Mesopotamians. They were buried in covered pottery, and most of them were located basically under their homes. So they would bury them in basically their backyard or under their homes. This tradition displayed, how important the family was to them. Mesopotamia, remember, included the Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, and the Assyrian cultures. Each was distinct regarding how burials took place and their various beliefs and on their social status. Per literary accounts, they knew an afterlife existed and they generally called it the netherworld, which was just a cosmic yet shadowy type place that nobody knew what it was, but they just knew it was underground. The common description was, well, it was neither a place of punishment or reward. It was just another otherworldly destination that, that allowed the dead spirits to kind of hang out, I guess. "4000 BC, we're now in Egypt. The Egyptians mummified their dead, I think, as we pretty much all know. The pharaohs, the dignitaries, and the wealthy were placed in sarcophagi. They were buried along with their belongings and even their servants in pyramids and pretty impressive tombs. The commoners, or the subjects and the servants, they were all buried on the west side of the Nile. But they also included food, pots, clothing items, everything that might have been needed in the afterlife, including in all aspects of whether it was a pharaoh or a servant. Spells and writings, such as the Book of the Dead, were painted or buried with the deceased. to guide them to the boat that led them through the passages of the underground. Anubis would meet would meet and greet, I guess, the traveler at the guardian's gate, and the soul would be judged in the hall of two truths. If found worthy, Osiris would welcome the soul into the afterlife. If not, if they weren't good, they were just thrown into utter chaos and darkness. Okay, skipping forward to the next civilization, we have China. 2000 BC. The Shahuchi Cemetery, which is on the left, of the photo on the left, it was created in Western China. It contains about 330 tombs. There are wooden figurines, masks, weapons. There's even boat coffins. It's like, I was trying to figure out what the heck why boat coffins? Well, the Chinese believe that the soul travels across first the bridge of helplessness, and they travel towards a place called Diyu. It's the underworld capital city. That's where the soul is judged and receives an appropriate punishment based on the severity of their wrongdoings. From what I read, they really don't believe in a hell, but they believe that everybody does wrong. So I guess in more modern day terms, think of purgatory, where you're being punished only up to a certain degree. And once you, I guess, get out of that punishment stage, then you move on, and your soul then must cross the river of oblivion, and that is to receive the ultimate reward. That's why there were wooden boats. I never realized that before. The right photograph, everybody knows about the terracotta army, I guess you call it. All the soldiers. Well, that was actually created in 200 BC. It was the Xi'an mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. It was constructed. That site is over 20 square miles in size. It contains over 8,000 plus terracotta warriors, and those are the protectors of the emperor. I think there's also horses and chariots and all sorts of crazy stuff there. But that's what that's all about. But that was all kind of part of the Chinese empire and the burial customs of that day and beliefs in the afterlife. Go over to 1500, the Greek civilization. They buried and cremated their dead. Pageantry, funeral pyres were very, very common. Graves were marked by tombs and columns and memorial statues. How many grave sites or graveyards have you been to where all of this is, you see this every day? You see the tombs, the columns, the memorial statues, the marble. We'll kind of get into more of that later, but it began a long, long time ago. Well, in the Greek civilization, upon death, the soul was led by Hermes to Hades. Hades was the ruler of the underworld. Charon, the ferryman, rowed the boat across the river Styx, but only if you paid him a gold coin. Hades then judged the soul to determine the reward or punishment. For those who were stuck, and actually anybody who died, Cerberus, the three-headed dog, was actually there to protect the underworld, not just to protect it, but to keep the souls from leaving and coming back to life. That was the whole purpose of the three-headed dog, which I think is pretty cool anyway. Let's move over to the other area, the Roman side, so 800 BC. The Romans also buried their dead. Most of them were in, or a lot of them, I should say, were in marble sarcophagi. Kind of sounds like the Egyptians, doesn't it? I think they stole a lot of ideas from the past because they also had cremains. They buried their cremains in decorative urns. And most of those graves were found basically in mausoleums and catacombs. You kind of see how things were kind of rolling through, the centuries and whatever, and how they just kept building upon each other. Well, the Roman afterlife beliefs were similar to the Greeks. However, the Romans were just deathly afraid that the dead would negatively impact their living or their living situation. So they were really fearful of the dead. The afterlife was considered a new beginning. Once you're gone, you're gone. You're never going to come back, but you're going to continue on, but you're not going to come back and bother us or anything. The good were rewarded with a peaceful existence in what's called the Isles of the Blessed. And the bad were cast into darkness and despair. Many deity played a role in the Roman aspect of the afterlife. And Pluto was the main leader, and he was the Lord of the dead and the ruler of the underworld. So similar to the Greeks, but they just rolled everything into one, but they were really fearful of the dead. They did not want them to come back at all. Then we move into 750 AD, the Christian perspective. Early Christians buried their dead under churches, catacombs. We just heard about that a few minutes ago. Or in churchyards, also called graveyards. They were interred nearby families so that families could visit them. For over 2,000 years now, Christians believe that death is not the end of existence. The soul will be judged immediately after death, and the repercussions, though, are either eternal life, or joy in heaven, or utter torment and despair, and that would be in hell, what's called hell. So a swift migration here. So for over 200,000 years, and you may laugh at this one if you want, kind of look at my word spellings up there. For about 200,000 years now, the human population has been fascinated with death and the afterlife. For the past 1,000 years, civilization has evolved. Customs have changed significantly. Or have they really? So how do we get from ancient historical burial sites to modern cemeteries? Well, of course, we use a segue. Historic transportation included carrying the dead, dragging them, carting them. What do we have now? Limousines. But the best transportation segue for this lecture transition is not the two-wheeled scooter as we know it, but it was the carriage that strolled by a couple times here, because we're now heading into the 1800s. And by the way, I wonder if gravediggers made their coffee from burial grounds. Oh, there we go. I got a good one. I love it. So please grow now. There you go. Okay. There's our segue. Burial plots associated with churches were known as churchyards or graveyards. If not, they were called cemeteries. Boneyards. I just love the name. I thought it was pretty cool. So I named it this one, but that just means a pile of bones. But it is a slang term for cemeteries. Most U.S. cemeteries in the 1800s were established near churches. They're part of it. This is a photo of the Bonaventure Cemetery in Savannah, Georgia. And it is it's a good example of an early 1800s graveyard. Because of population growth, aromas, the cholera epidemics of 1832 and 1849, eventually graveyards were drawn or were forced out of cities and next to churches, and they were built or reopened in less populated areas. This is a good photo of what a churchyard or graveyard looked like. In the 1850s, Western civilizations established park and garden settings in rural areas, and they considered cemeteries to be family-oriented. Places of joy and rest. It was a good place to go. Sunday picnic. The Victorian age, so mid to late 1800s, also brought about elaborative decorative monuments. Why? As expressions of wealth. Leisure, notice the bench on the left side there, and the beauty, kind of on the right side. They're both found at one of my favorite cemeteries in St. Louis. It's called Bellefontaine Cemetery, and that one opened in 1850. It was our first major rural one. When we speak of wealth and cemeteries, as I said, I really think fondly of Bellefontaine Cemetery, but it's also an arboretum. Again, it opened in 1850. Why? Because it was due to the 1849 cholera epidemic that just swept through. I think St. Louis itself, I think they lost about 20% of their population, roughly. But it was the first rural cemetery west of the Mississippi River. 314 plus acres in the cemetery, contains hundreds of beautiful monuments, but none of them exceed the ornateness and the beauty of this particular mausoleum, which was erected in 1920 for Adolphus and Lillian Bush. Yes, the beer baron. This is their monument inside of Bellefontaine Cemetery. Now, I do want to point out that you see that little tiny building? So I guess to the left of it there, kind of in the background. We're going to talk about that one after a while. That one's called the Wall Mausoleum or the Wall Tomb. And I have a story about that one, but later on during the lecture. But this thing is just huge. Who else is buried in Bellefontaine Cemetery? Well, you guys remember the name William Clark? Lewis and Clark? Anybody know Rush Limbaugh? He's buried there. What about Confederate General Major Sterling Price? His tomb, a very, very elaborate, is also here. I mentioned, I didn't mention today, but to somebody else earlier, Ellis Wainwright, the Lemp family, plus about 40 plus other beer barons. I do give a lecture on the beer barons too, but that's not today. But other dignitaries, there's even Civil War soldiers that are buried in Bellefontaine Cemetery. And I found out that there's over 87,000 graves at this particular gravesite, or cemetery. Now that we understand a little bit of history about cemeteries, it's time for some interesting stories about some of the oldest cemeteries, and I picked the 4 state region that we're associated with down here. And it relates to, a little prejudice here, but it relates to A.M.O.K, Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Kansas. And it kind of matches our paranormal podcast that we do on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m., right? Central Time. There we go. So a little plug there. Anyway, not just these 4 states, but also some other cemeteries that I've actually visited, taken pictures of, and researched. Yes, I'm what they call a taphophile. That's a tombstone tourist and lover of cemeteries, but I will say that I am not a quimetrophile. Definitely not that. That one is one who is abnormally obsessed with cemeteries. Let's talk about, let's start with the oldest cemeteries in each of the A.M.O.K region areas. The Skull, might be called School Cemetery, is the oldest cemetery in Arkansas. It was founded in 1778. It was originally known as the Arkansas Post Cemetery. Though most of the graves here have lost their, my heart's beating, sounds like. Anyway, though most of them have lost their markers, I found out that Historical Society and the courthouse records confirm that Pierre Laclede is buried there. Who was he? He was the founder of St. Louis and was buried there in 1778. Apparently, U.S. Representative Henry W. Conway of Arkansas is also buried there, and he died from losing a duel to Robert W. Crittenton in November of 1827. Like I said, I'm going to throw a few little weird tidbits out there for each of these. Move to Missouri. Now, you don't physically have to move to Missouri, but we're going to move into Missouri here. The oldest one in Missouri Cemetery is the St. Genevieve Memorial. It also was founded in 1778. One of the stories here is that there was a steamboat explosion that happened, it was called the J.H. Dickey, that happened near St. Genevieve in 1852. Many of the passengers died and were buried in the cemetery in a mass burial area. And it's kind of no wonder that the cemetery in the town, which was established in 1735, one of our earliest settlements, that's why there's an abundance of hauntings that occur in the St. Genevieve area. The Garland Cemetery, that's the oldest one in Oklahoma. It was founded in 1862. It's actually the burial site of Choctaw Chief Samuel Garland and his family. There's a memorial stone there that kind of offers a glimpse into their past of the Choctaws family and Choctaw history. That I found was kind of interesting. But that particular family migrated from Mississippi during the Choctaw Removal March, I guess you'd call it, of the 1830s. Samuel Garland was born in 1803, and he also played a significant part in Choctaw politics. He served as the principal chief during the Civil War. The tombstone of his mother-in-law, Sophia Pitchland, is also believed to bear the earliest known birth date in Oklahoma, and that date was December 27th, 1773. Move over to Kansas. The Topeka Cemetery is the oldest one in Kansas. It was founded in 1859. Charles Curtis, who happened to be Herbert Hoover's vice president, he's buried here. There's stories of hauntings that include, there's an elderly gentleman who stops to chat with workers, then he suddenly disappears. There's a former office manager in the main building, the main office there, and he's often seen wandering the halls of that building. There's a house that's on the property, and there constantly is seen a young girl who's seen sitting up on the balcony or waving to people as they walk by. And right here, this picture here, this is a Mausoleum Row. Supposedly one of the stories is that there's a disembodied lantern that just floats along at night along the road as if they're either working or kind of protecting or just kind of watching the area. But that was kind of an interesting story. The most popular Kansas ghost story, though, is about the albino woman who wanders the nearby, which is not too far from this one, the Rochester Cemetery, and she's looking for her lost child. This one's a crazy one. So we're going to move into some of the places I've been. This is up near, oh my gosh, anybody ever hear of Ashmore Estates up in Illinois? Okay, it's a poor farm, but a few miles from there, there's a cemetery called the St. Omer Cemetery. It was founded in the mid-1800s. Stone, as you can see, is kind of shaped like a crystal ball. It sits on top of a pyre of stone logs. But notice the death date, her death date. The death date is February 31st, 1882. Of course, with that story, or with that inscription, plus the fact that the town kind of disappeared in about the same year, about 1882, a lot of rumors, a lot of stories going on since the 1890s, I'll say. But the local rumors claim that she was a witch. What's the story? Well, she was accused of being a witch in the 1880s, but she wouldn't die. They tried hanging her. They tried burning her. Never would die. So they say they buried her alive. And then they put the inscription out there of February 31st, so that on the anniversary of her death, she couldn't come back to life and haunt people, or haunt the people who were trying to put her to death. Well, here's the real truth. She died of pneumonia. She died of pneumonia. There's no evidence that even supports the witchcraft claims. There was no trial. There was no burning. There was no hanging. There was no burying people alive. It was just basically a made-up story. It's a cool story, though. But rumors are not. February 31st still bothers me a little bit. What about you guys? Kind of a strange. Very strange. Move over to Kansas. The Stall Cemetery, the Stall Cemetery was founded in 1861, Stall, Kansas. The cemetery is best known as the Gates of Hell. The local lore says that on Halloween night, the devil appears in the graveyard and an endless stairway to hell opens in the earth. Sounds pretty creepy, doesn't it? I love that picture I found on the right side. I could use it because it was AI generated, so there you go, guys. But it's just so cool. It's like, this is a neat story. My daughter went to Emporia College, and I would go out there for the weekends, and we would just kind of cruise the area looking for haunted stuff or cemeteries or just cool things to do. Spend the weekends out there. But we decided to go find this place. Well, driving around, we finally found it after passing it 3 times. That's how tiny it was, and it was right on the street. It's like, how the heck did we even miss it? Little tiny sign, it may have been a postage stamp, but we finally found it. Together we explored the graveyard and the cornfield, which didn't take us very long because it was really, really tiny. Conducted about, an hour or 2 EVP session. What did we hear? We heard, saw, and sensed nothing. Absolutely nothing. However, we were excited that we finally found the cemetery and can say that, yes, we were there. A couple of months, but this one was kind of interesting here. And I bet you're all dying to hear what I'm going to say next, right? One moan and one giggle. Oh, you guys are tough.
Don't forget the boo.
Huh? Boo?
I said don't forget the boo. I said the boo over here.
Oh, I couldn't hear the boo, so you got to get louder next time. So, All right, well, thanks. Anyway, stones and monuments. But first, I actually discovered this town, Frankenstein, Missouri. Found it actually several years ago. And I'm thinking, oh man, how cool. We officially have monsters in Missouri, and they recognized it by giving it a town name. Nope, not even close. The community actually isn't, I was just there about a month ago. Matter of fact, Adrian, the boo guy back there, on my way home from the Missouri State Pen 2 weeks ago, I purposely looked for it and I found it and I got a couple of photos. But it's not very far from Jeff City. Anyway, the community is unincorporated, began to grow when a church was erected back in 1863. And in 1890, Gottfried Franken donated some land for a post office, and they ended up naming it Frankenstein. Why? Like a weird name for a post office. Well, the story goes that he actually donated a tract of land that became known as Franken Hill. And since Stein can mean rock, the town name may have been a way of honoring Mr. Franken for his donated stein or hill, and they just named the town Frankenstein. That's all I know, but isn't that a great story? All right, well, thank you. Okay, let's continue on here. The old burial point, also known as the Charter Street Cemetery, was established in 1637 in Salem, Massachusetts. I personally have not been there. So my friends recently, I guess back in the spring, they were out there kind of wandering around the countryside. But this particular one is the oldest European burial ground in the United States. Notable burials here include Judge John Haythorne of the witch trials, plus there's 20 innocent women who were accused of witchcraft buried there, and a guy by the name of Captain Richard Moore, who was a Mayflower passenger. Adjacent to the cemetery is a memorial of 20 stone benches representing each one of the women who were accused and executed of witchcraft. And it's stated that the memorial is meant to remind us that the past teaches us to confront our fears and prejudices with courage and compassion. So I think the bottom line, I think it just meant, come on, people, be smart, use some common sense. That was a pretty tough time during that early days of the United States. I don't know if you guys recognize this one or not. St. Louis Cemetery, number 1, New Orleans. This one opened in 1789 as an above-ground burial site. Anybody know who's buried there? Go ahead. Yep, Madame Laveau, the Voodoo Queen. She's buried here. Folks swear that they see and hear crazy stuff and hauntings throughout the cemetery. But who was Madame Laveau? She was actually a spiritual leader, and she melded several traditions, African, Haitian, Catholic, and Creole traditions via her spiritual background of voodoo, and she served the people as actually a spiritual guide. She was not a bad person. She was a healer. She was also a protector. Her voodoo belief was not dark magic. It was an empowerment of love, compassion, and understanding, which embraced the diversity and dignity and harmony of everyone. Or if you want to learn more about her, talk to your nearest librarian. I know one of them over here. So, yeah, they'll give you more information. But you knew that one, but you guys know whose pyramid this is? All right, pyramid this tomb is? It's the future mausoleum of Nicolas Cage. You guys know that? He's still alive. He's still breathing and carrying on and making movies and I guess still looking for buried treasures. Yeah, he's in St. Louis Cemetery 1. Where is it at? It's near Madame Laveau's tomb. It's a 9-foot pyramid. It's inscribed with the Latin phrase, omnia ab uno, all from one. Nicholas is a paranormal enthusiast. You know he once owned the Lalaurie Mansion? Okay. I think he lost it because of some financial problems that he had. But some say it's like, why this pyramid? Well, some say that he's affiliated with the Illuminati Society. Many more think that this is just related to the Egyptian belief of immortality. And the final rumor states that he believes he was cursed when he owned the Lalaurie Mansion. So why did he build it there? Because he wants the protection of the Voodoo Queen after he dies. Why did he really build it? Nobody knows. He's keeping quiet about that one. This particular monument, this is actually called a cenotaph. It's an empty tomb. It was erected in the Forest Home Cemetery in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and it's a memorial to Joseph Schlitz. Anybody recognize that name? What's beer? Beer Baron? Well, the engraving, as you can see there, I zoomed in, it tells the story of his death in a shipwreck. The ship was called the SS Schiller. It went down in 1875. It happened in the Isles of, I think it was near the Isles of Scilly, England, and supposedly it was hit by 3 rogue waves. The waves crashed into it so hard that it tilted it, sunk it, and the boilers exploded. But his body was never found. I think of the 400 passengers, I think they said over 340 of them died. A lot of them never found his body, or never found their bodies. So his friends and family, what did they do? To memorialize him, they built this empty tomb in his honor. And like I said, it's up in Forest Home Cemetery in Milwaukee. It's an interesting place. I have been there. I think it was a year and a half ago. A friend of mine lives up that way. We were cruising around looking at all the old sites that I talk about. This particular one, this is again the Bonaventure Cemetery, Savannah, Georgia. 19th century brought wealth, prestige, and glory to new heights, as depicted in this particular gravesite. Money was power. Lavish detailed tombs and monuments displayed the decedent's status and sometimes ego, always for future generations to see. But isn't that beautiful? I'm going to go back to Bellefontaine Cemetery again, this is St. Louis. These are a few examples of things I found there. The left one actually displays an antique Scottish clan badge. Not exactly sure who this is, but I just thought it was really cool. But the insignia on there says nil sistere contra, and that just means nothing to stand against. The lion represents God's protection. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, what's the bench represent? Taking a breather, taking a rest, enjoying the beauty. Note the intricate details of some of the grave markers, 1800s especially. Many of them tell stories, kind of like the one I just mentioned a moment ago. But the one here in the center is kind of interesting. This is the tombstone of Isaiah Sellers. It denotes that he was a riverboat captain. Even more interesting is the story behind it, is that he was a riverboat captain but he was friends with another one by the name of Samuel Clemens. And apparently the pseudonym of Mark Twain was taken from this gentleman who was a very popular riverboat captain of the time. During my travels not long ago, I found another cemetery. It was called Mount Mora Cemetery. This one opened in 1851, and it's located in St. Joseph, Missouri. The boom years of the post-Civil War period, known as St. Joseph's Golden Age, gave rise to the building of the finest tomb architecture in this particular area. It does rival a lot of other cemeteries. It's small. So the 340-something acres was the Bell Fountain Cemetery in St. Louis. This one's about 40 acres, I believe. But a couple of the monuments here that I found were the Greek temple represents democracy, and the dancing crane symbolizes protection and a happy marriage. How that goes together, I don't know. But it was a cool monument. A couple more there were the stag. It represents piety and the victory over Satan. The pagoda in the background denotes friendship. I'm trying to give you some symbolism here too. The woman carrying the urn in the right one, that symbolizes mourning over death. And the obelisk behind her represents eternal life. The uniqueness of headstones it varies immensely everywhere, especially in the period of the 1800s. Look at these things. How intricately carved they are. And like I said before, these mausoleums, I didn't say this one, it's a different place. These mausoleums in Mount Mora Cemetery, this is Monument Row for them. And they represent the ultimate final display of wealth during the mid to late 1800s. It was amazing how wealthy people were in that era. What about ghosts? Which you're all dying to hear, right? That was bad. I just threw that one in for grins. The age-old question is, are cemeteries haunted? I don't think they are. However, there are exceptions. It can be really scary, especially if you're out there at night. I don't recommend you do that because it's quite expensive, and you could end up in the Vertical Bar Hotel for a couple of nights, and it's very, very expensive. So don't do that after dark, unless it specifically says it's open 24 hours, which there are a couple of them. But there's some, I've got a couple of interesting stories here that I'll share. Remember I told you about the Wall Cemetery behind the Bush Mausoleum in Bell Fountain Cemetery? Within that circle there, because it's kind of hard to see, especially if it's bright, it's a close-up view. The Wall Mausoleum, there's a window in the front, there's a window in the back. I'm across the street. I took the picture of of the Bush's tomb, and from that position, I zoomed in as far as I could, going through the front window and the back window, and I found, later looking at it, there's two people standing there, and there's a horse. There was nobody at the cemetery that day when I'm driving around. So the only thing I can figure out is, I don't know, maybe they were mourners or workers from the past. The place has been around since 1850. Actually, even before that, because it was a private cemetery before it was incorporated. Okay, same cemetery, but there's another one. This is the public cemetery, Bell Fountain. Calvary Cemetery is right next door. That was built in 1854, That's the Catholic cemetery, and both of them are enormous. They're just huge. There's a road that goes in between, and I'll let you guys read the stories up here, but there's some ghost stories. You know, somebody was bringing up a story about, actually, I think Jeff brought up a story about cemeteries and Boyle. Well, this one has one. The most popular one is Hitchhiking Ghost, kind of similar to Resurrection Mary up in Chicago area. But this hitchhiker likes to roam along Calvary Drive, which is about a half-mile long, and it runs in between the two cemeteries. All three of these stories have been documented, verified, and they're still told periodically by the police and the police department that is not too far from there, about a half mile from there. And nobody knows why they're still happening, but occasionally there's a documented proof that, you know, a woman was walking along, picked up, got dropped off in front of the cemetery and disappeared, or a boy walking around and runs out in front of traffic, and when you stop, slam on your brakes, there's nobody there. Potosi, found, I took a photo of that. It's one of the oldest cemeteries in the area, 1833. See a man leaning up against the post there? But not all cemeteries are for humans. I saw an article about Stephen King and a pet cemetery, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's the oldest cemetery. 1896, pet cemetery. Hartsdale, New York, 10,000 pets are buried there. Elephant graveyards. There's actually an elephant graveyard in Thailand, opened back in 1995. They don't bury the whole elephant here. It's a protected animal for them. They bury the animal somewhere else, and then when the meat's all gone, they move the bones and bury the bones here, which I thought was just weird and amazing. And apparently there's hundreds of them out here. Dinosaur graveyard? There is such a place. It's in Tacoma Bluff. It's near Medicine Bow, Wyoming. The Peabody, Smithsonian, American Museums all have skeletal remains from this particular area. That's kind of cool. I thought, what about water? Anything about water? Well, they're found in lakes and rivers and oceans. You know, sometimes a lake is created and cemeteries below it, but Neptune Memorial Reef in Florida, the Katarman Sunken Cemetery in the Philippines. Those are pictures of those. There's a floating cemetery in Hong Kong called the Columbarium. Yes, it really floats. The last weirder one is there's one called the Spacecraft Cemetery. It's actually in the uninhabited area of the South Pacific Ocean. It's the resting place of unwanted and useless spacecraft. Okay, coffins and caskets, the biggest casket maker. Apparently back in the 1890s, I think it was, up until 1901-ish or 1909, was gentleman here, St. Louis Coffin Company. And it made $1 million by advertising at the World's Fair in 1904. Different types of caskets, exponentially grown, of course, since the past 150 years. Batesville Casket Company is now the biggest one, and that was formed in 1884. One of the lower right, even make them that are biodegradable now. You can get buried with, you know, trees and roots and everything else. So if you drive through any cemetery, you're going to see writings and poems and stuff, but epitaphs. Epitaphs are kind of interesting. A couple of famous ones are Free at Last, Martin Luther King. That's all, folks. Mel Blanc. Quoth the raven nevermore. Edgar Allan Poe. Well, there goes the neighborhood. Rodney Dangerfield. How about Game Over? That was Michael Leroy Pac-Man Luther. And I think these two that I've got up here are really great epitaphs, especially toward the end of my lecture here. And the last one is 999, which I told these guys a while back, but it's actually an angelic number. It's associated with graveyards. It's a reminder that the Lord and the angels are protecting you. So no matter where you are, if you pick a 999, you're being protected. So with that, concludes my Boneyards lecture. I thank you guys for hanging out with me for the last, 2-3 days, whatever it was. And I appreciate your time, and thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, Ken. Ken's one of our travelers. He comes from one of the furthest away places. He comes to us from St. Louis, so he always has quite the travel, although I think he loves traveling because he gets to see all the crazy.
He gets to see me.
Yeah, and he loves it. I don't know how he does it. We're going to take a quick little 10-minute break. We're running a little bit late, but we're still going to give everybody a good 10 minutes to get up and stretch and go get some concessions if you want. Up next, we're going to have medium Christy Campbell from Tulsa, Oklahoma. She is doing something very special for us this year, so I would suggest getting back here in 10 minutes. She's going to give a quick little half-hour presentation on what it was like growing up a psychic. And then she's going to open up the floor for free readings for just 30 minutes. So if you're in here, you have the opportunity to get to see her work a little bit. And then, of course, she is available out in the hall afterwards for regular readings. And if you don't happen to get in with her, because she's quite popular, she can set you up where you can call in and do it online also. So I'm going to give us about 10 minutes here, be back in 10 minutes, and we'll get rolling. Hello, hello. Okay. Could I get the members of Bordertown Paranormal to the front, please? I need all the members of Bordertown Paranormal to the front. I know we're short one right now. You can go around to the back there with Pam.
All right, I think we have everybody up here now. So if you're familiar with our team, then you most likely know our history. Back in 2012, I worked with Mark's wife, and Mark unfortunately had to leave already. But she heard me talk about how much I love the paranormal and the unexplained and all kinds of spooky stuff. And she said, hey, you should talk to my husband because he's just as crazy about it as you are. So I did, and we decided to put a call out in Caney and see if there were any other people in the area that love the weird as much as we did. And we knew one of two things would happen. A, we were either going to get run out of town, or we would find out that there were others that were like-minded. And to say that we were shocked by the turnout would be an understatement. That first meeting, we had over 30 people show up. And we were so excited. So we kept meeting, and the numbers kind of dwindled down until you got to our core group here. When we originally started, we were just specifically ghost hunters. And we had some really amazing adventures, and we had some astounding discoveries over the years. But about 5 years ago, we started discussing how so much of what we were discovering seemed to overlap with the other camps, specifically UFOs and Bigfoot groups. So we began incorporating all of this additional weirdness into our research. And this ultimately led us to our first big Paracon. And that's the reason why you guys are here today. But in doing so, we realized that we are stretched way too thin when it comes to gathering knowledge in all these different areas. And so we began to search for experts in these fields that we felt would be exceptional fits to our group. Some of the requirements were that they had to be relatively close to us in distance, they had to be exceptionally knowledgeable in their fields, and they had to be a great fit personality-wise with our core members. And truly, there were only two individuals that stood out. So Enzo Cyril is a retired Air Force veteran, specializing in aircraft maintenance and aviation safety, and he's an amateur astronomer and a paranormal investigator. While living in his home state of Kentucky, Enzo witnessed his first UFO at the age of 9 and has been searching for answers ever since. Having spent 24 years in the Air Force, and with his hobby of amateur astronomy, he's spent an unimaginable amount of time photographing, gazing, and marveling at our night sky. And he is also a popular YouTube and podcast personality. He regularly guest speaks on the paranormal and fringe topic-based live web shows and podcasts, such as Spaced Out Radio, The Paranormal Chop Shop, Doof Doof Paranormal, What If Tomorrow on the Fringe, Bordertown Strange Podcast, A.M.O.K Paranormal, and more. And And so Enzo was asked to join the Bordertown group a few months ago as our in-house UFO, alien, military history, and astronomy expert. And then we have Scott Rademacher, also known as Scotty. He is a research and field investigator with Red Dirt Cryptid Investigations of Oklahoma. His journey investigating the paranormal began with the Roger Patterson book that his dad owned, that Scott devoured as a young boy, and he still owns to this day. A personal Bigfoot experience really piqued his curiosity, and he has devoted his time to cryptids and the paranormal ever since. Scott also founded the Facebook group Kansas Sightings in 2021, and the page is dedicated to a dedicated forum for people to share their personal stories and legends based in Kansas, and we would highly encourage everyone to become a member if you're not. It involves ghosts, Bigfoots, cryptids, UFOs, and the supernatural. There's some excellent information that's shared on there. And Scott also guests on podcasts, such as A.M.O.K Paranormal, What If Tomorrow on the Fringe, Bordertown Strange, and Catching Up on the Dirt. And so Scott was asked to join the Bordertown group a few months ago as our in-house cryptid expert. So today, what we would like to do for the two of you is to present certificates of weirdness. There you go. There's yours. I would also like to give you a pin to formally induct you into the Bordertown Paranormal Society. So we want to express our appreciation and admiration of your skills and your knowledge, and we really look forward to all the fun times ahead. So give them a hand. Not going to do it.
All right, I think we embarrassed them thoroughly, so that was good. All right, where's my Christy at? Are you ready to come on? All right, so up next is Tulsa's Christy Campbell. Christy is a psychic medium, energy healer, paranormal investigator. She runs an online business called Kindred Insights, offering almost 30 different types of readings and sessions. She also makes herself available to law officials and families who are searching for missing people. Immediately following her presentation, Christy will be giving a free half-hour open-floor reading right here in the convention room for anyone to attend. She's also available, of course, out in the hallway there for multiple types of readings. So I'm going to hand this over to Christy.
Hey everybody, I was here video with the other panel. It was awesome. And thank you also to the amazing folks with Bordertown. This is a wonderful opportunity and I'm so grateful for all of you guys. And thank you all for coming out as well. So as Jess said, my name is Christy Campbell and I am a psychic medium and quantum energy healer. I was born legally blind. And so the running family joke is that I was born with horrible eyesight but wonderful insight. And so growing up, I had a very interesting family dynamic in the sense that my great-grandmother was very intuitive, a little woo-woo, if you will, and she would always encourage me to learn about my abilities and that not having vision was not the end of the world and that I could be a strong, independent woman in many different ways. And so when I started finding an interest in the psychic world, she definitely encouraged that. All of my family have wonderful abilities in the sense that my great-grandmother, she was great with plants and animals. My grandmother would have prophetic dreams. My mom could hear spirits and I could see them and hear them and feel them and smell them and all of the other things that are involved with spirits and paranormal. So as a child, I started seeing spirits at a very, very young age. I couldn't even tell you how young I was when it started to happen, but I do know that they were all my friends. They all had interesting names and they weren't like, something out of the ordinary. It was like, oh, this is Jack, and this is Mary, and this is Bob, and this is Phil, and this is Dave. And so when I got to be around school age, I got to be a bit of a handful. The teachers would say, Christy has been talking out of order in class, and she's been kind of a little problematic, talking to people that aren't there, and she swears that there's somebody there, but we know that there's nobody there. And so I would just talk to the spirits that would wander through, and you wouldn't think there'd be many spirits in, a preschool, elementary school, but by golly, there really are. And so it all boiled down to one day when I got called to the principal's office. I think I was in first grade, and I was talking to someone's uncle who had recently passed away from a car accident, and I got taken to the principal's office. I was tapping into my psychic abilities as well, and I was telling all my little friends things, and we would place bets about whether I was right or not, and I won a little bit of candy on those bets. So when I got called to the principal's office, it was because I was not paying attention and I was talking out of turn. And so the principal called me in, and I went and I sat down at her office, and I said, "Oh, no." She said, "Yeah, you're in trouble." I said, No, the phone's going to ring soon. "Oh, I'm sorry." And she's looking at me like, "You're bananas, kid." And so I'm like, "Oh, your mom is sick?" And she kind of looked at me like, "What do you how do you?" Well, she was in the middle of admonishing me, and the phone rang, and we both kind of jumped a little bit, and she said, "Hold on a second." And she answered the phone, and sure enough, it was a family member saying that her mother had passed away. And she goes, "Okay, I'll be right there." And she hangs up and she looks at me and she goes, how did you know that?" And I said, "Because your mom was standing behind me telling me that she just died." And she said, "You know what? If they ever tell you that you're being a bother or being a mess or whatever, just tell them that you can send them to me. You can just hang out and relax for a bit because you're fine in my book, basically." And so that leads me into being a bit older and tapping into it a bit more. And my mom was convinced that I was not mentally sound because I could see and hear spirits, and she thought that she was schizophrenic. She was an alcoholic, and she had a lot of different issues. And so she took me to a psychologist, and she wanted me to be evaluated for mental health issues. I was probably about, I don't know, like 9, 10 years old at this time. And so I go into the office of this gentleman, and I am sitting there just looking around, and I see that there's an older woman there, and I'm like, "Uh-oh, not again." Because whenever I see a spirit, it means that I'm in trouble. And I tend to be a bit of a troublemaker in my time. And so he basically was like, "Well, your mother tells me that you see things that aren't there." And I said, "Well, here's the thing. I can't see very well, so I don't know what's there or not, but things talk to me." And so I said, like, for example, there's a woman here, and she's standing next to you, and she's saying that she's your aunt, and that she died from something here. So like, and he kind of got really still, and he said, she just died 2 days ago from breast cancer. And so then he said, "You need to go out there and look at the fish, and I need to talk to your mom." And I was like, "Brat, I'm in trouble." And so I went out there, and my mom got called in, and the same kind of scenario. He said, "Your daughter is intuitive. She can see things. She's a medium." And back in the 80s and 90s, that was kind of a new kind of foo-foo kind of expression. And so my mom thought, "Well, she's not crazy." And he said, "No, she can actually see things." And then she got scared for me because she was worried that things were going to attack me. It was just a whole hot mess. But as I approached adulthood, growing up in this sense of thinking that spirits were bad, I learned through a experience that honestly, they're not. They're here to help us. When I was in high school, I was a bit of a mischief maker, and I lived on an Force Base. And when I had a friend who was a bit of a troublemaker too, we'd go out walking in the desert in the middle of the night and do all kinds of stupid stuff. There was a man in a military uniform that would follow us. And I knew he was the spirit by this time, but I didn't say anything because I wanted to be cool. I didn't want to be the weird kid. I was always the weird kid. But, you know, it's no skin off my nose. And so he said, you need to turn around. There's trouble ahead. You need to turn around. And my cool friend who I was with at the time, she's like, well, we're already halfway out there. We should just I said, no, I need to go home. I don't feel good. So we went home and they were having a practice run. They'd set up a little firing range and we were walking in the pitch dark and we would have walked right into that firing range. So he saved my life, and the same friend led me into a bunch of troublesome times until one day I had a horrible feeling. We were not getting along very well, but I had a horrible, horrible feeling. And we went out into the desert like we did, and she decided that we smoked as teenagers and did all kinds of troublesome things, but she would huff lighter fluid, which is very, very dangerous and very, very toxic. And so she went into a shock of sorts in the desert. And thankfully, the man that was following us around, the spirit, he told me there's a guard post not 20 feet away. You're hidden by the brush. Go towards the light. And so I ran towards the light and I got the guard, and we were able to save her that time. But that was the last time I was able to spend time with her because she was just a lot of trouble, and she passed away shortly thereafter. And she came to me in spirit and she apologized. So I took all of this experience and more. And as an adult, I decided to make this my life's purpose. I wanted to help people. I wanted to help police find missing people. I wanted to help families find peace and closure. I wanted to be able to help loved ones see those who had passed through my words and through the expression of their loved ones, and also their pets. I bring a lot of comfort to those who have lost their animals, because sometimes animals give us love that humans can't. So I have been doing this for over 20 years professionally. It is my full-time job. It is my passion. And it is something that I am truly grateful that I have. I'm definitely a bit of a quirky soul, and I just truly enjoy giving back to my community as well as helping. I've helped so many people, and it's so rewarding. It's not a job where you become a rich person, because I am not a rich woman, but it is a very fulfilling job. I have so many anecdotes. I should write a book because of the fact that there's just so many there's so much humor along with grief. It sounds like a horrible thing to say, but in honesty, there's so many interesting stories. I had a woman that I was working with who she wanted me to come and try to connect with her brother. And so they were a very conservative Christian family. And so I went to her home, and the brother had passed away, and I had expressed the fact that, he has since passed on. And out of nowhere, I'm going to try to censor this because I don't want to get in trouble, but I heard, hide the weed, because of the fact that my sister will lose her mind. And so he'd been hiding things in her couch cushions. And so I said, you might want to get a new couch. So some other things that had happened were I was trying to help. I'm originally from California, and so I moved to Oklahoma 18 years ago. And when I first moved here, I had the pleasure to help a woman try to find her deceased daughter's last resting space. And her daughter was brutally murdered, and they knew kind of who did it, but they couldn't prove it, and it was a very sad situation. And so the family and I went out, and it was brutally cold. It was winter time. It was very, very cold. And we went to the side of the highway, and I was like, it's near here. It's literally within 5 to 10 feet of this spot. And so we got out, and her aunt was walking, and she was, oh my gosh, come here. And I was like, I think it's right over. And before I could say there, she said, come here, come here, come here. We walked over, and it was a barren field, and it was probably about 28, 30 degrees. And we walked into this spot, and I've never felt this before or since, but it was like we walked into the middle of summer. It was like 100-degree day. It was hot. It was warm, and we could feel wherever that was. It was almost like her essence was saying, this is where I was found, and this is where, we freed her soul from that area, and we let her go. My main goal in the work that I do is to not only find spirits and talk to them and learn their stories, but to also help them find peace, because sometimes spirits tend to hold on to their old trauma. Sometimes that's why they can't cross over, because they have emotions. And for example, I had a woman who lived in this apartment in Tulsa, and she wanted me to come and cleanse her home. I do those things as well. And so I went over to cleanse her space. It's a tiny little studio apartment. And the first thing when I walked in, there was a man in a towel. And he's like, well, hello there. And he's like, hello, sir. Hi, I'm here to help cleanse your, I'm here to take care of things. She's like, you're seeing something already? You're seeing? I said, there's a man in a towel. She's like, well, at least he's covered, And so I sit there, and I'm sure to the family or to the person I'm working with, I think I'm talking to myself, because I have full-on, out loud, verbal conversations. And so I asked him, why are you still here? And this was the only thing he had. He'd been homeless for 10 years prior, and then he got this apartment, and it was his home. He was a hoarder. He had kept a lot of things, like newspapers and bottles and things that he felt like he could use if he were homeless again for shelter. And so I told him, there's a place for you that you will never be cold, you'll never be hungry, and you'll never need to want for anything again. You just have to go there. So I crossed him over, and the place instantly felt calm. And the thing is that she always felt like her house was cluttered, and she was a very, very pin neat, tidy woman. And so when he crossed over, she never had any issue again. But I will say, one of the funniest stories that I have was, and this has happened multiple times with multiple different people, where one spouse is living and one spouse is deceased. And the spouse comes to me and is like, I'd like to talk to my partner. Okay. So I had this girl who had lost her spouse, and he came through with just this burst of energy. And they were talking about things and loving each other. And then she said something that set him off. And I just started going off on her about the car and not taking care of the car. And why doesn't she change the oil? And she's just not being responsible. And I bought you this car. How come you can't take care of it? If you can't take care of the car, then you shouldn't have the car. All of these mundane everyday things, and bickering with a person as the spirit is just filtering through me. And, I love you, but I'm so annoyed with you. And she's like, I love you, and you died, and I'm so mad at you. And he's like, well, yes, I did. But the thing is that I'm still here. And just because I'm gone doesn't mean you shouldn't shirk your duties. And by the way, I know you got that load of dishes in the sink. And I know you got that laundry that needs to be changed out. And I know you need to feed our baby. And I know. He just gave her the riot act. And I felt so bad, because I'm here bickering with this woman who did nothing to me. And so the husband is just kind of ranting and raving. And I'm like, you feel better? Ready to cross now? Yeah. So he crossed, and this happens over and over. It's kind of like one of my running themes is that I let couples have it out because the living are upset that the deceased are gone, whether they took their lives or whether they passed tragically or with an illness. And another common theme is that we kind of touched on it earlier in the panel is that I have a client say, I lost my loved one. I had a client a couple of weeks ago. I lost my mother, and she promised she would give me a message. And so I asked the mom, I said, why don't you come and connect with her? And she goes, well, she doesn't sleep, and I can't talk to her because she doesn't sleep. And when she does sleep, she's sleeping so deep I can't get a hold of her. And when she's awake, she's doing all these things. She doesn't sit still long enough for me to be able to talk to her. I said, well, then do something, like flip a light switch or do something. Well, a couple days after this conversation happened, I got a call, and the woman said, I want to take it back. He's been flipping on my bathroom light for days. Please, oh please tell him to stop. My power bill's gonna be crazy. So I told him to stop. And then he started playing with her water. And it would drip and drip and drip and stop. And so I said, okay, you need to just not and just let, so she's like, I know he knows I love him, so please just tell him to just be quiet. So it's definitely an adventure and a journey. It's a lot of fun. It's very heartbreaking. I've had a lot of clients who have had stillbirths or have had pregnancies that ended in the child not surviving very long, and so crossing over children, and the children stay with the parents because they want their mommy and daddy, and they want them to know that they are there for them and that they support them, even as young as infant. Children want to give their parents love, and so it's definitely a bittersweet situation for sure, but I wouldn't have it any other way. It's so rewarding, so enriching. And so I took these skills several years ago, and I was always fascinated with the paranormal and ghost hunting, and I watched all the shows and was like, oh, that looks like fun. Does that actually happen though? Because the spirits I deal with aren't that active. We have a chat and then they're done. And so I reached out to a paranormal group in Tulsa called Ghost. I'm still a part of their group. And I was like, I'd like to join. And oh, by the way, I'm a medium. And they're like, ooh, So I joined, I went to the meeting and I talked to the president. His name's Doc. He's my pal that's here today. And we investigate homes. I take it with me when I cleanse houses sometimes. And I feel like I gained the rest of what I needed, which was the scientific side, because even though I'm a psychic, I'm a super big skeptic, which is kind of odd, but I do feel like that paranormal investigation, as well as connecting with spirits, it goes hand in hand in a lot of ways. And I have clients that are of all walks of life, all religions, and I have a lot of Catholic clients, which is really interesting because they don't necessarily believe in life after death. But each one of them has had a message from their loved one proving that they are still there, that their soul is free, they're not in pain anymore. And that truly gives us hope, us the living, that there is more out there after death, and that there is love, there is acceptance, and there is peace to be had, in the sense that when we cross over, maybe someday we'll be coming back and talking to a medium and saying, let me tell you about my life and let me tell you about my situation. And it makes me excited because I think that no matter what we believe, knowing that there's individuals who have been here and that are there are ready and willing to share their stories and give their love. And so I'm excited to see what the future holds with that as well. So I know we're going to open it up for questions here in a bit, but does anybody have any questions? Where's my guy? Anybody have any questions for me about the psychic medium stuff? I think I want to also say really quick, I want to define some terms for those that are new to this field. So psychic is someone who can tell you what's going to be happening in your life based on your energy and based on the insights that they glean off of your energy. A medium is somebody who can see spirits, and an energy healer is somebody who can utilize your energy to heal yourself and to regenerate your energy. And so that's what I do. Any questions? I think I've got questions. I can keep talking. I can talk all day.
Hi, Jim Gray. I was with you earlier, and I was going to catch you later and ask you about this, but since nobody's asking questions, I just do it now. You mentioned to me that I had a guide by the name of Helena. Helena. That I could call on her, but I didn't quite, I'm not familiar with this. Didn't quite understand what you meant by how I could utilize that connection.
Absolutely. So we have spirit guides and guardian angels or angels. And so we each have a team of individuals that we predetermined before birth. A common misconception is that when we have a loved one that passes away, they became our guardian angel, and it's not the truth because we have to have we're like one of those Macy's Day balloons that blow around. If we don't have a team around us, we're just going to blow down the street. And so we have these spirit guides that are here to help us. And so in answer to your question, to connect with your spirit guides or even your loved ones, it's the same methodology. So to connect with them, you can clear your mind and you can ask a question and listen to your stomach. If it rumbles, if it does something, you can feel the answer. Everyone's born with intuition. The more natural way to ask questions is through a tool like a pendulum or like a voice recorder. And I've had several clients have luck with having full-on conversations. Yes, no. It's harder for them to give you full answers. So either with a pendulum and a pendulum board, or with you can use like an old watch, you can use whatever you want, as long as it moves. Like a pocket watch is really good. Asking her questions or asking your guide questions can be a way to glean insight. And so some easy ways are just to ask yes or no questions. You can take a deck of cards, playing cards, and you're like, okay, if the answer is yes, the cards will be red. If the answers are no, the cards will be black. And you shuffle after each question. That's a super easy way to do it. And it's a super easy way to start working on your intuitive abilities as well. So I wanted to also touch on how I read people. I read people's energy as a psychic. And so we all have something called our book of life or our scroll of life, and that is housed in something called the Akashic Library. And so when I look at your book with my intuition, I can tell you things about why you chose your parents and siblings, what karmic debts you have with them, or what you had to work on with them. I also can tell you things about your partners or your future partners, things about your health, things that you were born with, things that issues that you need to work on to kind of help so that you're going to have a longer and more prosperous prosperous life, money and finance, things like that that are really, really helpful. When anybody books an hour reading or a half hour reading, they just want to have a reading because they've never had them before. I do this. I do the life mapping or life path reading because it gives you a lot of detail. I also do past life readings. You're into that as well, and animal communication readings. And I have a website. Come grab a card by my booth. There's a lot, but absolutely. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can cover that you guys might have questions about, but it's definitely been an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to what it holds. And I've got a lot of goals towards the future, but absolutely. Any other questions? You can ask me anything, and we're gonna open it up for mediumship psychic questions here in a few. But anything about any questions for me specifically?
I have a friend that a lady I used to work with, and she always said that when certain, and I think it was usually people that she knew, but she would get very agitated, and she would know something was wrong. And the one that I remember the best was there was a UPS driver that came to the business I worked at the time, or not at the time, but back years before, and he was her neighbor, and she had like a horrible night. She said she couldn't sleep, she didn't know what was going on, and then found out, a day later that he passed away. That's sort of the kind of thing that,
Yes.
does she have some intuition or whatever?
Yeah, she seems like a medium because if you can sense spirits, even if you can't see them, if you can sense something around you, I kind of akin it to like hearing like movement, but not really. It's like you feel like you hear a current of air is how it starts usually with connecting with those people. But yeah, that sounds like she's a medium or like a sensitive. Somebody who can pick up energy of people, and it causes a certain emotion or a certain feeling. Anybody can do it. It takes practice. It's something that can be really honed in. Anybody in the Tulsa area, I do teach classes on psychic development as well. And yeah, absolutely. There are people that are called physical mediums. I happen to be one of those, and it is a blessing and a curse. Smells, tastes, feelings, all the senses are established. And so, a funny story. So, I'm not a fan of fish. I can't eat fish. I'm allergic to it. And so, I moved into this house when I was in my early 20s, and it was a very interesting place. It was kind of like a duplex, but it was just an odd situation. I was curious about what the house used to be. And whenever I'd come home by myself, the house would smell like a fish market. It smelled so bad. And I would never see a spirit there. I would never see anyone at all. And so after a time, if I had family or friends with me, they wouldn't smell it. It was just me. So after a time, I was in a relationship with the person who I lived with. And at that time, I think, I was just kind of young and naive and just like, oh, well, maybe my partner cooked fish, even though I can't eat it, whatever. And then I had found out through a dream that my partner was cheating on me. And I was like, is this real or is this just a bunch of, malarkey? And so, in fact, I did some research before the internet was cool and before, we had all the Facebook and all the social stalking things that we have nowadays to make things so much more easier. And found out that that yes, indeed, he was sleeping with our neighbor. Well, he moved out, moved in with her, and the fish scent stopped. So even if spirits don't come around, they can warn you with different things along those lines. So it's definitely a lot of fun for sure. I'm trying to think of some other stories. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Mhm. All right, let me see. So, okay, excellent. All right, so let's start doing some readings. Who would like to ask me a question, either a psychic question or a mediumship question? You have a loved one you want me to connect with, and be like, who's around me? Raise your hand, and a nice gentleman with the microphone will come around and give it to you. I can also tell you who your spirit guides are. I can tell you what your past lives were. We can do whatever you want. This is your time. All right.
Will I ever be forgiven?
What's your first name?
Martha?
And will you ever be
Forgiven.
You already have been. The thing is that you alone are holding that pain in your body. Do you have back pain?
Yes.
That is your guilt. And the thing is that the love that you have and the pain and the sorrow that you have kind of intermingle there. So you absolutely already have been. You just have to let yourself be okay with letting go of that.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Hi, my name is Carrie, and I was just asking if there's anybody around me that I need to know.
Hi, Gary. Yes, there is. There's an older man around you. Now, has Dad passed for you?
No.
Okay, so this is somebody saying that they're worried about Dad's health. Is Dad having some like digestive or something with the chest? Do you know?
Oh, most likely yes.
Okay, because he's not eating very healthily, is he?
Oh no.
He's like a trash panda. He just won't. He'll eat whatever he wants. And so they're saying that he really needs to take care of himself, and they're worried about his blood pressure, especially. This is like his mother that's around, and so she's like, "I love you, but he needs to take care of himself. I love you, but he needs to be taken care of." You also have a male around you who is a spirit guide. And interestingly enough, his name is Hennessy, like the whiskey. He's got those smoky blue eyes. He's beautiful. And he keeps saying that you need to get back into the music. I don't know if you play or if you sing or if you just love listening to music, but it makes you happy. And so you have some neck and shoulder issues, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. This is all the pressure that you're holding from trying to hold everything together and take care of everybody. So a really good way to do this is you can do it via like affirmation, like I understand that I cannot control the world and that I will hold myself together and I will take care of myself, therefore I can take care of other people. The other way is salt bath. Nice salt bath. Just understanding that looking at the things that bother you and just looking at, can I deal with this right now, or can I let it lay down for a minute and just rest? Because I also see some sleeping issues for you as well. And there's something about some dehydration. The kidneys are a little thirsty. They're not in any danger, but the kidneys are definitely kind of a little thirsty. So some water.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Oh, I can't hear you, my dear.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I recently had a family member die. You tell me who met that family member and how many?
Sure, absolutely. Okay, so I'm not able to check, I'm not able to see chronological, I can just see who's around you. You've got 3 people around you in spirit. There's somebody, okay. There's a woman, there's a motherly energy, right? Is mom passed for you? Okay, so this is connected to mom. Mom's sister. There's like a grandmotherly figure, great grandmotherly figure to you as well. There's also an older man as well. I keep seeing something along the, I keep seeing a ball cap. So I don't know if this man wore like a ball cap or something.
My dad.
Okay, and is he passed?
Yes.
Okay. Is he the recent past?
No.
No. I keep seeing, was he diabetic?
No.
Because I keep seeing chocolate, like he wants snacks.
He loved Oreos.
And he's like, I like the snacks. Like I don't care about anything else. I love the snacks. I also see a wedding ring as well.
Yes.
And I keep feeling that it's almost like, but you promised you'd stay. And you promised that you'd be here with me, and you promised that we would be taking care of each other. And this person doesn't show me their likeness, they just show me the ring, and that tells me that this is somebody who was very important and that you had a promise with. I keep feeling like did they have anything on their back, like a tattoo or anything on them?
No, but the family member that recently died did.
Okay, because they're talking about the tattoo and they're talking about the ring. Okay, so the person that's talking about this with the ring is talking about the tattoo, and they're saying that they are together. It almost feels like this sibling kind of energy, and even if it may not have been, it feels very kinship-like. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And this person, that had the tattoo, they felt younger. They had kind of maybe like an immature spirit. Does that make sense?
Young, not immature, but young. Yes.
Yeah, and it feels like that there's somebody who it's just they struggled a bit with depression. There may have been some sort of confusion towards their death because they're not presenting as a, hey, I'm here, I'm the life of the party. They're presenting as they're very sheepish and they're very ashamed.
Okay.
So they're coming in with an apology, and it's kind of like, I'm so sorry that I that I passed, which either presents as a passing before their time or at their own hands, or it was an accident, but it was kind of during a difficult time in their lives. So I hope that's.
I am connecting 3 different people with what you've talked.
Okay, call me. We'll situate. We'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Of course. Hi, Stacey.
Hey. Like halfway through your presentation, I just felt like this big heaviness and stuff on me, and I was wondering if you had any insight into that.
So your spirit guides gather. I'm like, hey, Stacey, we're here to hang out with you. This lady knows. And so one of them is, are you in the helping profession, like nursing or medical at all?
I'm a teacher.
Okay, because I keep seeing helping. So there's a woman named Margaret who's around you who is a spirit guide, and she was a nurse in World War II, and she is not a family member, but you two had a connection in some way, shape, or form that she felt like she wanted to help you. There's also a young boy named Thomas. You keep saying that he's the child that you could keep. I don't know if that means anything to you at all, but he's a younger child who is very much claiming you as mama, even though it's not biological. And then there is a older man. His name is Brecken.
like, it means dirty water, but I promise I'm clean. And he's kind of a quirky older gentleman, very southern, and he is your financial guy. And he says that he knows that you're stressed, but everything's going to be okay. And you need to start saving your change for a rainy day.
Because that's what I do.
Excellent.
Change into a little jar.
You're already ahead of the game. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hi, my name is Nancy. Yes,
And you said your name is Nancy?
Yes.
They are so excited, Nancy, because you're doing this for yourself. You've always done for everybody else. You've always been the caregiver, the nurturer, the doer. And it's about darn time that you step into your own power. So they're very excited with this, and they say that it's going to be very prosperous. It'll take some time, but you will have a good amount of money coming from this. Now, is this going to be like a side business, or are you owning your own business, or do you already have like a side business along with this? Okay.
So,
it's coming.
okay.
It will come to you. Also, they're talking about a move next year. I don't know if you want to move, but they're saying earlier next year you're going to be moving by choice. And to go through your paperwork because it's piling up.
Okay.
They tell on everybody. No one is safe. Of course. Oh, can you speak in the microphone? Uh-oh, we might have a faulty microphone. If you speak up a little bit like this, I can try to hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Jill.
Hi, Jill.
I had something that happened at my house about a month ago. Something got thrown. As a paranormal investigator, I couldn't debunk it. I didn't feel fearful.
No.
But I'm wondering if you have any feelers about who that was and why.
Yes, that's just Jacob. He's 5 and he likes to play with your stuff. Do you have a dog as well? Or an animal?
I have animal, but my dogs are all passed.
Because your dog and this child play together constantly. Jacob, he's 5. You didn't bring him home with you. He just kind of decided to move in and hang out. He lived on the property behind your house. There used to be some water there. And he drowned in like the 40s. He likes to hang out. He likes the energy there, and he likes to keep you company. He's got light brown hair, freckles. He's light complected, and I think he's got green eyes. He just thinks that you're very comforting to him. And he doesn't mean any ill with it. He just wanted to get your attention because he's like, you want to see a spirit? Let me show you a spirit, so. But he absolutely meant no ill. And he's still around. If you want him to go, you can. But he likes to hang out. He feels like your space is very fun. You have fun things and shiny things.
Okay, thank you very much.
Of course.
Hi, I'm Mason.
Hi, Mason.
Could you tell me about my past life?
Of course. You've had a couple. You're actually an old soul. So what that means is that you've had many past lives. You're wiser than your age, if that makes any sense. You're a deep thinker and you're very thoughtful towards others. So do you want a fun one or an odd one?
Either one.
Okay, I'll give you the fun one then. It's fun. So you were once a pirate. You in 1380, your name was Jonathan Schwartz, and you were a mixture of things. You came from like the Netherlands area, but you also had English in you, and you as a baby you were given up for adoption. adoption, so nobody really knew what your origins were, and you were brought by a ship to England to live with a family. That's the Schwartzes. They adopted you. And the father was a sea captain, and you just always saw how he got beaten down by the officials that would take their fair share before he could take his items ashore. And so you decided that you were going to be like Robin Hood. You were going to take from the rich to give to the poor. And it worked out for about 6 years. When you were 18, you got your own ship from your father. He thought you were going to use it for something different, like merchant, kind of stuff. And you decided to be a pirate. So you went to Spain and you robbed people. And you gave it to your family. You took care of your family until a horrible storm came up one night. You were in your mid to late 20s. You were going back to get married, and your betrothed's name was Isabel, and you got caught in a horrible, horrible storm, and you drowned. But you had already given your family so much, and you were never caught. Your family was never seen as being thieves or anything like that, but you just wanted to make sure that your family was cared for. And so the lesson in this life is that you always try to be watchful and protective of your family. You're very much a nurturer and a caregiver. You feel your family's emotions very deeply. When they're hurt, you hurt. You are a bit of an empath. Do you know what that means? No. So an empath is somebody who, say, I don't know, a parent is having a bad day. You walk into the house and you can just tell there's something off. And so you can tap into that and try to work with just feeling how people feel. You really need to watch out, though, protect yourself from that in the sense that you can kind of carry too much with you. So I would get yourself a clear quartz. They sell them everywhere. Preferably a rough clear quartz, not a tumble, because rough quartz can kind of transmute or get rid of anything negative. But usually empaths are very psychic as well. So you may have a future in this kind of vein for yourself, or at least in helping people, because that is a big part of you as well, is trying to help people. And you don't like when people get bullied, you don't like when people get mistreated, and so you have that honorable bit about you. So that's one of your past lives.
Thank you.
Of course.
My name is Sandra. I had a loved one pass 4 months ago, and I just wanted to know if he had a message for his wife and son.
So I feel him. So is he connected to the John, or the J initial? You know?
No.
Because he keeps saying that there's a J initial that he's around. So I don't know if that's connected to you or to him, or I don't know, but there's a J initial that's strong with him. It's not him, but he's connecting with the J. Unless it's a last name. But his message is that he is there and he's with them and he knows that they are suffering and that they don't know, they've got a lot of sorrow and they feel very upset. And he wants them to know that it's okay to be angry that he's not there, because he's angry that he's not there either, and he's very sorry. He watches over the family all of the time, and he tries to make contact. He tries to do things. He just wants to know what they want him to do, because if they want him to knock on the wall or to send something to, he's newly deceased, so he's not sure what they will see and what they will recognize as him. But I keep hearing the Beatles in my head, the group, and I keep hearing the song Imagine. So I don't know if he was a Beatles fan or not, but that's the thing that's in my head. And he just wants them to know that he is sorry and that he loves them very much and that he fought as best he could. Of course.
No. Oh,
There?
a little bit closer.
Is that better?
Yes.
And
Sure, Chelsea. So you want to know about your past lives. So you've had a lot of past lives in the medical industry, like as a nurse, a lot of midwife kind of things as well. And are you in medical right now? Because you don't want it. You've been through it enough. What is that? I'm not birthing no more babies, Miss Scarlett. That's you. You're like, I'm done. I'm over it. So predominantly, you either took care of people as a nurse or you had children, lots and lots of children. So one interesting past life was that in the 1600s, women were not allowed to be nurses, but there were carers or there were, nurturers that would come through the village and bring food and things. So you lived near Provence, France. What is Provence these days? And your name was Mary Catherine, which is Mary Catherine, and I believe the last name was Trouveau. And so you were a widower, whose husband died when you had gotten married, a few years after you got married. And you were well off in the sense that you were very comfortable, you owned your own home, you had a garden, so you would make food for those who were sick. That you took care of people and they would give you things in return like bread or cheese. They'd make sure that you got something in return, or at least they would give you the things. And so you somehow were prone to a lot of illness. And so when there was a big fever, kind of like a scarlet fever going around, but it wasn't quite that. There was a huge illness going around near Provence in this time period. And you were going in there and taking care of them. And then you actually had a sudden fall. It was during the winter time. And when you were riding your horse, and when you got off the horse, it was very icy, and you fell down an embankment, and you hit your head, and you passed away. And so many people showed up for you. The whole town just loved you to pieces, and you've had many lifetimes with other people who you've been close with, but your mother in this life, is she still living?
yes, she is.
Are you two close?
Yeah.
Because you two were sisters in that lifetime. And so sometimes, even though you two are close, it feels like sometimes you're the mom and sometimes she's the mom. You role reverse all the time.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Chris, we have one more. You have about 2 minutes.
Okay.
My name's Capella.
Can you speak a little bit, honey? Capella, okay.
And I was wondering what path to pursue when I'm older.
So the answer to that is whatever makes your heart happy. That's kind of the cheater's answer. But in all honesty, you have a lot of creativity, and creativity comes in many different forms, like art or music or even sports with, or dance or whatnot. So it's really important for you to go forward to a path that you feel very enriched in. Education is very important, of course, but also you've got to let that creativity flow. And you have a lot of intuition. Do you have a lot of really interesting dreams, Capella?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you might get a notepad and write them down, because you might notice that these adventures that you're having in your sleep are actually giving you messages. So that may strengthen as you get older and be able to bring you some insight. I keep seeing a lot of things about writing. Do you like to write?
A little.
A little? I think as you get older, that interest in words and communication, you're going to be a really great communicator. So, I mean, maybe you'll go down the political aspect, or maybe you'll go down into a place where you're, writing books, but
regardless, you have so many avenues that you could choose that I'm not seeing any one direct one because you have so much to offer the world. Just don't be afraid to chase your adventures and your dreams.
Thank you.
Of course. Now, if anybody would like to come and get one of my cards, I'm at a booth out that direction, and I'm also doing a giveaway for a 1-hour session, be it quantum healing or mediumship or a reading, a psychic reading. So come over, say hey, and fill out one of my cards and take one of my cards as well. And then thank you guys for your time. I really appreciate you guys.
All right, thank you, Christy. She's awesome. So, like she said, you can go out in the hall and get readings from her, and she's doing quantum healing readings also. I also wanted to add that besides Christy out there, if you haven't checked, we have Rachel Patton out of Independence, who is a tarot card reader, and we also have Denise Hancock this year. She is an astrologist from New Orleans. She just happens to be in the area at this time, so we got lucky and got her here. It's also her birthday today, so if you go by her table, say happy birthday. I think she's busy right now, so she'll have no idea that I told you. She'll think you're psychic. It'll be crazy. Anywho, so we're going to go for a 10-minute break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to do the Bigfoot cryptid panel. So if you're about all things crazy and nutty out in the woods, this is going to be the panel for you. Before I let you go, we're going to do another quiz question for another Bargain City gift bag with one free raffle ticket for any raffle that you'd like. So the question is, and don't shout it out, you're going to go and tell the ladies there at the end your answer. If you get it correct and you get up there first, you get the prize. So the question is, what did the license plate on the Ghostbusters ambulance say? Go. All right, everybody, go hit the concession stand, get some candy, get some soda, get some water, go stretch your legs, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Let's get everybody back in here. If you're interested in the Bigfoot and Cryptids panel, we're getting ready to start. I need to the tables Jason Roberts and Ross Christopherson of Road Trip Paranormal Kansas, Jason Alexander Ghostad of Oklahoma, Eric Schrader, Red Dirt Cryptids, Kansas, Tina Scalf, River Valley Paranormal, Arkansas, Ken Romeller, Monster Paranormal and A.M.O.K podcast, Robert Prevo, Monstrous Arkansas, and Clint Hancock of Opus, Oklahoma. Now, this panel is on Bigfoot and Cryptids, Forbidden Ancient History to Modern Times, and this one is guest moderated by Scott Rademacher. Scott is a researcher and field investigator with Red Dirt Cryptids of Oklahoma and a paranormal investigator with SEK BORDERTOWN Paranormal. His journey investigating the paranormal began with a personal Bigfoot experience, and he's devoted his time to cryptids and the paranormal ever since. He was asked to join the paranormal, I'm messing up now, the BORDERTOWN group in 2024 as their in-house cryptid expert. Scott also founded the Facebook group Kansas Sightings in 2021. The page is dedicated and a forum for people to share personal stories and legends based in Kansas involving ghosts, Bigfoot, cryptids, UFOs, and the supernatural. Where is Scotty? Oh, fun. Can somebody go run and get Scotty? Maybe we all chant his name. I'll go grab him. Everybody hold tight. Think Bigfoot thoughts.
So what about cryptids? So do we know anything about cryptids?
All right, I'm going to pass this off to the guy who may or may not be in SEK BORDERTOWN Paranormal anymore. We shall see.
All right. Okay, just want to thank everybody for joining us today. My name is Scott Rademacher, and I'm moderating this panel today for everybody. Some background on myself is I'm a member of the Red Dirt Cryptid Investigations based out of Enid, Oklahoma. I'm also a newly member of the SEK BORDERTOWN Paranormal Society, and I also run the Kansas Sightings on Facebook. Just also want to thank the panelists that are here today to take part in the discussion of Bigfoot and cryptids and forbidden ancient history to modern times. So let's get started here, and just have everybody introduce themselves and how they got into Bigfoot and cryptids, and why do you stay involved in it?
I really don't do much with cryptids, but I have had a lot of encounters with them, and I talk to the big guy next to me or other friends to try to figure out what the heck did I see or what did I envision in dreams. So but I have a very big interest in it. I think I may have seen some Bigfoot, but I have no proof, because when I switched to my video on my phone, I could not get back to the same position that they were in, and I lost everybody. So I'm like, I don't know, but I saw something weird.
Robert Brevo, Arkansas. As far as when I got interested in cryptids, I've been interested in cryptids probably my entire life, along with the paranormal and other weird things like that. Been doing investigations into that and some other stuff for over 20 years. Work on building profiles as far as biological as to the origins of these things, and just have an all-around interest in it. And yes, I've seen a few weird things too, including Bigfoot.
Hi, I'm Cindy Scout from Fort Smith, Arkansas with River Valley Paranormal. I've been interested in paranormal and cryptids for pretty much my entire life. Mostly I'm into the ghost side of the paranormal, doing investigations and stuff like that, but I have encountered my little bit of the cryptid side, and so that kind of just gets a little bit more of the interest in that.
My name is Roth Christopherson. I am with Road Trip Paranormal. I've been doing this probably a team for about 11 years. I've always been that guy for many years that said this is ridiculous. It's not real. They're not real. Until I spent some time in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. It's about the whole thing. Normally spend most of my time on the paranormal side until now. So it's this is piquing my interest.
Just admit you don't believe it. I'm Jason Roberts with Road Trip Paranormal. Just like Rose said, we were out into Tahlequah, Oklahoma on a case investigating a house that was kind of off the highway, back in the woods. And we spent probably 5 different trips going out there, spending several nights out there, tent camping, since there's nowhere for us to go. Since the house we were investigating it was falling apart, had no electricity or water or anything, so we were tent camping in it sometimes in 21-degree weather. And every time we went out there, got more and more activity from Sasquatch. They kept getting closer each visit we got there, to the point where we started having full-on encounters and seeing it for real. Of course, Roth here missed every single moment of seeing it with his own eyes, so, he still won't believe it, but I'm the guy that keeps trying to make him believe.
I'm Jason, and not like a big expert on anything, but try to study a little bit on the stuff outside, Bigfoots or rakes or anything, because if something starts going down, I'm going to be the first one to run.
I'm Eric Schrader with Red Dirt Cryptid. And it's can you hear me? Hey, I've been into this field since Tuesday. February 22nd, 2022.
And my name is Clint with Oklahoma. And I'm not really into Bigfoot so much, but I'm into the idea that things exist that we have animals. I think
All right. Well, thank you for that. So one of the first questions is, you have one of the most interesting cases you've been involved with, or like a troublesome case?
Troublesome or interesting? Like I said, when we were down in Oklahoma, because basically all of our encounters have happened in Oklahoma. We did have some interesting things happening around Kingman, Kansas, with some sightings and stuff like that. We did cast a print out there, but it was in Oklahoma where each visit that we went down there to investigate, we actually stopped worrying about the house. We kind of went down there to see if we could get any interaction with this Bigfoot Sasquatch that was actually coming near our. The very first night we were ever there, our founder was laying out by the fire, trying to keep that going so we didn't freeze. Something heavy walked past him, and he said he couldn't keep his eyes open. You know, he couldn't get himself to look at it, but something came over to the tents and was pushing in on the tents and kind of banging on them and everything. But he said it sounded bipedal. Well, as each time we went out there, they got closer, and we started finding out it was more than just one. There were several that was around us. We woke up in the middle of the night to the sounds of screams all the way around the tree line. And there was one evening when we were sitting by the fire. This is probably like our fourth trip out there, whereas I was the only one standing up, and I just happened to look over, and this was about, about midnight or so, and I happened to look over at the house that's livable, but we didn't have permission to be inside, of course, but there's a light pole next to it, and I saw the creature actually round the corner of the building and was actually heading our way. And for some dumb reason, my first reaction was to smack my friend to get his attention, and then I took off running toward it. And I don't know why, I don't know what I was gonna do when I got there, except that maybe freak it out a little bit because it stopped in its tracks and I saw it turning, maybe because he saw this little guy running after him, I don't know. But I saw it turn and run and go down the embankment, and you could just hear it crashing all the way down. And on our last night we were ever there is we had an encounter. It was about this time they some of the guys brought an RV because they couldn't tent camp out there. You had to camp yourself in an RV while we all slept in tents. But as at 2 o'clock in the morning, we were actually some of us went back into town to get some drinks or something. 3 of them were in the RV when they noticed something out just beyond the RV, so they turned off the light and they could see a Bigfoot squatted down and actually running its hands in the wet grass, just watching them. So when they got out of the car or out of the RV, they stumbled out and it had already disappeared. So by the time I got there, we were all rushing out to the woods to try and see what we could see. And as soon as we got into the tree line and was going down, we heard banging coming from the house behind us. So we turned around to run that way, and we were like, oh crap, there's more than one. They're getting our attention so that the other one could run away. And it just kept getting closer to us each time we went. And it was a fascinating place. I wish we could go back. Can't, but I wish we could. But that was an interesting case that still is in my head every day.
Anybody else?
So, I know there's a lot of people here that are really interested. For years, guys, I didn't believe in this at all. And when we were in Tahlequah, and I'm glad you guys are hearing your stories. You guys, one's doing it. I just witnessed it. When we first got there, we were setting up in this property. It's like a big square of forest inside Horseshoe Drive. And as soon as we got there, we started setting up inside the horseshoe. And so you can, horseshoe dirt road. And on the opposite side of the dirt was one of the houses that had burnt down. Had a bunch of activity there. And so, paranormal side, of course, we're setting up recorders. We had a bunch of tables out there just like this with food on it. Drinks, coolers, everything you could think of. just started to get dark. They called us over to film and do some stuff at that house, and we're probably, I'm thinking 45 yards away maybe. And there is nobody else in the campgrounds, nobody. But they had heard where we were setting up tents and stuff, and they had set recorders out, and I didn't know that at the time. And so anyways, we all went over there and started doing some investigating, and we were all kinds of stuff. Well, later on, I can't remember if it was that night or the next day, one of the guys in the film crew, somebody was listening back on the recorders. And this is what really got me is we have footage of what sounded like a gorilla walking around our camp, or I guess where our tents were. And there was some tents over in that area. There was some tables and a fire pit and chairs. And I mean, it was literally like, yeah. I mean, it wasn't a dog. It wasn't a cat. And I just sat there and was, because what I heard was something that wasn't even around. And that was the first hour we were there. And everything intensified for the next 4 days.
I really never have fully investigated like a lot of these people have invested so much time. I've been on a couple of small, I'll just call it investigations for cryptids, or actually more so for Sasquatch. And I was in Mena, Arkansas, probably about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. Just for that purpose, I wanted to try to communicate with one. I had heard that there was a lot of them in that particular area. So basically late that night, I followed the path. There were 2 of us, and we set out along this path near a field, and there was a picnic table. So we kind of sat there, and my experiment was I wanted to see if I could contact them using a spirit box, because that's my favorite paranormal investigation tool. I want to talk to them. I want to talk to the spirits and all that. I thought, well, maybe I could communicate with them through spirit box. Well, twice within a matter of like 5 minutes, I had brand new batteries in both, brand new batteries in it, brand new, just out of the package. And I'm sitting there asking a few questions. The next thing I know is my spirit box started low pitch, and then it went to a high pitch squeal, and then it just quit. I'm like, well, that really sucks. So changed the batteries in the dark. I really didn't have anything else, so I was changing them in the dark. I said, okay, guys, let's try this one more time. I turned the spirit box back on, and you got one little noise that came out of it and made no sense to me, but then all of a sudden, that squeal came back, low pitch, and then as high as it could go, and then poof, batteries were dead again. I'm like, great. And I'm talking to the one person that was sitting there with me, and I happened to look over to my right, and I would say not more than maybe 10 feet away, there was a big old tree. Must have been maybe 1.5 feet, 2 feet in diameter, maybe a multiples of trees or whatever, but right next to it, I see this 8-foot shadow right next to the tree, which was darker than the tree itself. And I watched, and I said, I think we're being watched. And all of a sudden, this thing disappeared right behind a tree, no noise, no sounds, nothing, and it was gone. So that's probably been my closest experience with. I'm thinking, it was a Sasquatch that was just trying to communicate with me, but I was looking for them, but I never expected to really see something like that. And I'm not even going to say it was a Sasquatch. All I know is it was something really, really big, and it was staring at us for a good probably 5-10 minutes before I noticed it, and then it just kind of disappeared. It was pretty, it was a really cool experience, I'll just say it that way.
We've got a couple of areas that we're actively investigating right now. They're actually in Missouri, just above where I live in Arkansas. And one of them is, it's kind of funny because it's a deer hunters camp. And we go out there, and it's me and my buddy Richard, and one of the deer hunters who uses that camp as part of his family. And so I'm known for, I don't do the yells, I don't do the beating on the trees, because I'm like, number one, you don't know what you're saying. So, eating my own words, we go out there, and we had shown up, and there were tracks in the grass and leaves taken off into the woods, and we're kind of getting the feeling that these things were there just before we got there, and they took off. So we get about 100 yards, 50 to 100 yards into the woods, and I looked at Richard and I said, you know how I'm always saying I'm never going to yell and I'm never going to beat on a tree? Well, I'm going to yell. And he's like, really? Yeah. I don't know why, someone just told me I really need to do it, just to see what happens. But sure enough, I do the big yell. I'm probably really annoying and really silly to everything that's out in the forest. No. not on the mic, definitely. So anyway, I do it, and within just a few seconds, boom, we're getting an answer from back over in this holler area to our left. He looks at me and he said, that's the one I've been hearing. Really? A few seconds later, we get another call that's way over on the right. And he said, I've never heard that one before. That one sounds weird. And he kind of looks at me real stern and he goes, and I said, no, that's not the feeling I got. It was just a feeling of, okay, we're aware that you're here. This is where we're at. We're communicating a little bit. That was about all the communication we got out of it. But a lot of investigations and a lot of research out in the field, you'll be out there for hours and nothing happens. You're just walking around like you lost a contact and you're looking in the ground. You're trying to find tracks. And, everybody thinks that every track that you find out there is castable, and they're not. It's probably 1 in 100 it's worth casting. But there's a lot of really weird, interesting things that we see out there. Not everything's that noteworthy, unfortunately. We're talking about, are they playing Marco? Yeah. That's probably what it was. I was yelling Marco and they were yelling Poland. Yeah. That's always what I'm afraid of, is that it's mating calls.
Anybody else got anything to add? All right, so one of the biggest debates I feel is probably whether or not Bigfoot Sasquatch is actually a flesh and blood creature, or is it interdimensional? And you feel that's the same with all cryptids, or just, Bigfoot, and why do you feel that way?
Okay. So the short answer is yes. That's a difficult one because a lot of this has to do with the amount of evidence that we've collected. We've collected a lot of tracks, a lot of eyewitness testimony, and a lot of questionable photographs, some good photographs, some good video. There's a lot of inconsistencies between one video to the next, even with one track to the next. So I don't buy into the Gigantopithecus story. I think if it's flesh and blood, it's probably closer related to us than anything else. The problem with it being strictly flesh and blood, and I come from the old cryptozoology camp where everything's flesh and blood and everything paranormal. Silly. But I got into the paranormal because I started witnessing that with Bigfoot. So you run into stuff where you're following Bigfoot tracks and they suddenly disappear in the middle of a field, or they start in the middle of a field. That's really weird. There's no way to explain it. orbs showing up in the forest at night whenever you're looking for Bigfoot, flashes of light, strange sound, the sound of babies crying. That pops up again and again with paranormal and with Bigfoot. So the question actually has several answers. One, I think, yes, there is a flesh and blood cryptid Bigfoot that has supernatural elements that we don't necessarily understand. And there may be other things out there that are far more paranormal that are trying to convince us that they're Bigfoot. I don't know. That's a possibility. That's kind of where I stand.
So what's your thoughts on them using portals? Because I've been hearing that a lot too.
Is it possible? Yes. But I got to see it to believe it.
That's some people's answer to how they can disappear from so fast.
Maybe.
From one spot to another.
Maybe, but I'm, again, like I said earlier, I'm more of a scientifically based.
Right.
So when we get into quantum physics and stuff like that, that's where I've got to see. If I'm walking around out in the woods and all of a sudden it vaporizes, I'm like, okay.
Okay, I have one for you. We had somebody on our team that his job was to do land surveys. And him and his team were out in the middle of the forest doing a land survey. Out in the middle of nowhere. And out in the middle of nowhere pops this man walking through the forest with a suit and a briefcase. Out of nowhere. Just traipsing through the forest. Going off. Poof. Disappears. Comes out of nowhere, disappears into nowhere. Where'd he come from? Where'd he go?
It sounded like a traveler.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's a whole nother realm you're getting into, again, quantum physics and stuff like that.
True, but
He was thinking that maybe he was a Bigfoot and that he turned in, and that he was actually a shapeshifter who turned into something that was recognizable to a human and then disappeared. It's what his idea of that was, that actually a Bigfoot is actually a shapeshifter who just shifts.
Octopi do it.
yeah, I think they are. I do agree with you. I think they're interdimensional creatures, but they are flesh and blood. I don't think they're just an animal from the past that nobody's ever able to see or clearly or find regularly. But I agree with you that the portal potential aspect of portals and or shapeshifters. Shapeshifters can turn themselves into pretty much anything, and maybe that's what they are too. What's that? Yeah, exactly. They just they walk behind a tree and they're gone. I mean, I'll throw a paranormal story out there that something that we had witnessed. It was up in Fayette, Missouri, Central Methodist University. There was a battle there, Civil War battle, or skirmish, I guess you'd call it. But we're looking out across the quadrangle, and there were these several trees in front of some buildings, and we actually witnessed a horse and a rider just emerge from behind a tree, goes across the field, and then goes past another tree and disappears. And they were like, what the heck was that? And then a few minutes later, the same horse and rider went back the other way, came out of the tree out of nowhere, and then went right back behind another tree, the one that came from originally, and just disappeared. Now, to me, it's like that. Okay, that's impossible. Based on what? Based on our physics, our known physics. So, portal, possibly. I don't disagree that that's not a possibility out there. That we have wormholes that have been detected. Can't there be portals as well?
I'll make this even more confusing. All right, so if humans, when they pass away, we can have ghosts of humans. We've had people talk about a ghost of cats. How come we can't have ghosts of Bigfoot? Wouldn't that explain some of the appearing, disappearing? if it was a flesh and blood creature originally, and then now we've got human ghosts that are walking around inside buildings. How come the ghost of Sasquatch can't be walking around through the forest? That's always a possibility. We can speculate all day long. We can come up, every one of us can come up with our own thing. And we might all be right and we might all be wrong. The thing is, we haven't really collected enough true evidence. We've got tracks, we've got eyewitness testimony. The one that nobody likes, but is probably the truth, is we're going to have to bring in one alive or one dead to really prove one way or the other whether they exist or not. That's where we're going to see zoology take over, taxonomy is going to take over, and we're going to start to try and figure out what these things are. 9 chances out of 10, it's probably going to be a human of some form or a distant relation of some type. That's my 2 cents. Go ahead.
Along with that, I was just wondering if Carol Oz.
There's actually been a whole lot of talk about that lately. So, yeah, especially when you get up into the Appalachians and mountainous areas like that where they talk about, and even in native lore, where they talk about people who just decided they just want to go back out into the wilderness and just like hogs, I guess, they think we're going to grow all that hair and everything back. I have a problem with that because it's not going to make your feet bigger and it's not going to make you bigger. So, I mean, again, do we know? No. There's a lot of speculation. Could be.
The theory is like hogs when they grow hair.
It's a theory. Come on now.
If that were the case, I was going to say, if that were the case, then, but the problem is that people will see them and then they'll just disappear. And I mean, it's a great theory, but I mean, unless while they're out there in that feral, native form or whatever, they start learning about nature, and maybe they found the fairies or the fae or whatever, and they said, hey, if you run this way, you can get out of trouble quick. You run behind, but it's got to be this kind of a tree, it's got to be this size, it's got to be this shape, and then, that's where the portals are. I don't know. But that's the only drawback I have. Great theory, but I can't buy that one personally. And I'm not a Bigfoot hunter. I've been a paranormal researcher for nearly 18 years. So, yeah.
So I do have a question. Do we have any hunters here? Okay, so another Tahlequah deal, because that's the only place I've ever been, I swear. No. So Jason will probably take this mic from me here in a minute, so I don't mess it up, because there's nothing worse than fibbing. So Tahlequah, I don't know exactly how big of land that we're on. It's quite large, and on the boundaries there are barbed wire fences. And not myself, but Jason's friends, family, his dad out here in the audience was out there. And I didn't go with them that time, but they found hair that was on some barbed wire. Barbed wire. At first, I know Jason spoke with the owners and was like, hey, do you have any cattle, horses? And behind it. Well, we don't know. So there was no animals out there. So I think Jason had taken that hair, put it into his bag, and had it checked out. Is that right? And it came back. It's like, yeah, I guess and it came back. So, what's your thoughts on that?
Okay, so we kind of have this thought that something is either biologically natural or supernatural. Right, so biologically natural is like you and me, and we can flesh and blood and weird going. Some of them have. And supernatural is something that's going to be more spirit-based, that can take on the form of something more physical. There's another term that we rarely ever use, and it's called preternatural. And it's the opposite of supernatural. It is something that is physically based and biological, but has some unexplainable elements to it that seem to be supernatural. So Bigfoot definitely is the number one that falls into that. So then you've got Bigfoot, you've got Dogman, you've got a whole lot of stuff that falls into Native American lore that is referred to quite often as being preternatural. So it's biological, it leaves tracks, it leaves hair, it eats meat, it does this, it does that, everything a living thing can do, biologically living thing can do. But there's a supernatural element that none of us understand. So that's kind of where I stand on that. It's not necessarily truly biological. Like I said, I came from a cryptozoological background where everything was flesh and blood. But the more you investigate into that, the more you see more of the supernatural pop into that. So we have to make allowances for it. We can't just say, we can't just discount the supernatural. We have to add it in for the evidence.
Is finding hair that's unknown, is that starting to become more common?
Yes, yes. We're finding a lot of that, and you got like Dr. Melba Ketchum, who started doing the DNA, the Bigfoot DNA stuff. The problem is a lot of the hair that's recovered doesn't have roots in it, doesn't have the actual DNA that it. So hard to get in there and try and figure out the genetics that are behind it.
We have a question out here.
I think it's part of the same, just a shape-shifting skinwalker is like a Native American thing, and a shapeshifter might be a loose term that we would call it. Yeah, the same thing.
There's a ton of AI. AI is ruining a lot of things.
AI is in a lot of stuff now. I mean, you can't. It's hard. It's everywhere now. Even in just simple stuff like flowers and houses and stuff, they've got it all. You don't even know what you're looking at anymore. They've got it in there. So you got to be careful. It's hard enough in what we do. Just 10 years ago, they started with the ghost stuff and putting it in everything, but now it's even worse. Just within general stuff. But yeah, the shape shifting and skinwalker, it's the same thing, just a looser term.
Anybody else got anything?
The baby peacock. No, that's AI. No, the little white baby peacock. No.
Well, and I was going to say, if you want to investigate ghosts, Bigfoots, anything, I've got the Samsung S23. You take a picture of the moon, almost looks like you're there. So imagine like if you're trying to take a picture of something in the dark and it's going to basically try to correct the picture like something. So I would suggest hold your camera, not like what Adrian's got over there, because it's going to be, get one that's not really a digital camera, just something that takes regular film, because you try to submit something that looks like that and they see, oh, you took it on a phone that AI or helps self-correcting, they're going to kick it out, no matter if it was real or not. So that's the only thing I have to contribute. Right.
Let me throw one more thing in there. We see a lot of game camera footage that keeps popping up and saying, oh, well, this is Bigfoot, that's Bigfoot. 99% of those are bears that happen to be at a weird angle and have the mange. It is really common in bears and wolves and coyotes to come up with the range, and you'll have people that'll swear up and down, oh, well, this is Dogman. This is Bigfoot. It couldn't possibly be, a bear. It couldn't be that. You have to understand, it's not like these animals pose for their photographs. When those cameras go off, they're at the weirdest angle you have ever seen. And never take one photo as evidence. You need a photo before and a photo after. So, and you'll see this too a lot with, somebody will show a photo on Facebook and they'll be like, well, if you look right here in between these 3 trees where it's really dark, you can see that. I want to see the photo before and the photo after. Big thing.
Okay, so we're gonna move on here with some other questions about how you feel that it's changed over the years in investigations, and is there any way that it could advance over the next 5 years, and you have a prediction for like 5 years?
Technology right now is advancing our cameras, detections, motion sensors, and then yet social media with communicating, getting our ideas or our experiences, Facebook pages, YouTube channels, giving people an opportunity to come together and do Paracon in here in CANEY. And this is pretty new with what we're doing now, right? With the social medias. So the next 5 years is going to double, triple. It's just going to keep going. And that's what I think.
So I've watched a few of these shows, where you spend hours on the TV and they're in the middle of nowhere and they're in the forest, and more commercials later, he's right there. They haven't quite gone around the tree yet, but you guys that do these investigations and stuff out there, and they're there, you've seen it, right? So guys talk about able to catch these guys. Why not? I know this might sound really stupid, but why not have some farmer sitting around? It's like a crop duster or something they own the land out there. Maybe they don't. I don't know who does, and do some type of powder or something that he's right there, because for the last 6 commercials, he's there. Fly that plane in and crop something that's in the dark or something. And it's going to hit him if you do a half a mile. And now you've got something you can follow.
Cost.
There's too many people that's millions of dollars.
No, I'm with you. I mean, if we get a millionaire to back us up, that's always something that can be done. But there's there's logistics to it, and then there's cost. But it can absolutely be done. It could possibly be done by drone. Maybe we could come up with something that it could do by drone. There's a lot of different possibilities.
I think the future also, at some point, I'm thinking satellite imagery. Heck, they can read a postage stamp, from space. Why can't we do some kind of surveillance with, looking for cryptids? Well, that's different. That's not a cryptid. It should be. I think it's death. It should be bury these things. But anyway, no. But it's a good point, though. I'm really trying not to laugh at that one. But okay. But yeah, I think satellite imagery, and I think we're eventually going to get to that point where some billionaire, they're going to come up with some, throw some money out here and say, hey, let's try this. I know they're already looking out into space. It's like, I don't know, they've already seen stuff, but they won't show us. So why not do something like that?
Let me say this. You're talking about in the next 5 years, how would everything either improve, just get worse, whatever. if we as researchers learn to work together, because right now the Bigfoot community is kind of a joke. There's no community. Yeah, we've got one group over here that's arguing with that group over there that argues with this group over there, and there's no communication forth, and it leaves all of the lay people sitting there. I don't know which way to go. I don't know who to believe. I don't know who's full of baloney, which podcast to listen to, which YouTube channel to watch. And I sympathize because it is a problem, but we need to get where all of us are on the same page. We're working towards the same goal. We're using the same procedures. And, you know, we can compare notes. I can go to Ken and I can say, I did this. This is what I got as a result. He can try it, see if he gets the same result. Get with these guys down here, we can do the exact same type of things. Well, because you hang around with that guy over there and he's weird. No, but anyway, but we have to all get on the same page and really start trying to work together, because the history of cryptozoology, the paranormal, and all that stuff is we don't know how to get along. Hopefully we can change that. And I think if we do within the next 5 years, we might actually make some headway and get somewhere that we haven't gotten in the past 100 years. Yeah, you're right. Egos need to go out the window. There's no experts. I am so sick and tired of hearing people call themselves experts in the field.
Walk away. I'm done. Got it, an expert.
Well, I don't know about that, but so anyway, on with the next question here. Do you have any practical advice for anybody that's just starting out in this field?
Yeah, it's expensive. Once you start buying gear, you're like, I need the next thing. If you're going to do it seriously. Be aware that you need to be careful, no matter what you're doing. But if, it's kind of like you'll watch them on these ghost shows and stuff, that they'll go and they'll show up and they spend hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars to travel to Thailand to go look at some haunted castle. And the second they get in there, well, it feels really dangerous in here, we're going to leave. They flew all that way just to kind of crap out and go home, and you're left there not knowing any more than you started knowing. If you're going to do this, do it. If you're going to get in the field and you're going to be a part of it, talk with other people who've been doing it for a while and understand it's, there's a lot of hours of being out there and nothing happens.
I learned to be open-minded about a lot of things.
Yeah. What happens if they start to eat?
At least put their picture in and all.
Yeah. Also, if you're going to get into this field, though, and start buying gear, I've gone through a lot of trials and errors. I'm sure you guys have. You get this microphone, and it turns out to be crap, and go buy the next better one.
Yeah.
And same thing with cameras, and talk to people who have been there and done that, and get their opinions on whatnot. Right now, talking with some people last night with thermal imaging. I have a thermal camera built into my phone. Okay, there's attachments that you can buy for Apple or Android. You plug it into your phone, and it does that for you. But what's the best? Because you can have thousands and thousands of dollars into this right now, and after a short period, you'll have thousands of dollars in your closet. And for next year's yard sale, just take your time and do your research. Look into it. Get people's opinions on what's working for them.
Can I throw a question? Right. Okay. Thanks. How many here, if they had an opportunity to see a Bigfoot up close, how many people would actually want to do that, or are so afraid that they would turn around and run?
Is there a cage? Is there like a cage between them?
No, I'm just saying, would you walk, if there was something that you knew was there, and would you go towards it or back away from it? Oh, any kind of cryptid or Bigfoot. I'm going to put Bigfoot out there.
Hello.
But see, I don't believe normally that's true, but it has happened. But personally, like I said, I did that experiment trying to communicate with them, and then I realized later on, it's like, I don't need a toy to talk to them because apparently they can communicate telepathically anyway. So, which is good, but I'm actually out there, if I do go out and do some kind of research, even if it's just like a one weekend, in my life or whatever, I'm moving towards them. I am not afraid of them. Now, if they come at me with, claws and, and throwing things at me or whatever, big things that I can't dodge, I'm going to back off, of course, but I'm actually going to try to go out there. That's my goal, get out there and try to communicate with one of them. That is actually my goal. And I'm not afraid to do it. I'm not afraid to be eaten. If I am, I'll have my video going at the same time. You guys find my camera, okay? Unless they know how to use it.
Yeah, I was movie like they do about that guy with the bears. Yeah.
Now they eat the camera too, right?
Yeah.
But no, I'm not afraid. So oops, I'm sorry. Thank you for, there's a handful of you guys, actually half of you said you'd go towards it. That's awesome.
But I need a closer up it. Have you ever seen how bad you shake when you say?
So, all right, so with this next question, I think we kind of answered this one though. What is the best resource for people who want to dig deeper into this? And I kind of think we just kind of answered that with working with each other. Anybody got anything else to add to that?
Question everything that's presented as evidence. Always use your brain, yeah. Be a critical thinker, As far as, what was the question again now exactly? So,
but like a best resource that you
best
have.
Resources, education. Become as educated on similar things as you can. If you're really interested in Bigfoot and other cryptids, start learning about similar animals that we actually know about. Look into biology, zoology, taxonomy, comparative anatomy, all those things that are going to be related to that. You can get into quantum physics and the paranormal and all that. That's going to come along as you get into it. But get your grounding in real science and then start to expand from that. And it's going to help you so much because you're going to be a much more critical thinker. And like I said, talk with some of the weirdos like us that have been doing it for far too long and don't have much of anything else to talk about but Bigfoot, and that's why we're here.
Something else you want to do? I know there's some of you out there that want to start a team, and I think one of the best things I learned from Jason and the other guys here that have been doing this as long as him, the first thing they taught me the first year or two I was with them, I could never answer a question. Didn't matter what question. The reason why is because I think you know something, sitting there, smack somebody, and they find out you're wrong. You've just completely lost the incredibility from the team you're on. They can destroy you. I don't believe anything that where you answer any questions. Just say, hey, man, I don't know. There's nothing wrong. But the worst thing you can do is try to just talk your way through something because there's an engineer out there somewhere that is ready to destroy you.
Anybody else got anything? All right, so is there anything you think that we're leaving out that needs to be addressed before we try to wrap this up? Questions?
Don't get me wrong, I think it like cats.
Oh, man. I came across a large canine animal north of Wichita along Interstate 135. 5:30 a.m. It was foggy. I'm heading north. This beast was on all four legs, facing west. It was standing right next to one of those, it wasn't a mile marker, it was a post with a white reflector. I think it was about 4.5 to 5 feet tall at the shoulders. Slow down. They stop and see if it needs help. I slowed down as I was passing. I wasn't going to speed limit, first of all, it was foggy. I thought, wow, that was a big, weird looking dog. A mile down the road, same thing, but slightly, slightly smaller, doing the same thing, looking to the west, waiting across the road. An offspring, a youngin, I don't know. Crazy. This was in 2019, just north of Park City and Newton.
So last year, my buddy Jake over there, he actually brought to my attention the Oklahoma octopus. Something I was like, what? What? And this was in a man-made lake in what was it, Tenkiller Lake. Supposedly, it's a huge octopus that is like drowning people, killing people. You know, people dive in and they don't come back up. You know, so we were out there on another case, and we were camping at the campground, you know, at the lake, and just for fun, you know, people paddling by, you know, we'd be like, hey, have you seen the octopus out here? And they just paddle faster to get away, you know. You know, Jake was doing that to a lot of people that were coming over to dive in, and before they, you know, they did it, you know, he's just like, hey, have you seen the Oklahoma octopus over here? They just kind of went away from us. So, what's your thought? You're from Oklahoma, right? No? Got it wrong? Anybody? Oklahoma? Oklahoma. So, what's your thoughts on the whole, I mean, when did that come about?
It's been a legend for a while, but when you think about it, octopus water.
But it's not necessary. We looked that up. We talked about it here last year at the con, and we came up with that. I believe there are some freshwater octopus. And the other thing we discovered was that some of the limestone will create a salty effect in water. So it is quite possible that if it is a saltwater creature that happens to be there, that it could really, there could be some truth to it. Now, eating people, I doubt that, but nobody's got any photos of that one yet, right?
Well, they're not being eaten. They're just like dragged down and they're found at the bottom of the lake. And they supposedly are great swimmers. You know, they weren't drunk. Even the police were like, they just blew it off as, you know, they was partying, drunk, and they drowned. But everybody is always saying, there's a lot of drownings that are happening. People said that they've actually seen the tentacles and everything. So, you know, and they said it's the size of a horse or a bee-bug. I'm like, okay. So we sat out there all day in 100-degree weather waiting to see something.
Did you drown? You can go fish.
No.
Oklahoma octopus is probably Budweiser.
Fish for it.
Well, we had a case later that night. We had to like go take care of that. So just, you know, waste time. We were just interested in that.
And you have to consider everything, all possibilities.
Did you want to? The one thing we have to look at with any cryptids and all that, we have to look at it case by case. We have a tendency to take everything and put it into one bowl and say, okay, well, this proves it. It's kind of happened with the missing 411 with David Paulides' books. Love the books. I've got all of them. Read them all. But the problem is you have to go case by case by case. You can't say that because of this large mix, this proves that there's something out there sealing people in national forests. A lot of those cases have been disproven because people went in deeper and looked at, we've got to do that with these cases.
Okay, mine was in McAllister, Oklahoma. Me and my husband were living there at the time, and we were coming back from the late movie in McAllister, Oklahoma. The streets roll up at a certain time, and it just, nobody's out. And we were coming back home, and we saw something crossing the road. First, we thought it was a big cat. It was black, large, maybe 7 foot long, slung low like a creeping cat that's going to get something. Maybe 4, 5 foot at the shoulders, off the ground. Shoulders kind of pitch up high, kind of at a triangle. And then we start noticing it's not a cat, it's something else. Black, don't have a tail. And then it notices that we're stopped now in the road because it's going across the road. It's well lit because it's the main drag down the middle of the main part of town. Well lit. And it looks at us, and it's got a smash-in face, kind of like a bat. And we notice that the shoulder blades are real pronounced, almost like that that's walking, you know, how it does its wings up and it's kind of pitched. And then my brain starts thinking, what is that? What is that? What is that? Gargoyle is what I come up with in my head, because it wasn't a cat, it wasn't a bat, it wasn't a, oh, well, what is it, what is it, what is it? And that's just what my brain was spinning, what is it, what is it? And then it was gone. But it walked on 4 all the way across the road. And that was first thought, that gargoyle was where it ended, and then it was gone. Never seen anything like it since. But it was big, it knew we were watching it, it didn't care we were watching it, and we weren't that far from it. So, don't know what it was, but it was big. It was kind of creepy looking. We've heard about 2 other stories. One didn't quite sound like it. Another one sounded similar to it. It was somebody that had come out of their house because they heard their dog barking at something in their tree. And when they come out, it flew out of the tree. So, and it wasn't far from where we had seen it, but it was in somebody's backyard. So that's the only 2 cases that we have heard. And this was in 1999, that we had seen it. So theirs was in 2000, around 2008, I think. So.
Why would hunt for ghosts and not?
That would put me off too.
Yeah, I've had numerous experiences over the past 12 years or so in the cryptid area. I know we're up near Lynn, Missouri, which is about 30 miles from Jeff City. And my buddy and I actually saw some strange creature run across the 2-lane highway. It was about 1 a.m., something like that, and just in front of us. And it went by so fast, but what we did see was it was on all 4s, it was stretched out, it was running across the highway. But the crazy thing is that I'll call it the elbows and the knees were reversed. So think of a grasshopper. You know how their back's kind of is the opposite of what you'd see a horse run or something like that, or even a dog. So that was pretty crazy. Another one was actually a year ago. This would have been in Oklahoma. I stayed in Bartlesville last year for this conference, and on my way into the area, coming through Oklahoma and driving through the cornfields, basically, I don't even know where I was. I've got it written down somewhere, but up ahead, and there's nobody. There are no cars anywhere. I hadn't seen a car for like 30 minutes. And just driving between, farmland. And up ahead, I see crossing the road. It was just really strange. It was a long black object, and I thought, what the hell's a cow doing out there in the middle of the highway? Well, it probably got loose. No, this was much faster than a cow. It was small. It was between, I told you this morning, between the size of a calf and a full-grown cow. And this thing was just running full speed across, and it was solid black. And I realized when I got up a little bit closer, as it was crossing the road, it was actually a big black cat. So almost like just a giant panther, I'll call it, or whatever. But I'm like, I'd never seen one that big. So that was just a year ago. About 2 months ago or something, I told you this one. We were doing an investigation at this abandoned place up in Keithsburg, Illinois. It's on the Mississippi River. It's in northern Illinois. Matter of fact, across the river was Iowa. That's how far north I was. I'm from St. Louis. But we were up there, and on my way back I had to go down to Macomb, Illinois. That's where my hotel was, which was about roughly 30, 40 miles, something like that. I thought, well, I can make it that far, find a hotel, and then I can sleep and come home the next morning. But on my way, I get about 10, maybe 15 miles out of Keithsburg going south. Again, 2-lane, abandoned, there's nobody out at that time driving. And I see something up ahead that I almost squashed, but was something up ahead, and it came from the weeds on the right, or the right, what do you call it, the shoulder, thank you. And it looked like a giant inchworm. It was solid black, and I would say maybe 6-8 inches in diameter. And if you would have flattened it out, I would say maybe 2, maybe 3 feet in length. But it came out and it punched up like an inchworm, and then took like a partial step back, kind of came up, and it raised its head. And just as I was coming up to it, but of course I'm driving at 60 miles an hour, I just pulled into the other side of the highway and just went around it. I was tired. I was not going to go back and try to figure out what it was, because it was scary looking. Well, I could have run over it, but it might have exploded, I don't know. But, I don't know what it was. It was just some really, really strange creature. So I've seen a number of things over the past, let's say, 10 years or so. Yeah. I don't know what some of this stuff is. I can't prove it. Stop. They're hassling me up here. Heckle. But no, I've seen some really, really crazy things, and I'm now waiting to see a Thunderbird. That would be so cool. And here I thought I was in same weekend. I was up in St. Joe, Missouri, and staying at this place, bed and breakfast. And the next morning, I get up and we're trying to find some coffee in the place. The owner lived upstairs in the Airbnb, so he's making coffee, and these other couple came down from upstairs and they said, "Did you see that giant bird on top of that car last night?" And I'm thinking, oh my God, I wonder if it was a Thunderbird, because Thunderbirds are really prevalent in Kansas and, that Missouri border. And I'm only about, 40 miles, 50 miles at the most from the Missouri River. And I'm thinking, oh my God, these poor people, there's a giant bird, and they said, oh yeah, it pooped all over everything. And I'm like, oh man, this is even more gross. So I'm thinking, Thunderbird, I'm talking about Thunderbirds. And I've heard stories about that. And then they said, I said, where was this? And they said, oh, it's right there, right outside the window. And I stepped over about 2 feet, and I'm looking out there, I'm like, holy crap, that's my car. So we finally, somebody took photos of it, and they finally showed it to me. And it turns out it was some kind of a giant buzzard I forget what they. Huh? Well, yeah, it was bigger than that. It was something they said that would actually attack cows and stuff. I forget which one it was, but they gave me the name of it, and like, holy cow! But it took me two drives through the car wash, which I had to find, which was like 20 miles away. So I'm driving with all this poop all over my car, you know, and I'm like, oh, this is so gross. But I had to go through it twice to get all this stuff off of it. But it was not a Thunderbird. But I do have a photo of it, and it was a hungry bird. It was actually eating a rabbit, I think, on the roof of my car. It was a mess. Yeah, turkey bird. There you go. Turkey bird. There you go.
Yeah, so I've seen a lot of stuff. They're known for going after like cows and everything, makeup and all that. So I'm sure it would got all mess.
It does look. My friend said.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah. They're large.
Almost.
Well, I think that's about all the questions we have. Some of the key points, I think, you know, one of the best things I think we could do is just basically just work together, share information. You have something that somebody else knows, some equipment that somebody else don't have that you particularly like. You know, just share information with each other. I want to thank everybody for participating in the panel tonight. And everybody's going to be sticking around for the rest of the day. So if you have any questions for them, they'll be around here. They got cards that you can ask them any questions you like, and so they'll be happy to answer any questions. I think that's, anybody else got anything? Any questions? Just different names. And different colors, yeah.
I have a question about this is for you guys who are experts. So what are these weird things you read about, like sheep squatch and Sasquatch, and the different types of Sasquatch, Squatch, Squatch?
AI.
When you get into those, you're starting to get into like you got the Goat Man, the infield horror, the goblins, Hopkinsville. You get into a lot of what we call one-offs or anomalous, where they just pop up. Somebody sees them once, twice, something like that, and then there might be some physical evidence left behind even, but nobody ever sees them again. So there's a lot of weird things. That's where you're starting to get into like what John Keel talked about whenever he was talking about the goblin universe. And you get into quantum physics and, you know, multiple dimensions, people walking around in the middle of the forest with, you know, suits and ties and briefcases. We don't know. There's a lot of weird things that happen. And you've got a lot of people, eyewitness accounts. Not all eyewitness accounts are true. Again, everything has to be investigated one at a time. But could weird things like that be happening? Sure. Absolutely. I will tell you this, if you want to talk ley lines, talk to Jess. That's the ley line lady right over there. Yeah, all the paranormal stuff and everything we think is interconnected. So it looks like it's all separate, but you know, orbs. Okay, so orbs are seen as, and I'm not talking about just dust particles, but actual orbs are seen with paranormal events. They're seen with cryptozoological events, and so anyway, but yeah, we think all of it's interconnected, but we don't know. Again, We're all struggling. We're the ones who are Looney Tunes who are out there going, I'm going to go collect evidence on, one-eyed, one-horned, blind purple people eater, and that's fine, but we have to build the evidence case by case by case so that we have something that we can hand down to the next generation that wants to be a weirdo out there looking for those things. And we can say, see the progress we made? Because the generations before us, past 100 years, didn't do that for us.
And the people who may and probably do know about all this stuff won't tell us. So I'll just drop it right there.
Yeah, we're talking about that later.
Well, I guess that just about wraps everything up. So, give a round of applause.
If you guys have any more questions, we're here around.
All right, thank you everybody for that panel, and thank you, Scotty. Thank you for finally coming in. All right, really quick before I let you go, we're gonna have about a 12-minute or so break here before we come back with Jim Gray of Geneseo, Kansas. He's gonna give a talk on UFOs and Doc Jansen and all sorts of fantastic 40s, 50s, 60s kind of retro UFO fun. So make sure to get back for that. Also make sure to hit those raffles. We're coming down towards the end here. So get your tickets in on that. After Jim, we have one more big panel and then we're finished out for the night. Also, make sure you check out the vendors if you haven't yet and get over to the authors tables and get yourself some signed books. And before I let you go for our little break to go get concessions and stuff, I'm going to do another prize package. So I'm going to give you a question, and if you have the answer, keep it to yourself. But get to the ladies over there at the end of the table. If you have the right answer, you get a gift bag and one free raffle ticket to put in whatever you wish. All right? So the question is, what year did the Roswell crash happen? Uh-oh. Seriously? We're coming up for the UFO stuff and nobody knows what year? Well, you better get over there and get your prizes. Do a trip. All right, everybody, go get yourself some drinks, go check out the vendors, get some raffles, and we'll see you back in about 10, 12 minutes. right, is everybody ready for the next presentation? Everybody make your way back into the room. So we are very excited to have Jim Gray of Geneseo, Kansas here with us. He was here last year as a spectator, and this year we get to hear him speak. I've actually gotten to see this presentation at some other Paracons before, and it's fantastic. He's going to give his presentation on UFOs, Doc Jansen, and Geneseo, Kansas, which just happens to be the UFO capital of Kansas. Sit down and get ready because there is some fantastic stuff he's going to show us about this collection of Doc Jansen's. I'm going to give the microphone over to him, and here we go.
Thank you. First, about this time last week, we got a really nice surprise. Kansas Magazine came out with their newest edition, the Skies and Space edition, and inside it features the Geneseo Museum and the things that we're doing there in the UFO capital of Kansas. The museum is housed in Doc Jansen's house. This is was his residence, and he collected a lot of UFO information. And actually, he and his friends were the kind of people that they didn't really refer to them as UFOs because they knew what they were. They were spacecraft from other planets, so they generally referred to them as spacecraft, and the aliens that they interacted with. So the museum was closed down for a few years, was in kind of a bad state, and about to probably be closed for good when the city decided to reorganize a new board and see what we could do to save things. And it's a museum of Geneseo history. Doc Jansen had a wide interest in a lot of things, so we have quite a collection. But the UFO, the spacecraft and alien collection was the thing that really had intrigued me since I was a kid. And it was, I have to tell you, it was like Geneseo's big secret. It was something that the town knew Doc had, but they were kind of ashamed of the whole thing. They thought Doc was a crackpot, and so no one ever talked about this collection. It was Geneseo's secret. So I felt like if we were going to make the museum successful, we needed to go public with the collection that he had. And in the process, we decided that we should be recognized as the UFO capital of Kansas, because actually nobody else was doing that. And we're right in the middle of the state. If you're wondering where Geneseo is, we are. Well, if you put your finger in the middle of a map of Kansas, you're going to be very close to Geneseo. We are northwest of Hutchinson, about 45 miles. We are west of McPherson, about the same distance. Southwest of Salina, about the same distance. So you kind of get an idea of where we are. Lyons, Kansas is south of us about 18 miles. Ellsworth, Kansas is about 20 miles north of us. So that's where Geneseo is. So we became the UFO capital of Kansas, even though most of the folks in Geneseo didn't really understand why we were doing it. But it caught on, and through the Rice County Economic Development, they had a mural program going on, and they came up with, they did this, we didn't do it in Geneseo, they came up with the Geneseo's reputation as the UFO capital, and they reproduce this mural for Geneseo. And that's an old lumberyard building along Main Street. You see the water tower in the background. And I don't know if they do it here, but the vultures in our part of the state fly in and land on the water tower in the evenings, and that railing will be completely lined with vultures overlooking our mural. I think it's kind of neat. But so this is Dr. A.M.O.K Jansen. He never married. He was literally a genius in that he had so many degrees. He was a chiropractor. He was a minister. He was a doctor of napraphy. He read Braille. He taught Braille. He had his own little Braille typewriter where he could reproduce things in Braille. He ventriloquist, an auctioneer. We had a gal from Iowa come in and noticed his certificate for becoming an auctioneer, and it was from a company that she used to work for there in central Iowa. So Doc had a lot of connections. He was a graduate of the Moody Bible Institute, and like his ventriloquist dummies were all, Moody is out of Chicago, and his ventriloquist dummies that he would use in his ministry were all made in Chicago. Well, the first, everyone talks about Roswell and the crash in 1947, and that maybe, I guess that would have been the event that pushed the flying saucers and little green men into the consciousness of America. But we had an earlier sighting out around in Oregon, in which, oh dang it, I'm trying to, oh, Kenneth Arnold, I'd forgotten his name there off the top of my head. Kenneth Arnold was a commercial pilot. Go back here. Okay, Kenneth Arnold was a commercial pilot who was flying one day in early 1947, before the crash of Roswell, when he saw these flying discs and reported them. They looked a little more like what you see here, but newspaper accounts, even though he called them flying discs, began to call them flying saucers, and he eventually relented and referred to them as flying saucers himself. But those were that was actually seen before the reports of the crash at Roswell. All of this stuff is most definitely being recognized by Doc Jansen and people across the United States. He was living in this home, actually with his parents. They had bought the house in 1951 and moved in from the farm north of Geneseo. Let's see, well, 1951, yes. We'll go on to the next one. That will give more explanation. So, in the collection that Doc has, this is the first book that Doc was very, I don't know, good about recording everything that he did. He went around the town of Geneseo taking photos of the town of his time, and also then he was collecting photographs from family albums of the families in Geneseo and some of the surrounding communities as well. Turned them all into slides so that we have a slide program. We have a slide collection of over 8,000 slides of just the history of Geneseo and its surrounding area and its families. And he documented every slide. I don't know when he slept. He documented every slide with an identifying number and a description of each slide. And he did the same thing with everything else that he collected in the museum. There's a number that goes with it and a description of the item. So the books that he had in his collection were noted on the inside when he first received, either purchased that book or someone gave him a gift of a book. And this one was in 1955. So we take it that he's really developing his interest in the flying saucers about 1955. Probably developed a bit of an interest before he actually got the books, but that's when he begins. This particular one, The Secret of the Saucers, has extensive underlining and great detail in it. And so these things are forming his knowledge of the flying saucer community and those that are involved in it. One of those guys that was involved in it was a fellow by the name of Buck Nelson out of Mountain View, Missouri. Now, Buck was an enigmatic character. Yeah, he appeared to be just a simple farmer, but he had an interesting background. He had been a world traveler and had given slide programs to local churches and the like about his travels at one time. Sadly, those slide programs have disappeared. But this is Buck. And in 1955, he was picked up. I'll go back to exactly how this developed. On his farm north of Mountain View, a spaceship landed, a flying saucer landed on his place, and when he stepped outside, he was suffering from what he called rheumatism, and as they approached him, they zapped him with a beam of light, knocked him to the ground, and when he got up, the rheumatism was gone. And there were people in town that would verify that this guy did have this medical condition and it suddenly had disappeared. Well, so he interacted with these folks they claimed to be from Venus, over several landings. And why they were landing on his place, he explained, was that the spring water on his place was the water was something that they preferred, and so they would stop and collect his water. And then one day they offered to take him onto their ship and take him into space. And so this is a rendition of the flying saucer that Buck Nelson took on his initial ride with what he called the Space Brothers from Venus. And he eventually wrote a little booklet called My Trip to Mars, the Moon, and Venus. And he explained that, even though he was well-traveled, but he was a simple man, and he not not highly educated. I think he said not even into the upper grades. At one of the interviews that he had with some scientists over his experience with the spaceship, they asked him, well, what kind of propulsion unit did they have? How did it work? And he said, I don't know. They only showed me, I'm not well educated, they only showed me what I could understand. And the one thing that he understood was that the ship was propelled by magnetic force. And beyond that, he didn't know how it worked, but that was his experience. Well, he later on began to develop a little, well, what he did was, there were flying saucer clubs in those days. This collection, I guess I should have said right away, but this collection is like a little snapshot of the UFO world of the 1950s and 1960s, a little bit into the 1970s. It was a simpler world than we live in today. So Buck started putting on spacecraft. Well, first Buck went to flying saucer clubs around the country. He spoke in Chicago, he spoke in Kansas City, he even spoke in Washington, D.C. And from that notoriety, he came up with the idea of having a spacecraft convention on his farm. And so he began in 1958 with this spacecraft convention, and people came in. I don't know, I think the first or second convention brought in over 1,000 people. And there are photographs from some of those early conventions, and it's like, if you're my age, it's like looking at your grandparents' day or your childhood, you know, and the way people dressed and the way people took care of themselves. And if you remember the little roadside parks, because there were no fast food places, so people brought their sack lunches, their basket lunches with them. And there was a gal that put up a stand on his place that made fried chicken and hamburgers for people to buy during the convention. But and so not having, a lot of them not having even money for motels, we're just camping out there under the shade of these trees. And he brought in speakers from around the country. So we know that Dr. Jansen and a friend of his by the name of John Dean were there for at least the second convention in 1959, because John Dean wrote a book in which he credits the photograph to Dr. Jansen and dates it 1959 at Buck Nelson's spacecraft convention. One of the things that they, well, let me go on here. John Dean, okay, where are we? That's an early picture of John Dean. John Dean was a mechanical arts teacher out of Nickerson, Kansas, just 20 miles away from Tennessee. And he used to give, well, because of Doc Jansen's experience with making slides from photographs, he and Dean got together and produced a slide program that he would go around the state giving programs on what he would build them as programs on outer space. And he happened to talk to the folks at my high school. I suppose Doc Jansen promoted him to come to the PTA meeting and give a program on outer space. Well, sure, that sounds really interesting. We're talking about 1963, maybe, when we're trying to get to the, into space and all that thing, all that sort of thing is getting started. And actually, it was a little earlier than that, early 60s anyway. And so my parents took me and my sister and baby brother to the PTA program to learn about outer space. And here stood John Dean up on the stage with all of these slides, and he's talking about aliens, and he's talking about flying saucers, and he's talking about worlds that you'd never even heard of before, and the teachers were totally embarrassed by the entire thing, and the parents in the audience just, I think that was the beginning of the idea that Doc Jansen was a crackpot, bringing this guy to the Geneseo School, perverting science in front of our children's eyes, and he went on and on and on. People were not probably because they couldn't believe what he was saying, but they also were just worn out, and people were getting up and leaving. And actually, my family left before he was done because us kids were falling asleep. But he presented, these are some of the drawings that John Dean came up with from the descriptions that Buck Nelson gave of the flying saucer. And it gives a little floor plan of the inside of the saucer and the makeup of that in general. So he took that program to the spacecraft convention early on, and this is a picture of John Dean standing on the sand at the spacecraft convention. That spacecraft convention only lasted up until 1966, and it really dwindled out. And you know how things change and interests change, and fewer people were coming, and actually Buck's health was beginning to fade at that time. But Dr. Jansen was able to get a lot of John Dean's work and placed it in his house. So his parents, his father was the last to pass away in 1964, and after his parents were gone, he opened his house to the public as a museum. And all of these different things, not just the UFO stuff, but everything that he had was just plastered on the walls. It was like wallpaper with photographs and different things. But this particular room is our UFO room, made up of mostly John Dean's collection and some of the stuff, the newspaper accounts that Doc had come up with for the area. I like to tell people, and I know it's true. I've been around this stuff. We started in 2018 to bring this museum back to life. We really only got a chance to start studying this stuff maybe within the next couple of years. So let's say 2020. So 4 years I've been trying to take in as much knowledge as I could from the collection. And I am pretty sure that it might take 30 years to really digest everything that's in this tiny room. We have more books from that era. John Dean, his book alone, the guy, another genius. His book alone is like an encyclopedia of alien culture. He's got alien alphabets. He's got alien ships from different planets that you've never heard of before. We had oh dang, I'm gonna forget. There was another friend of Buck Nelson's, and missing his name right now. He was visited also on his place by people supposedly from Venus. And I guess I need to tell you that the people that they are coming into contact with are not the little green men. They look just like you and me. They would give you maybe a little higher description, giving them Nordic looks. A lot of them were well-built, masculine-looking fellows, and I think that whole Nordic idea was popular in those days. But so they were interacting with people that they could identify with, that they called the Space Brothers, and the Space Brothers actually had a culture among their solar brethren that was real similar to Christianity. They had instead of a 10 commandments, a 12 commandments was basically a couple of extras added on to the one that we have. So these guys were Christian oriented. Doc Jansen, being a minister, a friend of his ran a Bible camp near Tulsa. So they were oriented in that direction anyway, and really identified with the Space Brothers. So the fellow that I can't remember his name, when he was visited, they brought with them a dog that had puppies. And they didn't want to take her back on board the ship for some reason because of her delicate health situation. And so they left her and the puppies with him and told him that they would return and pick them all up, except that for him taking care of them, he could keep one of the puppies, which he did, and he named Queenie. Let's see, I might have later on in the program, but I don't know if this will work. I'm not pointing it out anyway. Down in the corner, in a little glass box, is a picture of Queenie and a tuft of her hair. And he would go around to the spacecraft conventions and the flying saucer clubs and peddle her hair. So we have hair from the dog from Venus in our collection. And actually, we have two tufts of hair because she had a pup later on that they named King, and we've got a picture of King and hair from King as well. So there you go. It's just such a unique and fun collection. So this is John Dean. Again, I told you the religious, the Christian connection. John Dean's first book that he wrote was Flying Saucers in the Scriptures. And then the one that's just encyclopedic is Flying Saucers Close Up. And this is on the front of the book that says, Spacemen urge the author to compile this book, let's see, supplied much of the information and approved the work. Now, John Dean never did admit or say that he had personal contact with the Space Brothers, as some of the others did, but claimed that he got all of his information through telepathy. And telepathy was another form that was being used by these guys in those early days. There were, Buck Nelson had a friend in the Ozarks that lived 40 miles away, and neither one of them had a telephone, and yet they claimed they communicated by telepathy, and when they needed to meet with each other, they just knew where to go to meet because they're telepathically communicating. So, I don't know. That's what they said. So, you've heard a lot of stories about UFOs that are cigar-shaped, and it would appear that at least some of those cigar shapes, if they're very large, like this one would be, I think it was 2,000 feet long. If they're very large, they're probably motherships that would come from the particular planet. This one is a Venetian mothership, and I try to use that. I'm not very good with this thing. See if we can do it again. Not really. I don't see how. Anyway, let me just step over. So, regular flying saucers that everyone thinks of. Kind of other shit. There we go. And so it actually carries the flying saucers that we all think of on the deck, on the hangar deck. You see these little black spots? Those are individual saucers that are being carried by the mothership. The flying saucer would come in to this chute, go through airlocks, and then be transported down to this deck and then stored as it shows. Then when they were ready to launch one, they bring them out and they're transported down to this lower deck, go through airlocks, and then they exit the mothership from beneath. Just like that, I not being well versed in all this stuff when I began, I think it was a year before I realized what this was telling me. I just wasn't getting it. And yet it's pretty simply explained. It's just that I wasn't thinking on the right level to understand what was happening here. Now, that was another piece that was drawn by John Dean, and actually originally came from a fellow by the name of George Adamski or Adamski. We also have in our collection audio of these guys talking at various conventions or just recordings of meetings that they had together, and they refer to him as George Adamski. This is one of the Venetians that was supposedly living in Washington, D.C. I think they said he had an office in the Pentagon at one time, or something along those lines. And there are stories that this particular guy, dang it, Thor, he's supposed to be still around. This picture was supposedly taken in the mid-1950s, maybe late 50s. He's supposedly still around and looks exactly the same. He's never aged, according to the story. I've never found any photographs other than this one of him to verify his existence even. But here's a picture. That's King, and a little tuft of hair that goes with King. It's under glass, so you get a little reflection there. But, we've got the hair. So we decided, along with our declaring ourselves Kansas, the UFO capital of Kansas, that we should start a celebration and to bring attention to the museum. And it just happened in 2022 that World UFO Day was going to be on a Saturday. July 2nd it's always on July 2nd. And so we had the opportunity to celebrate World UFO Day. Well, along with being a UFO capital of Kansas, we started calling. Geneseo has always had a relationship with with just the letter G, and the kids used to, just for fun, used to say that they were from G-hole. Well, I'm from G-hole. And but we came up with Dimension G, because when you come into the city limits of Geneseo, you're really moving into another world. So we held the first World UFO Day celebration that we know of in Kansas at July 2nd of 2022, and we had about 350 people show up, something along those lines. And the thing is, no one else in the state was doing it. It was really a niche that we needed. Geneseo is one of those towns, it's one of those prairie towns that's just crumbling. The buildings are, empty. They're collapsing. We have no downtown business anymore. Highway 4 runs across the north side of town. We have a nice little convenience store there. That actually was closed for a while. We were really in sad shape while it was closed. So Geneseo needed something to keep it alive and keep it growing, and World UFO Day was our answer. Well, now we're going to get into this. If this other stuff wasn't strange, we're going to get into something really strange. 2 days after our museum board decided to do the World UFO Day, I raised cattle. I don't know if you could tell that, but and I was going out to, I lived in town. I was going out to take care of some cattle, and a couple blocks from the museum, I went around the corner and I come past and I see the secretary is there working in the museum. And I thought, well, I'll stop, see what she's doing. And she was busy, and she's a great cleaner, and we need that. I don't know, that dust just seems to collect within hours, it seems like sometimes. But she's working away, and she says to me, have you seen the strange carving, I don't remember her words, etching out in the curb? And I said, no. So she took me out to show me, and this is what she showed me. I took a picture of it. That maybe this was the original picture. And I sent it off to some people that I thought might know. What do you think this is? And everybody came back with well, it looks like a compass. And that little vector, well, originally, let's see, yeah. So that vector is pointing what they thought would be northeast. Well, I had taken a picture from a different angle, and when I switched around so that the compass was pointing north the way it should, then the little vector was pointing to the southeast. And once I had it turned that direction, I thought, that just doesn't look like a normal vector. You blow it up, it's a flying saucer. It's a flying saucer. When was this thing made? Our curb and gutter was put in. We finally found out just this year because one of the fellows was a high school senior when they poured the gutter in 1947. Is when they poured that gutter and that flying saucer. No one knows where it came from, how it got there. So I've been to Roswell in 2018, kind of because I knew we were going to try to promote our UFO collection. I wish I'd have put it in. There were some folks in the parade there that dressed up like predators, and they wanted their picture taken with me, so I'm in the middle, so it's cowboys and aliens. It was great. But so I've been to Roswell, and I thought, well, that's pointing southwest. So originally we're thinking, okay, it's pointing southwest, and it actually is just catching the south side of the house that Dr. Jansen lived in. And the thing is, it was carved in that gutter 4 years before the Jansens owned the place, so he had nothing to do with it. And then I thought, I wonder how far Roswell is. I mean, not how far, but where is Roswell in relation to this? And I got out a map, and just as sure as a crow flies, as sure as an arrow flies, that Roswell, that compass is pointing directly to Roswell, New Mexico, exactly 500 miles away. And there's not even a community that it runs through, all the way from Geneseo to Roswell. It's a direct flight without any disturbance through another community. So we called it the Roswell Compass. And we got up a little sign there, and you see down below the sign, there's the compass, and it's pointing just towards the back of the house. We have a nice little sign to describe. Now, the thing is, why is it there? No one can tell us. We don't know. We're waiting for somebody to give us an explanation. We did come up with a little T-shirt. Welcome to Dimension G, and it's got the Roswell Compass on it. So the second year that we did the UFO Day, we wanted to keep it on Saturday, so we couldn't do it July 2nd. That was going to be Sunday. So we decided to call our event the Kansas UFO Day, which is now, that's what it is, Kansas UFO Day. And we keep it on a Saturday. One of the things that we added the second year was this little backdrop with the flying saucer and the beam shooting down. And I didn't get, I might have a picture or two of a few people, but talk about popular. There were whole groups of 10 and 12 people and families and individuals all wanting to have a picture taken in front of that backdrop. And the thing is, it was so fun because people were coming away with the biggest smiles on their faces. That was maybe the best part of it all, how much enjoyment everyone was getting from this little idea that we had come up with for celebrating Doc Jansen's collection. We had decorated yards in town. And that's a little bit of the grounds. They're actually covered with a lot more tents this year. I don't think I got a later photograph, but we have several vendors that come in. And that particular tent that you see in the center there, that's we've kind of given a nod to Doc Jansen and his outdoor spacecraft convention. So we don't have room in the museum anyway to do programs, and there's really nothing in Geneseo that could take the place. So we just put up a tent and we have outdoor programs, different speakers that have information about UFOs. We have a parade. Here's one of our participants. These guys came to watch the parade. And we did not get their names. I don't know how we missed that. But they were just cool and ridiculous. That's actually my grandson. He got a painted up forehead. Had a guy come in with a homemade flying saucer. And this kid's father wrapped their four-wheeler up in aluminum foil, made a nice little display. And that, you just got to know Marvin. He's a little bit off the wall to start with. So. And you see that building in the background, that's what eventually had the mural painted on it. At this time, the mural wasn't on there yet. That's our parade from a year ago. We even got the attention of the Ellsworth newspaper with this little cartoon, whether UFOs are real or not. Thought that was fun. So, 1951, that's when Dr. Jansen moved into that house with his parents. 1951 is the year that they put out the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still. I'm sure you've all seen it or heard of it. And Klaatu comes to Earth to warn us that our violence was, going to be our undoing, and his protector, Gort, is there beside him. Well, we decided that we needed to have a life-size Gort on the ground. So we got some fellows that are metal artists to work on the project, and there we go. He's 8 foot tall, and he stands just beyond the Roswell compass. You can see there in the background, there's Klaatu, and he's more of, Gord is three-dimensional. Klaatu is a sheet metal, and his face is cut out so you can stand behind him and you can be Klaatu for the photograph. So there you can see Gort in the background from the Roswell compass. And to kind of hopefully help pay for things, we even came up with a flying saucer donation box that sits there on the ground too. And all of this is 24/7. People can drive up, anytime they want to interact with Gort and ponder the reason for the Roswell compass. So. We wanted to draw attention to the famous quote, Klaatu Barada Nikto, and in my mind, everyone wonders, well, what did that really mean? And when it comes right down to it, if Gord had not been stopped, he was going to destroy planet Earth. So in my opinion, Klaatu Barada Nikto means to save planet Earth. And I think we all need to keep that in mind every day, that this Earth is something that we need to protect and preserve and save from destruction. Another thing that we're really, this was a spaceship's welcome. This was something that John Dean actually came up with, and it's in the window of the museum. And the lettering below is a language from the Space Brothers. John Dean was from Nickerson. He also taught school in the Hutchinson School District. And so they claim that there were people from Venus that were living in Hutchinson at the time. And they were actually hoping to make contact with more of them. So they would drive around with these cards in the back of their window, in the back window of their car, trying to draw attention that they might contact more people, more of the Space Brothers. Never did hear that they actually made any extra contact that way. But what they did do was they stopped doing this because they then, as time went on, they began to realize that there were aliens that maybe weren't as friendly as the first ones that they come into contact with. And so they began to be pretty weary, not weary, pretty leery of the contact because they weren't certain whose side everyone was on. This is a picture of Dave Zerfus. Zerfus helped me, he's a musician, and with those recordings that were all on reel-to-reel tape, he's helped us to put a lot of them on CD. And so we have quite a collection of, like I say, different speakers from the time period and that sort of thing. And yeah, Dave has been extremely helpful, and it's so interesting. He like I say, he used to be an old rock and roller, went out to California for a while to try to make it back in the days when everything was going hot in California. But then he and his wife had a child, decided they didn't want to raise their son in that kind of atmosphere, and they moved back to Manhattan, Kansas, and he started singing cowboy songs. And his first album cover, that's what he put out. Is that something? That's almost as much as the Roswell compass. How did, he ends up getting, and he's been a great supporter of the Geneseo Museum, and he's a speaker every year at a get-together. So, just another picture of the backdrop. I don't know if you might recognize some of these folks. They came and put on a wonderful, absolutely wonderful panel for us at the program. We're all standing there in front of Gort. And hey, Enzo. You don't recognize anybody on there, do you?
Just has the same shirt on. Oh, and so does Enzo. That's
And they were a big hit, I'll tell you what. We had a great time with them. There's another picture of the collection, and some of the works. I don't know if I made enough of an emphasis on the number one reason that they were making contact. Now, why they were making contact with the particular individuals that they did, I don't really know. But they had a message that we needed to stop our nuclear testing because it was throwing the polarity of the Earth out of position, and not only the Earth but the entire solar system was being threatened by this polarity change. And that was maybe more important to them, to the Space Brothers, than it was to us, because it had to do with the way that they traveled with their magnetic with their magnetic propulsion. If you threw the polarity out, it's going to affect the propulsion units, and it may have been something, it may have been that was responsible for the crash at Roswell. Again, Buck Nelson was told the same thing, and we have this photograph that was collected by Dr. Jansen, in which the Space Brothers claim that they could reduce the amount of radiation danger from a nuclear explosion by firing a green fireball into the cloud. And this is supposedly an image of that upper portion. You see that streak across the top. That was one of these fireballs reducing the radiation within the cloud. Supposedly, that's what they were doing. So it's so very interesting that these guys in the 1950s understood the concept of magnetic propulsion. If you, what I did with that pointer. Oh, here it is. Okay, if you look at this particular piece, what you see here is a magnetic pole running all the way down through the center of the saucer. And these poles could actually be changed positive to negative from one end to the other according to the way that you wanted to move the machine. So, as it turns out, I'm going to step into a world I don't know a whole lot about, but I've been trying to understand. Mike Fiorentino, has anyone ever heard of this? I happened to hear an interview of him on the radio. I got a hold of this book, Masters of Reality, and began to study it, and I tell you what, I don't know anything about this stuff. I'm very much a novice. And physics, yeah, I don't know. But I've read this thing twice, and some of the regions of the book I've read 3 and 4 times over, trying to grasp what he's talking about. But basically, very basically, what he's talking about is that the classical physics that Einstein developed his theory of special relativity from were diverted away from when we got into quantum mechanics. And he says we made a mistake by switching to quantum mechanics and not staying with the classical physics because of one thing, and that was that modern science today says that space is empty, that there's nothing there. Prior to quantum mechanics, we were saying through classical physics that space was a quasi-elastic medium, that it was a semi-solid, that it is a semi-solid, that Einstein knew was there, but he couldn't understand it himself. So by accepting that there is something in space that we can't see, but is there, a physical property, it gives us the opportunity to use this magnetism to move through space. We wouldn't be able to do that if space were empty. Okay, it goes way beyond my real understanding of this whole thing, but he has described, okay, so in 1964, after Einstein, he said if Einstein would have known this, he would have probably been able to have understood his mistake and gone back. They discovered that within protons and neutrons and the smaller particles are what they call quarks. Not something we can see. But these quarks are very important to the whole creation. In that, okay, inside those elements are three of these quarks, and two of them will be positive and one of them will be negative. And you've heard of a perpetual motion machine, perpetual energy machine. We already have it. We have it inside of we have it in every cell, every particle of our body is a perpetual motion machine. These quarks never slow down. They move at just under the speed of light, and they require no energy to make them do that. And we know they're there. We just don't know how they work. But he says that this is the very reason that everything has mass. Without the movement of the quarks, there would be emptiness. There would be no mass. We need the movement to create mass. And in doing so, we come up with the ability to move things through this quasi-solid space, because as you move through with magnetic energy, you can stretch that space or you can contract that space with the mechanical use of high-powered magnets. So if you go back, I guess I'd have to go back. One thing that's not showing, they show the big magnetic pole, but they don't show the source of power. And he says that it would take like the energy of a nuclear reactor to give you enough magnetic power to make this thing work. So what you probably have to have is a very, very, very small unit that could produce that kind of energy, and that's beyond our technology at this time. So I guess I'm leading up to a point that, you know, how there are some people who say that because of the crash at Roswell, we have had the ability to reverse engineer and make our own flying saucers, and that we have flying saucers, the federal government does, but they just don't want to tell us. I don't believe they do, because I don't believe they've been able to figure out that one last important step, and that is that energy source, how to make that work. So I guess I've led you on a really long trip that went from the 1950s to possibly far in the future yet. But this is the kind of stuff that we're investigating and just having fun with out of the out of the UFO capital of Kansas, Dimension G. So come see us. Oh, you know, I should mention, you might notice I'm a bit of a dreamer, but so Geneseo is this town that is crumbling, collapsing, and yet it's already becoming, within just a few years, we're being noticed and we're becoming a destination. We're getting this kind of coverage. And I don't know how, I wish I did, know how to run a UFO bar and grill. But if somebody that has that kind of background would love to come to an exciting little town and build a destination bar and grill, Geneseo is the place to do it. With that, I think I'll let you folks have a little rest before we go on to the panel. And I thank you.
before we do our very last panel, we've got UFO, UAP panel coming up with Enzo Surreal. In the meantime, I want to remind you, we are coming down to the end on the raffles. So here's the deal. We always do something special right before the very last panel. If you go up to the table right now, everyone gets one more free ticket to throw into the raffle. Now I'm going to let you know here in about 20-30 minutes, they're going to shut down the raffle sales completely and start drawing winners. So you need to get all your last minute raffle tickets in right now. All right. So I'm going to do, also, everybody pay attention, I'm going to do the last quiz of the day for the big bag of prizes, and also one more free ticket to throw in. So here's your opportunity to get 2 free. The question is, what is considered the UFO superhighway? And I'm going to give you a hint. We're actually on it right as we speak.
probably should go to the bathroom.
If you can, it's just this. It's not the way I'm blind, so could you please help me understand why even into all days reckless dark desires your lying to yourself again, suicidal in the soul, coming on for fire. What will it take to get to the end? savior of the broken, the beaten and the down. He said, will you defeat them, your demons, and all the non-believers, the plans that they have made? Because one day I'll leave you a phantom to lead you in the summer to join the Black Parade.
All right, is everybody getting their raffle tickets in? They're going to stay open for about 20 more minutes, so if you're looking at that last minute thing, better hurry over there and get some. All right, we're going to start our last panel. Thank you so much, everybody who's hung out with us all day. Make sure you stay afterwards for the raffle call and the thank yous and all of that. I'm going to call up Jason Roberts and Jake Frisbee from Road Trip Paranormal, Kansas. We need Jason Alexander, Ghost Dad, Oklahoma. Jim Gray, Historian, Kansas. Robert Prevo, Monstrous, Arkansas. Scott Rademacher, Red Dirt Cryptids, Bordertown Paranormal, Kansas Sightings. Shaw Wooten, Geeks Paranormal, A.M.O.K podcast, exploring the paranormal perspective podcast. Goodness, girl. You're far too busy for us. And Ken Rollmuller, Monster Paranormal and A.M.O.K podcast. So this is going to be our UFO UAP. And this one is done by our guest moderator, Enzo Surreal. This is UFO UAP government involvement with aliens and saucers from Project Sign to Today panel. And Enzo is a retired Air Force veteran specializing in aircraft maintenance and aviation safety, and is an amateur astronomer and paranormal investigator with SEK Bordertown Paranormal. And he's also a podcast personality doing podcasts all the time. He can't get enough of them. Anyways, I'm going to hand it over to him. Enjoy the panel and make sure you get your raffles.
We'll start here in a few minutes, folks. Everybody's still scrambling over there, so everybody relax. Congratulations, you've made it to the final panel of the day. We're saving the best for last. That's because it's the last one, which means when I shut up, we're going to do the draw. So everybody relax for a second here, and we're going to talk about a little bit of the history of the government's inspection and evaluation of UFOs, how that process went down. And we're going to answer a few questions like, why do they say UAP now? What does it mean? We'll start here in just a second. Let everybody come on in, get seated, get relaxed. I will warn you ahead of time. There is going to be a little reading on my part. Please don't doze off. But I feel it's important to keep the context because all of this historical document has come from the Department of Defense All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, known as ARROW, this past February 2024, which they just went through all of the history of all of these programs we're going to discuss. So we're going to be hearing it in their own words. We're not kind to some of the older programs, which is kind of on point. That's kind of a good thing. We're all together here. Are we ready, panel? Let's just quickly give our name and how the folks can reach you. Working down the list, you probably see most of these folks all day, but we'll give them one last plug for the day. Go ahead, Shaw.
I'm Shaw Wooten. You can find me at EPP_podcast at geeksparanormal.com. And
Jim Gray. You can do, let's see, Facebook for the Geneseo City Museum, or just look for the cowboy under the name Jim Gray, and that'll be you.
Scott Rodemaker with Red Dirt Cryptid Investigations and also BORDERTOWN Paranormal. And I do also run the Kansas Sightings on Facebook, so you can reach me on Facebook, Kansas Sightings.
Jake Frisbee with Road Trip Paranormal.
I'm Jason with Road Trip Paranormal.
I'm Jason as well with Road. I'm Jason. You can find me on Facebook at The Ghost Dad.
And from St. Louis, Monster Paranormal is my group. You can look me up as my name on Facebook. Or you can see me on Tuesday night, 7 o'clock. I'm on Paranormal Podcast. Woo.
I'm Robert Prevo. You can find me on Facebook, Monster Facebook group, and I've got Monster Podcast by YouTube.
Thank you very much, panel. All right, I think we're all ready to go. As I said, I'm just going to do a little light reading here. We'll kind of buzz through the first few of these. With anybody who wants to comment at any time, just jump in. Just somebody shut up for a second. So let's jump into it. As it turns out, the very first one was in December 30th, 1947. A loose conglomerate of people in the very brand new Air Force at that time got together and basically made a Project Saucer, as original as that is, to kind of get a hold on things, because we're starting to get a lot of strange stories from all over the place. So they did a collection to evaluate all the information related to UFO sightings, which could be construed as of a concern to national security. Let's see, the formal name before that becomes signed a little later on. One of the projects that Saucer, for its very short life that it had, that was one of the bigger sightings that kicked it all off, which Jim actually pointed out earlier, were the well-known accounts provided by private pilot Kenneth Arnold. You recall the pilot claimed that on June 23rd, 1947, just a few weeks before Roswell, I'm sure it's just a coincidence, while flying near Mount Rainier, Washington, he saw 9 large circular objects flying in a formation. Objects that periodically flipped and were traveling at approximately 1,700 miles per hour. And he evaluated, Kenneth Arnold was a very proficient pilot. He was actually flying in this area as part of a search and recovery process for a pilot that was missing in the area. He was looking for his crashed plane. Had flown in that area a lot, and when he saw these things moving nearby, near Mount Rainier, he knew all those mountains around there. He knew how far apart they were, so he knew how long it would take to go from one mountain peak to another to the next. That's how he calculated the 1,700 miles per hour. And as Jim pointed out earlier, they had a kind of a press call afterwards, after his sighting. When once the press heard about it, they just swamped him. So they did an official press briefing kind of thing. And much like you see today, the press is still the same. There's lots of random questions just pouring in. What did that look like? It's kind of like a saucer. Really wasn't, though. Jim showed that picture there. That's not the one that goes around. That's not what it looked like at all. Kenneth Arnold actually described it as going to be rounded in the front and flat on the back, sort of like a capital D or more like the heel of a boot. But he wasn't used to being in front of all the press and all this center of attention and excitement. So he's like, it's kind of like a saucer. Well, how did they move? How fast were they? What he described, they wouldn't move in a straight line very quickly like an aircraft would. They were kind of hopping, kind of a thing. So since he had just said, well, it looks like a saucer, like, well, imagine a saucer skipping across a lake. That was, of course, where the phrase flying saucer was born, because that's what was all over the headlines in the news the next day. So what did Project Saucer have to say about that and a few other early things? Project Saucer did not find evidence of extraterrestrial technology. And that's it. That's all they had to say about it. Let's talk about it. But then they roll into Project Sign, which ran from January 1948 to February of 49, a little over a year. They evaluated 243 reported UFO sightings. In February 1949, it concluded that, quote, no definite and conclusive evidence is yet available that would prove or disprove the existence of these unidentified objects as real aircraft or unknown and unconventional configurations. Went into a little specific, that nearly all were caused by either misinterpretation of known objects, hysteria, hallucination, or hoaxes. Also, they recommended continued military intelligence control over the investigation of all sightings for something that's not real and not a threat. That's kind of weird. It did not rule out the possibility, though, of extraterrestrial phenomena. That's an odd thing to add in after saying, no, not real, it's not a thing, but maybe it's another thing. Strange. Does that sound familiar? Does that ring true there, Jim? What do you think? The way they do. So that was off on a shaky start as far as the government concerns. Then they started getting a little heavier handed with it. The next project rolled in from February to December of 1949, Project Grudge. Normally when they give a project name, it's usually not something directly associated with, so they can't tie it directly to whatever the program is. Grudge was not one of those cases, because they certainly were very heavy-handed in some of their investigations here. See, they renamed the sign to Project Grudge. The staff, especially those who seem to lean towards belief in the interplanetary origin of UFOs, were reportedly purged from the organization. One account of this time period suggests that because of perceived pressure from the Pentagon's leadership, the remaining staff who held this view changed their minds very quickly. This same account claims that the Pentagon's goals for Project Grudge were to discount and explain away all reports of UFO. Project Grudge was terminated in December 27, 1949, around the time a comprehensive report of its findings was established. The Air Force did not stop collecting and analyzing reports of UFOs. Rather, it folded that work into its existing intelligence process. Now, the results from Project Grudge investigated 244 reports of UFO sightings. It did not discover any evidence that the UAP sightings represented foreign technology. Therefore, these findings did not pose a threat to the U.S. national security. Easy as that. The report recommended that the organization be downsized and de-emphasized because it was believed Project Grudge's very existence fueled a, quote, war hysteria within the public. The Air Force subsequently implemented a public affairs campaign designed to persuade the public from UFOs, constituting nothing unusual or extraordinary. The stated goal of this effort was to alleviate public anxiety. You silly civilians are just getting all freaked out over lights in the sky. It's not what you think it is. Trust us, we're from the government.
Was this, you may get to it yet, but was this part of the issue with the 1940, I think it was 49 Gerardo crash?
It certainly falls in that window, and there are a lot of cases. I didn't break down a lot of the cases in here, but Cape Girardeau is one. It does fall under grudge at that time.
But of course, nothing ever happened.
Of course, if you wouldn't mind for the audience, can you kind of recap that for them?
No, because I don't remember all the details. But I just know that it was in my backyard, about 100 miles south of me. And it was in 1949. It was a UFO crash in Cape Girardeau area of Missouri. And my understanding is that some witnesses were there, I believe, and was it a preacher and a doctor, I think. And but when the government came in and they just took control and said, you guys never saw anything and get out. And where is it at now? I don't know, wherever that is.
Wherever all the rest of it is.
Somewhere, I don't know where it's at. But is that kind of a...
Right, and that's the typical thing that we've seen so far in just a few of these. That's an example where people are they're making these reports like they're being asked to. They come and investigate them, and they're quickly poo-pooed away or brushed under the rug. Or these are not the saucers you're looking for. So we'll go ahead and press on with a few of these early ones just to kind of get through them. Project Twinkle, summer 1949 to summer of 1950. Again, these are only like a year long. Mostly because there was a lot of arguing behind the scenes of how to handle it. So somebody would do something a certain way, like something that's very high profile, like Gerardo, and they kind of have to shove all that leadership out of, okay, we're going to try a different way now. And they end up handling it the exact same way. But Twinkle, established summer of 1949 to investigate a series of UFO reports witnessed by numerous observers in the Nevada and New Mexico area. These UFOs were described as green fireballs streaking across the sky, moving in odd ways. And in at least one account, the fireball navigated up next to an aircraft. The literature is not clear if Project Twinkle was officially supported by the original Project Grudge, but it was managed by the Air Force's Cambridge Research Laboratory. The goal of this investigation was to use multiple high-powered cameras near White Sands, New Mexico, with the hope that if at least 2 images of the fireballs were captured, then their speed, altitude, and time could be discerned. So if you have 2 different sources looking at the exact same thing, you can determine its altitude, you can determine the distance away from the original cameras, you can even determine the speeds if you can get multiple camera shots of it moving. That was their goal. The project was only able to secure 1 camera, which was frequently moved between locations following fireball reports, and no photographs of the fireballs. So another failure. Well, Grudge, not to be overshadowed, came back in October of 1951 to March 1952, where they did a lot more grudgy things. The results of this new revamped Grudge, the new Project Grudge noticed that there were some correlation between sightings and the publication of UFO stories in the media. Captain Ruppelt, who was in charge of Grudge 2.0, noted that there were concentrations of cases in the Los Alamos, Albuquerque area, Oak Ridge, White Sands, Strategic Air Command locations, ports, and industrial sites. So where the military was testing new aircraft, there were a lot of UFO sightings. Why that would be? What do you think that means, Jim?
They come up with stuff like that all the time whenever they have UFO sightings. They're testing new craft. Wasn't that hovercraft? I don't remember when that was. But you remember when they came out with a hovercraft? They said it was
happened to look exactly like a saucer and could barely do 5 miles an hour without dragging a wing. Yeah, Yeah, that was a very sad tale. Oh, this must be what people are seeing. If they're looking 3 feet off the ground at the military base. Yeah, sure, because it's exactly what it is. Yeah, a lot of really sad tales. So this has been going on for quite some time. Project Bear in 1951 to late 1954, the results of that. The Project Bear report was based on statistical analysis of UFO sightings and contained graphs showing the frequency and distribution by time, location, shape, color. The report addressed that if more data were available on cases marked unknown, most of those cases could probably be explained away as common, normal things. It also concluded that it was highly improbable that any of these cases represented technology beyond their present-day scientific knowledge. Oh boy. There were also some CIA special study reports in the early 50s, which we won't get too deep into because it's a lot of Cold War hysteria that it's them Russians from the CIA. It's got to be them. But there was a lot of public outcry that, hey, you're not giving the people their due. You know, we're taxpayers. We demand to know what's happening. And they weren't really getting good excuses from the government. So in January 1953, they formed the Robertson Panel, where they had some other professionals and scientists on board. What were the results of that, you think? The panel reviewed all Air Force data and concluded that most reports had ordinary explanations. The panel unanimously concluded that there was no evidence of a direct threat to U.S. national security. And UFOs probably weren't real or the panel was, however, concerned that with the outbreak of mass hysteria and how the Soviets could exploit it, the recommended government programs should use various channels to debunk UFO reports and suggested monitoring domestic UFO enthusiast organizations. Back in those days, all the Space Brothers and all of those old UFO groups, you could be guaranteed there was a mole in there that worked with this, something like that, basically spying from the inside. And sometimes steering the conversations to go specific ways, especially if they were close to seeing an actual military secret. So, you know, there was another similar report in February 1953, Grant report. More of the same there, a lot of heavy CIA influence in that panel as well. And now things are getting really crazy because in the early 50s to the late 50s, there were a lot of UFO sightings. So that's Doc's time that they were everywhere. You couldn't miss it. Anytime you looked up in the sky, there was something weird going on. So they had to get serious. The government. They had to come up with a much better plan than grudge just poo-pooing away everything. So they came up with a new program, which ran from March 1952 to 1969, calling it Project Blue Book. Anybody ever heard of Project Blue Book? Does that sound familiar? The background, the director of intelligence running that. That's a good start. Formed with a few other military folks based at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base near Dayton, Ohio. Project Blue Book was the longest running UFO investigation. It was led successively by Captain Edward Ruppert, who was the former director of the reorganized Project Grudge. So it's going to be fine. It really is. A few other folks, but what made this one different is they had a very intelligent, very smart civilian scientist on staff that would be able to go out and do these investigations. That would be one Dr. J. Allen Hynek. Anybody familiar with J. Allen Hynek on the panel? Does that sound familiar?
I believe he's the guy that times of
I don't know if he's the one that came up with that. Is that true? I don't recall.
So, from what I've done with yeah, he started out as a skeptic and then became.
Yes. J. Allen Hynek's circuitous route through this entire thing where total skeptic, he believed all the other stuff he'd heard, hey, this is all explainable stuff and all that. But then he started running into things going out into the field and actually talking to people and seeing the evidence that they had. There's something to this. Well, the governor wasn't too happy with J. Allen Hyde. That he needed to play ball. And towards the end of Project Blue Lake, there were some pretty egregious stories that came out of there. I've narrowed it down to one. Some of you guys may be familiar with this. I have friends that live in Michigan, and they're still pissed off about this one. March of 1966, Dexter, Michigan. You want to talk about where this one goes? Reports of fast-moving lights and actual saucers witnessed by citizens and the county sheriff and deputies over several days, including streaky photographs of fast-moving lights. Sheriff Douglas Harvey asked for help investigating these incidents for several federal agencies, but was repeatedly ignored. Desperate, he reached out to Weston Vivian, his congressional representative. He made enough calls to get Project Blue Book scientist J. Allen Hyde to investigate the area. After several days of investigation and interviews, on March 25th, 1966, Hyde gave a press conference where he said that the incidents at the Manor Farm, where they actually saw an actual saucer there, and the Hillsdale College area, which is where they saw the lights streaking all over the sky, were the result of rotting vegetation in lowland areas. The vegetation created gases that were trapped in the winter, and during the spring thaw, the gases were released. The so-called swamp gas phenomenon could cause lights and even sound. Hyde called it highly localized. During the press conference, Hynek said, a dismal swamp is a most unlikely place for a visit from outer space. Furthermore, Hynek asserted that the strange photos taken by a police officer were nothing more than trails made as a result of a camera time exposure of the rising crescent moon and the planet Venus. Anybody heard the old swamp gas story? That's the origin of if you've ever heard that before, UFO circles of swamp gas. It's a reflection of Venus off the thing. That's where it started. That was something that was actually said by a scientist to a town full of people, which was met with outrage. The people of the town were furious. Let's see, the public wasn't buying it. Among the skeptics were Sheriff Harvey, who continued to support his patrol officers and the other witnesses. But with all due respect to Dr. Hynek, I am not ready to accept this weak excuse of gas from Martians, told reporters. So they're still trying to get more people involved now because they've made everybody mad. Congressman Vivian continued to put pressure on the Air Force for more investigative resources. It wasn't alone. Representative Gerald Ford from Michigan also became involved, requesting a full congressional inquiry about the UFO reports. There was no congressional inquiry. But the Air Force caved under pressure. On April 6, 1966, they announced that they would convene a group of scientific observers to further delve into recent sightings, led to a little thing called the Condon Report. Remember the Condon Report? A lot of stuff. Yeah. One didn't do their homework. Basically, the Condon Report, April of 1968, it took about 18 months, $325,000 from the Air Force to Dr. Edward Condon, a physicist, former director of the National Bureau of Standards. The panel took a narrow and somewhat unique view of UFO investigative efforts, primarily focusing on whether or not UFO phenomenon merited formal scientific research in terms of academic or government-sponsored research and in secondary schools. The panel said that They did not include the study of UFO phenomena as a potential risk to U.S. national security interests. Among other duties, it closely examined 59 specific studies. The panel's report stated, a general conclusion is that nothing has come from the study of UFOs in the past 21 years. And that has added to the scientific knowledge. Careful consideration of the record as it's available to us leads to conclude that further extensive study of UFOs probably cannot be justified in the expectation that science will be advanced. The panel cautioned against support for scientific papers on the topic and recommended that teachers should not give credit to students for reading UFO literature and material. Sounds a little heavy-handed. What do you think? The panel also investigated and studied a small number of cases of alleged physical evidence of UFO visitations, from imprints on the ground, residue allegedly left behind from UFO landings, such as white powder, and ethereal strands dubbed angel hair. Heard about angel hair? You want to guess or want to give a quick explanation of angel hair? Nobody wants to touch angel hair. Well, you can't, because it turns out that the angel hair phenomenon was, there were some isolated UFO cases, but over the years, there's actually been sites that weren't associated to UFOs where over a very small area, a very small town, say, basically these thin strands of almost like cobwebs or almost like cotton candy strands would fall over a relatively small area of a town, coat the floor or coat the houses and the ground and the grass, the whole thing, where it was almost like snow, but it would immediately start disintegrating. It would almost melt into nothing. This particular case that they're talking about here, people in the town were getting like mason jars, trying to scoop some up so they could analyze it later, and would look at it inside of the jar, and it still would disintegrate to nothing, leaving no residue, no anything. They don't know what angel hair is. But the Hunter report is going to blow it off, so let's get to that. There was it's not important. But the panel found ordinary explanations for each of these cases. Some of these cases originated in Brazil, Norway, and Washington, D.C. There were a bunch of other claims by other radio producers and stuff like that about crash debris and things like that, all of which was all poo-pooed away and explained and stuff. So now this made everybody mad, because now this is science people getting mad at other science. Science on science crime at this stage. So the National Academy of Sciences did an assessment of the Conant report in 1968. After the Conant report was criticized by some scientists, to include J. Allen Hynek. That was the other thing we didn't really finish up with. To be fair to J. Allen Hynek, he did come around. After Blue Book was all shut down, it's like, they kind of made me say all this stuff. And he actually did like an apology tour. He went back to that town in Michigan. It's like, they made me say swamp gas. Swamp gas is dumb. But he came fully around to being, there, of course, there were a lot of rational explanations for many of those reports, and that's kind of common. Just people misidentifying things they're not used to seeing in a certain light. That's to be expected. Not all of them.
I wanted to, okay, so Heinrich came around after he got out. He didn't go public till after he got out.
Oh, right, yeah, he was...
Now, you mentioned Edward Rupert, who came out of the Grudge.
Yes.
And then into the Project Blue Book. He actually came around while he was with Project Blue Book and wrote a book called Report on Flying Saucers, or Report on Unidentified Flying Objects. Yes. And in that, he leaves room for some of the sightings to be legitimate. They didn't like that.
They did not.
So they made him put out a second edition with a final chapter disavowing what he had already written. The problem is, no one's for sure that he actually wrote that final chapter because he mysteriously died.
Yes, yes he did. But I'm sure it was natural causes, right? Yeah, there's a lot of that. People that were involved in a lot of these projects mysteriously meeting untimely ends when they would decide to come forward. So there is a concerted effort throughout the 50s and 60s to keep it covered up, specifically hide it. Now remember, everything that I've been reading has been word for word out of another government document, the A.M.O.K office, the office that's currently in charge of investigating UFOs. These are their words saying all this stuff. So they're basically letting the truth out, which is shocking. I don't know if that's going to be an indicator of how good they are.
But how much of the truth are they actually letting out?
It's certainly enough to where they're quite obviously saying that there were shenanigans going on back in the 50s and 60s. But things go quiet as far as the government's concerned. It's a case closed. It's a different case closed we're going to get to here in a second. But the next official government thing we had was 1977. The Carter administration tasking the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA. Dr. Frank Press, science advisor to President Jimmy Carter, sent a letter to Dr. Robert Frosch, the NASA administrator, on July 21st, 1977, suggesting that a panel be formed by NASA to see if there had been any new significant findings on UFOs since the Carter report. The results, 5 months later, NASA responded by saying it was not warranted to establish a research activity in this area or to convene a symposium on this subject. Is that what you would say to a president, sitting president of the United States? Well, apparently it is, because that's as far as it went. Again, quiet for a little while longer. We had the Roswell investigation inquiries, 1992 to 2001. The original one for that in 1992, according to press reports, President Clinton tasked former National Security Advisor Sandy Berger to determine if the government held aliens or alien technology. President Clinton said, quote, "As far as I know, an alien spacecraft did not crash in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. If the Air Force did recover alien bodies, they didn't tell me about it, and I want to know." Does that sound familiar to anybody? We're getting a little closer to the modern day, maybe able to remember that. In 1993, Congressman Stephen H. Schiff, totally different Schiff. This is a Republican from Mexico. Made inquiries about the Roswell incident to the DoD. Roswell incident refers to a July 1946. We know it, Roswell. You don't need to go into all of that. He asked the General Accounting Office to determine the requirements for reporting air accidents, such as a crash near Roswell, and to identify any government records concerning the Roswell crash. The Air Force conducted a systematic search of numerous archives and records centers to support AGAO's audit of Roswell. As part of this review, the Air Force also interviewed numerous people who may have had knowledge of the events. Secretary of the Air Force Sheila Windall released them from any security obligations that may have restricted the sharing of information. Actually kind of a big step. The Air Force then published the Roswell Report in 1995, which included, quote, the report of the U.S. Air Force research regarding the Roswell incident by Colonel Richard Weaver, and the synopsis of balloon research findings. Balloon research. What do you think the results were, Jim? You remember those? Is that the story? Yeah. Basically, they said that the entire Roswell event were people mistaking, back in 1947, weather balloons, like the old story was. But they fleshed it out a little bit by saying it was part of the, I have it here in front of me. But they basically had projects where they were launching these weather balloons in secret because they had these giant reflectors that were acting like electronic ears, where they were listening for Soviet nuclear explosions, what they were. So it was classified. We didn't want the Russians to know we were doing that. That's why they cover it all up.
But you know, that's been shown that they didn't actually have that technology yet. in 1947.
Oddly enough, you're exactly correct, sir. They didn't have that technology back then, and it still wouldn't have accounted for a million other stories that came out of the Roswell. So, they also said the alleged alien bodies reported by some of the New Mexico desert that were found in the New Mexico desert were actually test dummies that were carried aloft by Army Air Force high altitude balloons for scientific research. Does that sound right? Not exactly. That project actually came along in like the early 50s. It didn't actually happen in 1947 either. Yeah. So multiple blatant lies in this Roswell report. Again, a sitting active president, President Clinton, saying, hey, I want to know what's going on. I'm the president. I deserve to know. And they gave him this total BS malarkey story. So what does he do? What can he do? That's what they're going to tell him. So there was a lot of back and forth with different things there, but a lot of people just. So again, it goes quiet, and that was like 2001 or so, until about 2009 to 2012, and a little closer to the modern day. Hopefully, we're getting a little more activity here from the rest of everybody else. When they formed the Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program, OSAP, which was also known as the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP. Names, why would I have two names? We'll get into that in a second. Anyone familiar with this? It's at the direction of Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, Democrat from Nevada, the Defense Appropriation Act of fiscal years 2008 and 2010 appropriated $22 million to assess long-term and over-the-horizon foreign advanced aerospace threats to the United States. In coordination with the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, they established OSAP in 2009, which was also known as ATIP later. The contract for the DIA managed program was awarded to a private sector organization known as the Bigelow Aerospace Advanced Space Studies Group, the National Institute for Discovery Science, NIDS.
Wasn't that around the same time that all the flying saucer videos were going around in Florida?
No, that comes a little bit later.
Okay.
What this is, everybody's favorite bugaboo, this was the investigation into Skinwalker Ranch. So basically what they wanted to do is Harry Reid, living in Nevada, who's got Area 51 in his backyard, and I'm sure you heard some stories, some tales, gets approached by Bigelow, his Bigelow Aerospace, and he's like, hey, I got this crazy ass farm in Utah that it's got crazy stuff in it, and including UFOs. We could study it. If we can get a team of scientists out there and study it, we might be able to figure out what these things are. Harry Reid said, here's $22 million. You go find them UFOs. Well, they set up camp there in Skinwalker Ranch, and that's exactly what they set out to do. They saw a lot more than just UFOs out there. It ends up being a wacky place like this and all that, where you've got paranormal type activity going on, like ghosts and specters and werewolves and dire wolves that are bulletproof, and basically werewolves that were wearing trench coats and smoking, and there were sightings of portals opening up with Bigfoot jumping out and running towards the tree line and all that stuff. Oh, and a couple of UFOs too. Well, they're scientists, they're filling out all these reports and sending it into the Pentagon, saying, here's our report for this month, and they're looking at it. It's, I can't tell ghost stories to the freaking general that run this project, they're gonna freak out. So they kind of did a little shuffle at the Pentagon. They had OSAP, which was on the ground doing research in Skinwalker Ranch. So they created the ATIP, organization, which was just the UFO parts. There wasn't any werewolves, there wasn't any anomalous creatures, there wasn't any poltergeist activity, there wasn't any of this other stuff. They hid that. They were keeping the Pentagon from seeing all this other stuff because, you know, that's just crazy. Does that sound crazy to you guys? So that's why you have these two different names for it. Now, technically, officially, ATIP didn't exist as an actual program. That was something they used in-house at the Pentagon to kind of hide the wacky stuff, that was the non-UFO stuff. I mean, all the things I rattled off to this crowd, to this panel, aren't really that wacky at all. And honestly, you do find all of these things happening in the same place at the same time. You've got Bridgewater Triangle, where you've got all of it happening. You've got areas in Northern California. You got here in CANEY, where a lot of that stuff all happens kind of in the same general vicinity. This was all on a very small piece of property in Utah. That's kind of why I believe all of the stories coming out of Skinwalker Ranch, because if they were just trying to bilk money out of the government, $22 million, which, to be honest, to the federal government, $22 million is not even a rounding error. That's not that much money for the government to waste away on some program. If they were just making it up, they would have just sent in the UFO stuff. They wouldn't have sent in, you know, the dino beavers and stuff like that, all these other really wacky sightings that they were having. I kind of believe there really is something weird going on there, because they were just asking for ridicule by sending in all this other stuff. What do you guys think? Does that sound about right?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't trust the DOD as far as like
that is a wise decision. Because that program, the OSAP program, ran till 2012. So that was like 3 to 4 years. Basically, the generals and the Pentagon, wait a minute. They had a werewolf that they shot at and it didn't die? Wait a minute. You're telling me there was a thing the size of a beaver with scales on its back, like a stegosaurus, and you let it get away? Just all of these other stories compounded on there kind of leaked out eventually. Like, that's where they smoke it out there in Utah. What's going on? Shut that crap down. Get rid of this, guys. Now, because it was a civilian group that was doing it, Bigelow Aerospace, they're under no requirement to release all of the records that they have heard. So all we've got are these stories from people that worked out there or nearby. And that whole area is filled with lore going back centuries anyways. So I personally kind of believe there is something weird going on there. But the government wanted to part. They were done with it. Nope, we're done. So they shut that down. Let's see, what happens next? What do you think happens next? It ends up, there's a story in the New York Times, December 16th, 2017, story called Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's mysterious UFO program, which they're talking about OSAP. That's where we get the release of the 2 videos. The FLIR video is what they originally called it. That's the Tic Tac, and the gimbal video. About the same time, the Washington Post put out a very similar article, and they released the Go Fast video. So all of this stuff, now people are going crazy. Wait a minute. You got pictures of actual videos of UFOs? There's just something weird going on. People really grab hold of that with both hands. Now all the people are going to the government going, we need to figure this out. You guys remember seeing that stuff? What did you guys think when you saw it?
I figured we were going to get a bunch of stories and we were never going to figure anything out, just like we haven't figured out anything in the, 70, 80 years prior to that. So.
Right. You're a very sensible man. 'Cause, that's kind of the path we're on here with government disclosure. So what did they do? They hastily formed the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force, the UAPTF, August 2020 to November 2021. Barely over a year. They had a lot of false starts to the current era. But this, UAPTF, that's where they came out where everything's a UAP. Not a UFO anymore, it's UAP. They actually had two very good reasons for doing that. One, identified aerial phenomenon, doesn't have the stigma that from all these other previous organizations and articles that they were through all this stink that, oh, people are crazy. So to get away from that, because there were two very real things going on in the world at that time. There were very real threats around the world at our military installations. Basically, when the government says UAPs, they're talking about drones. Because they still don't know exactly who, China or Russia or Iran or a number of other countries are using drones to fly right up to our boats, into our military play areas, all that stuff. And it's kind of hard to shoot them down without, sending debris some miles away anywhere else. So they can get pictures, they can collect radio data, all of this stuff. And so that way, what are we doing? So basically what they're doing is they're making the drones look weird on purpose. So it's 3 a.m., you got a low-ranking guy out on the ship when it's docked in the harbor, and he sees this thing float in that's like a globe. It's got weird lights on it, and it's circling around the ship, but he doesn't say anything because he doesn't want people thinking he's a wacky UFO guy. They're using our own stigma against us. Now, it's not that hard to take a regular drone and just kind of put a shell on it to make it look like a cube or a triangle or anything else, and send it out late at night where not as many people would actually see it. And even the ones that did, not going to say anything. Say, right. So they collect valuable data. We get a person that thinks they saw something from outer space. Won't tell anybody because they think their bosses are going to fire them. So they needed to nip that right in the bud. Everything's UAP now. Get that UFO stuff. We need as much data as we can on whatever weird you're seeing around the base or out at sea or in a play area, all of that. Plus, they're still seeing super weird stuff in a regular fashion that's not a mocked up drone. That's where your Tic Tac comes in. It's super weird. It's nothing like anybody has. So there's still the genuine article like UFOs. Our group would probably say, and there's fake UFOs that is basically just spyware for Russia or whoever it is. So they needed to go through that process to name change it. Why UAP came along. That make sense? You guys are great. Just say that. You guys are us.
Do what we can.
So that's UAPTF. They had a rough start because they had a preliminary assessment of, well, we just started, it's only been a couple of months, and we've got some questionnaires that went out, and they're like, that's not good enough. You guys need to straighten this out. So they changed a few things around. It then transferred into the UAP Independent Study Group, UAP-ISD, June of 22 to September 23. They basically determined the original setting wasn't going to be good enough because they didn't have the clearances to look into any kind of classified material to investigate something. It could have been our stuff that was testing out somewhere, and they would never know. They probably should know if they're going to investigate. So, oh, never mind, it's one of ours. But they didn't even have the clearances. So they needed to restructure again. Which brings us finally to the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW, established July 15th, 2022, and is still in place today. What do you think? Are they going to do a really amazing, fantastic job, way better than those other jerks throughout the decades?
No, they would do the exact same thing.
What do you guys in the audience think? Yeah, do they deserve a fair shake? They actually wrote everything I've just read, where they certainly kind of slopped it to some of those early programs. They were kicking people out if they thought they were from outer space.
They sort of have to admit everything, sort of, because there's too many of these anymore where people are videotaping and finding things.
I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say yes, I believe it.
Yes, you believe it? That they're gonna pull off? They're gonna save the universe? There's always a contrarian, isn't it?
And so I think the only way that they will ever admit to anything is incrementally and as they have to cover up something else. Big.
I've always been of the opinion, yeah, I totally agree with you. And my thought process is they'll tell us everything only when they have to. There's a monstrous flying saucer that lands on the 50-yard line during the Super Bowl. Okay. Yeah. You know, if there's a 5-mile wide craft that's skimming through the upper atmosphere and the entire planet can see it, you're probably going to have some explaining to do. But at this point, you know, it's been literally decades, since 1947 at least, the government's been mixed up in this. It's such a hot potato, that they're stuck. No matter what they do, no matter who the president is, no matter who's in Congress at the time, it doesn't matter. They're all going to get that finger of blame. Why have you been keeping this from us for decades? So they're kind of stuck, as far as the government goes. So they just keep covering it up. I don't know if that's the best plan or not, because nobody wants that to be. I mean, we're in election season right now, and you see some crazy stuff going on. They don't want to do anything that might endanger those polls. And this is kind of a big one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're currently in charge of a program that's been hiding the truth since 1947. That's not really a good look.
You know, back in the early days, a fellow by the name of Ray Barker wrote a book called They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers. And he goes all the way back. There was actually a sighting a couple of days before Kenneth Arnold's sighting on a place called Maori Island in Puget Sound. And these guys went public with that. And according to Barker, I don't know if it was maybe 49. Later on, as they're gaining traction with their information, they're visited by 4 men in black.
What?
And they are scared, and they never talk again. And that happens. Barker documents over and over researchers who were shut down by the men in black between 49 and 56. Well, probably 55.
Yeah, they were certainly not above doing heavy-handed stunts like that.
There was 2 Navy officers that went down mysteriously in a plane crash after visiting with the fellows from the Maori Island incident. It was one incident after another where people lost their lives.
That's true. That's true. What do you think, panel? What's the best way forward here?
People like us to continue looking around, searching and reporting what
Good, good. What else?
I'll just say go look for Bigfoot and call it good.
Or you go to explain the paranormal perspective and we'll have interviews with everybody.
As you told me the other night, hey, if you go looking for Bigfoot, you don't have to worry about him following you home. You don't have to worry about
Maybe.
I think all we can really do is continue to collect evidence as much as we possibly can until we have so much evidence that there's no denying it. There's, at some point we're going to get that linchpin evidence that you can't, it'll hit the public in just the right way at just the right speed, be undeniable. But that's going to be that 1 in a million shot too.
Right. Do you think that at any point the government, even if they had a good team of people, the good guys got in charge somehow, whoever that would be, do you think that the government would release to the public, holy crapperoni, that thing's from Alpha Centauri?
I think they would still try to cover it up.
I think it's going to be a mix of both. Like I said, they're going to spoon feed whatever they want to so that they can cover up something else, and especially to cover themselves as far as, oh, we knew that all along. No, they're never going to admit that. It's all going to be, well, okay, here's that. Maybe that's real, but it could also be this. Kind of like they did with the Tic Tac and everything. Like, it's possibly a drone. Maybe it's not actually an alien. We don't know. So they're going to keep it. They're going to keep it where there's plausible deniability within the whole.
I totally agree with you. And you mentioned earlier about the spoon feeding, that slow trickle. Yeah. Do you think that's where we're at right now? That they're just giving us little nuggets, just to keep us dragging us along there.
Absolutely. Anything that can keep us distracted from, it's always, smoke and mirrors. It's, if you're looking over here, I mean, they let Tic Tac out at an opportune time to where we got our attention from other things anyway. So,
well, look at the National, it's not. Inquiring minds want to know. Y'all remember the magazine way back in the day?
I was more of a Weekly World News guy, so.
Well, you sit there and you look at that and you read some of it. Yeah, some of it seems phony, but then you get that one article that seems absolutely, like it could be real. Like, how much of that do you think they used to cover?
Like the article with the lady going, "I have Bigfoot's baby."
That boy is real, I'm telling you. He escaped. Here in the next couple of minutes, if anybody in the audience has a question, we're going to, do you have a microphone we can use for the audience? So if you have something you'd like to ask us or the panel, which can cover not just UFOs, because we've got a full range of the whole gamut of first from today. I kind of would like to spend our last 20 minutes together talking amongst ourselves. But in general, to wrap up all of this, there have been a few instances of good guys that were quickly squashed over the decades of the government's, research into UFOs. The name of the game is to keep it hidden for as long as you can. Catastrophic disclosure is a term you may have heard recently, which is, I didn't even touch on my favorite bugaboo, Lou Elizondo. I don't know if we need to get that far with it. But it really does seem, at least to me, that's my opinion, that I doubt we'll ever hear anything out of the government. So there are some civilian organizations that are out there doing their own research, using monies from other non-government sources and stuff like that. So we might see some progress out of that over the years.
I'm not going to believe it until I see it, sort of thing. And I mean, I've experienced 3 different. Really, it's amazing once you actually see what's going on.
And I totally agree. There really is something about, because I've seen 2 myself over my life. I don't know if anybody else would want to share, at least the number, or if you've seen something. Show of hands if you want. Who's seen something maybe may consider qualifying as a UFO? A few hands. Great. There is certainly something weird about it. There's something strange. Is it, top secret stuff that we just don't know about that they're testing it? Part of me wants to say, yeah, that's possible. They wouldn't be testing it where so many people would see it all the time. It's not exactly a secret then, is it?
So, question, I have is that it's not just the United States where sightings are being seen and information is being withheld. We know that there are there's sightings over Russia. There's sightings right now over Ukraine, and sightings. So, where are the reports from the Russian government? Where are reports from, say, the British government? And what are they saying? You know, I'm not really aware of that part of it. Are you?
Honestly, in some of this, they do make reference to it, but it was all the CIA asking those questions. So, well, they're not telling their people because they're not real. Maybe they're real because they're actually faking it over here in the US. They're everywhere. I'm not exaggerating. That's kind of why I skipped over, because there's so much Cold War paranoia just out of the CIA stuff. It's crazy. But anyways, I want to hear what you folks in the audience think. If you have a question, do they just walk up front here to where the table here? If you'd like that, if you have a question, doesn't have to be about UFOs. It can be about cryptids. It can be about ghosts and hauntings. This is your chance to be heard. I would love, all of us would love to hear what you think. Go, the bravest lady in the room right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I know this is just a TV show. We're talking about Skinwalker Ranch. This last bit, they have round cone-shaped. What is your opinion?
They do. That is the thing about that show. I mean, I enjoy watching hillbillies launch rockets as much as the next guy. I don't know how good of a science that is. However, they have caught some anomalous things there amongst their various detectors and their cameras and stuff like that. These anomalies that what they refer to as like a portal 30 feet above the triangle area, all that stuff. I don't know what to make of it. We don't have a Star Trek tricorder that can detect anomalies to pinpoint and tell us what it is. We need to invent that. We need to figure out how to even register that. And I don't even know how you could do it. Very strange. The Skinwalker Ranch TV show, who's seen it? What do you think?
I think I'm very wary of any show that is looking for ratings to keep going on. They're going to be doing, there's probably some real science that's mixed in with, well, wait until next episode and see where we're at, that kind of thing. So take everything with a massive grain of salt.
I agree. The next one question. I'm glad you said Skinwalker Ranch. If you said that other one, the Blind Frog Ranch show, I might have kicked you out of here. That's any other question? Do we have anybody that wants to share a story right off the top of their head?
I'll share one from Oklahoma. That's so loud.
That's just you.
But the first two, I was real young and I was in Florida. But the last one, recent one, was back when I wasn't. And I was coming in from a ballet in Tulsa. But I was coming back, and you know how you see those lights that kind of tell you, hey, come here, we got a party, or hey, come here, we got a sale going on. I thought it was kind of that, but I didn't see the tail of it. It was just right in the middle of the clouds. And then the closer we kind of got to it, it shot straight up into the air. So there was no way it could have been one of those, but it was, and I don't remember what byway or whatever it was that we were on. I just know it was coming from the ballet and going towards 75. So it was very interesting. I saw it and I was trying to find that site that you can report your sightings on. And at the time I found it. I don't know what it is now, but at the time I found it, there was like 6 or 7 sightings of the same thing. So it was very, very interesting. And then I had a friend say that she saw something on 75 going towards Bartleville from Tulsa that was out towards the fields that are there. So it was rather interesting.
Anyone else have an anomalous story they'd like to share? And since we're kind of at the end, it doesn't necessarily have to be a UFO. We're just seeing something strange.
I've told this before. I think I told it last year, and it's in the Kansas magazine. 1972, and my girlfriend, who later, just within a few weeks, became my wife. We were south of Geneseo when a white light, a beam of the whitest light you can imagine, came through the windshield. And I looked up through the windshield to see where it was coming from. I mean, it lit up the inside just like as bright as, and then it began to recede, and I looked up to see where it was coming from, and this beam just retracted into the sky, and it was a dark night, no moon, and just really dark. Just disappeared into the darkness, so I couldn't see a ship. So I told that story last year, and I said, well, at least I didn't have any missing time, so I don't think I was abducted. Well, someone came up to me afterwards and said, well, you know, they can manipulate time and make you think that you have a missing time that you might have. And so I spent the whole last year worrying about whether I was abducted or not. And I'm looking forward to coming back to talking to Christy and ask her about it. And Christy tells me, oh man, I'm relieved. Christy tells me they were scanning me, actually scanning my blood for something that comes from my father's line. They didn't find it, so they didn't take me. Well, then I got to feeling bad. You know, I felt really relieved. Then I got to feeling bad. Well, whatever was missing in my blood that I should have had, you know. But anyway, it all turned out. That was the sighting. It was spooky, scared the daylights out of me.
Oh, that's. Any other stories?
About the only one that I have. I mean, I've seen a lot of strange lights in the sky and stuff like that, but I told you about this one. It was the middle of the summer, and I was driving out in the river bottoms. Now I'm over from Arkansas, and saw this thing. You know what a mirage looks like on the ground in the summertime? Real weird, wavy. So imagine that in a huge orb or ball up in the air, about 40 foot air, and I saw it, and I'm like, that's weird. I wonder what that is. And honestly, that's about all of the thought I gave to it because I was on the way somewhere. And I looked out. I don't know what I'm going to do about it or anything. There's this weird thing in me. That's pretty much about the extent of my, there's a UAP.
Yeah, there's a lot of strange stuff up there in the sky. You just got to look. My own personal story, I'm from Derby, which is just outside of Wichita. In the spring of 1999, I was visiting a friend who lives right in the middle of town of Wichita itself. I went out, he went to the bathroom, I was going to go back into his backyard and we were going to smoke cigars and just hang out and stare at the sky. I'm an amateur astronomer. Anytime I go outside at night, I'm looking up. And this particular night, I get out there just looking around and I notice movement like directly overhead. When I look straight up, I can sort of make out there's something moving off to the east, but there were no lights on it, there were no sound. It was, for the most part, jet black. It was like looking at something dark gray on a black background. You're not sure where the edges are, you're not sure you're even seeing it. Being the astronomy nerd, I'm looking at the path it's taking, and it starts blocking out stars. So whatever it was certainly something real. It was certainly solid. Now, 1999, I joined the Air Force in 1985. I worked aircraft maintenance. I've been all around the world. I've worked on a bunch of different aircraft. I've seen different aircraft from different countries and a lot. at that point. I have no idea what that was. I can't describe what it was. Because if I had to put a name on it, kind of was like a black triangle. But it wasn't the normal black triangle you normally hear about. The normal black triangle has lights at the 3 points, and usually a larger, like a reddish light in the middle. This thing had no lights. I think the only reason I could even see it is it was low enough that the lights from Wichita itself were kind of lighting up the bottom of it. Total time of seeing it, maybe 10 seconds. Of course, it's near the horizon when my friend comes outside, like, look at that thing up in the sky. Oh, I don't see nothing. It was way too far away. I could barely make it out, and I was looking straight at it. And I knew that there was something to it. So that's my story.
Oh, yeah, I have a question. About Bigfoot. Bigfoot and UFOs. What do you think? You know the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know the answer. It's interesting. I mean, there's been lots of reports like that, where they just disappear. Where'd they go? I think there's even been some stories about reports of UFOs and then a Bigfoot sighting, vice versa, Bigfoot sighting and then a UFO sighting. There's a possibility. I wouldn't rule it out.
There are a lot of people that are in the Bigfoot Sasquatch community that will be like angry that I even asked. So thank you for not being angry.
No, I'm here to help everybody.
Thanks. You're awesome.
All right, folks, we got about 8 more minutes till it's going to be drawing time. Last chance on some questions. You can ask another question if you'd like. Are you out in the woods when this is happening? Kind of falls into something I think we were talking about the other night, actually, about like a loud metallic kind of clang. Some people have described it as like pushing a dumpster across concrete sound, a slamming of a car door, things like that. Is it something like that? Or more metal on metal? Any guesses on that one, pal?
Is that just one time that?
That's just
If I was going to try and make it, trying to base it in something scientific, no, I don't want to say normal. You know, maybe the thunder echoed off of something. That is the only thing that I could possibly think of. Do I think that's what it is? No. No. But I mean, you know, if I'm out there and I experience something like that, I'm going to be like, could it have been this? You know, that's right if there was swamp gas. I don't think it's swamp gas either. Yeah. Don't know. Great question. Horrible answer on my part, but you know.
Any other questions for the panel? Last opportunity. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. This is actually happening right now with Jess. She's like, I thought you knew how to do one of these. She's going to take my award away.
Yeah, I actually do have one that's, it's kind of embarrassing, really. If Brian hears about this, he's probably going to kill me. So. So we were at Jefferson Park, and he went there by himself to retrieve his cameras. He's seen what he believed was like a little tree structure. So he didn't want to go check it out by himself, so I went down there with him, and we went and checked it out, and it was just an all natural tree. So yeah, we were pretty embarrassed about it, and yeah. But you know, this was one of those things. But it looked pretty good from a distance, to be honest with you. I mean, but once you got close to it, it's like, yeah.
I have a really good one. This came on early when we were investigating things. We were at an undisclosed location in Independence, Kansas. We were in the basement, and we were taking pictures, and you go back later and you review evidence. And I think it was Jess had a picture, and she's like, "You guys got to see this." We're looking at it. There's this chair. It's an armchair, and it looks like, what the Scream mask looks like? Exactly what it looks like. Get around the corner of that, and we're all like, "Oh man, we really caught something. This is so awesome." So Mike, one of our teammates, he goes back to the place the next day and takes pictures of it for us. It was a pot for a plant. But it was a flower print, but man, it looked good. So good. So disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely made our blooper reel, by the way.
Yeah.
If you ever come to BORDERTOWN Paranormal Presents at the library, we usually show up about once a year or so in our blooper reels and stuff, so come check it out. It's pretty freaky looking.
It is.
And it actually takes somebody putting their finger on it and kind of showing you the shape before that optical illusion goes away and you finally see it for what it is. It's kind of crazy. All right, so thank you, Enzo, and everybody on the panel. And thank you to everybody for sticking around. Are you guys ready for raffles? All right, we'll stick around for raffles, and we're going to say a little thank you at the end, and then let you go out into the night. All right. So here we go. We've actually drawn 5 tickets per thing, just because oftentimes somebody's gone home. So I will go through these tickets until we hit a winner. All right. So, the Bigfoot Enthusiast set. We have 807-2323. Anybody? All right. If you'll bring your ticket up to the lady right there or to me. It's 807-2323. All right. Next, the ghost hunting kit. We've got 807-2115. Oh, we've got a winner. You want to come up and get it? Oh, and then with it. It's 807-2115. All right. Next up is the Bigfoot hunting kit. 807-2105. It should be 2105. All right, the UFO hunting kit. We've got 807-2110. (807-2110). Hey! All right. Up next is the pendulum dowsing kit. 807-2372. All right. Yep. 827. Oh, we got a winner over here. Well, we're doing good this year. One 827. All right, up next we have the Haunted Rainy Day set. This one was really popular this year. We have 807-195. Did you just clap for me getting shut off?
No, I
No. Nice. First should be 1955. Cool. Okay. The Haunted Game Night Pack is 807-2369. 2369. Over there. Oh, here we go. Right around there. Awesome. All right, up next is the Ouija board that was gifted to us by Ken Romuller. We've got 807-2004. Does anybody got it? Got our first one that we're gonna draw again. One last chance. 2004. All right, moving on. 807-2142. There we go. All right. Up next is Monstrous Arkansas Signed, the signed book. We've got 807-2053. 2053. Oh, we got a winner over here. Awesome. All right. Up next, we have the Large Past Lives Tarot reading from Rachel Patton. We've got 807-2236. Awesome. All right, up next we have a reading from medium Christy Campbell, 807-2218.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I think we had somebody that's like counting the cards here. I did not have the tickets. All right, we're going to take a break from the tickets really quick. We ran an online competition, a like and share on Facebook. It was sitting right over there. Brian Terrell was nice enough to get us a secondary signed copy of Cryptozoology 101, and we ran an online like and share all day long. And the winner of that is Glenn Krebs.
Nice.
Okay, up next, the rustic wood paintings that were donated to us by the Smith family. We have 807-2347. All right, up next we have Christy Campbell's basket set. 807-2312. 2312. Oh, there we go. and if everybody will stick around for just one more minute, I have a couple things to say before I let you go. The last one, the Cryptid Enthusiast set that was gifted to us by who gifted us that? The Ledleys. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. We have 807-2345. Did he literally just win his own set? Okay, that was weird. All right, congratulations. We get to take it back home. Awesome. All right, everybody. So really quick, on behalf of Bordertown Paranormal, we want to thank the presenters, Jeff Provine, Ken Romeller, Christy Campbell, and Jim Gray. The guest moderators, Adrian Scalp, Scott Rademacher, and Enzo Surreal. All the panelists, we want to thank the vendors, the authors, the podcasts, the teams, the readers, the volunteers, especially. We can't do this without you. Stacey Huey, Alicia Smith, and Jane Harrington, especially. They kind of lead the charge. And lastly, thanks to all of you for showing up and showing your support. And remember, always look to the skies, look to the woods, and look to the beyond, because it may be looking back at you. So until next year, good night and keep it weird.
We appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, I bet. Bye, you guys.
That's what I thought. Now, I get to go home after the bed so we can get up for tomorrow. Oh, I bet.
You guys bathroom.
That sounds like a pretty decent job.
kind of upset. Pick up one. And I got hernias.
Oh no.
I don't know, but it's not like it's not making me sick per se, but yeah, I got a referral in for a surgeon. Told him to take me to the guy that did my surgery to begin with a couple of years ago, and he said he hopes he never has to see me again. Mess up my stitches and don't get me closed all the way. I guess I've had them for a while. I just didn't realize it. I was trying to work out, and I was doing the ab machine at Planet Fitness. And one night I just hurt. Went home, and then the next day, shark thing, kind of looking out pretty good. Went to the ER the next day. Got a hernia. They sent me in for a sonogram. I've got one here and then one down here somewhere. Yeah, I can't really do a whole lot of lifting or anything. 44.
Oh, shut up.
But
Just a pup.
I know. But still. And I got to try to figure out how to. My lights on my truck suck, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know she was coming back up to stay. If I'd have known, I would have just rode with her this morning, but it's a good little truck.
You guys take care.
Hey, you too.
Thanks for coming out with us, and just so I said bye. Maybe not, or I'll take your See you later.
We're awesome. I know. It's like, yeah, back into like last 20 years stuff. People start chiming in. That's kind of what I was. I mean, I was doing that way back. I was like, I was kind of getting there too. Like, what do you guys think? Nothing again, huh? All right, I'll just keep going.
Goodbye, my dear. We are getting ready to head out and go get something to eat.
It's so good to hang out with you guys. So much fun. Are you guys by any chance going to go a lot?
I don't know. We're thinking about it.
I know A.M.O.K will be there for sure.
Yeah.
So.
where?
Little Rock.
Little Rock.
yeah.
So we may try and put that all together. What is the date on that?
The last weekend of October.
Yeah.
Before
Okay.
Halloween.
It's like the 26th.
Okay. Well, I am trying to push for October to be Monster Month, so I guess I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Yeah. Recognize.
Yes, it is the 26th.
Yeah.
26th and 27th.
All right.
So,
We will try and do it.
You were. I know. We're doing good.
But yeah, we're getting ready to head out.
Bye. She's super nice.
We're gonna go
Oh my
find.
gosh.
No, don't tell her that. No, no, she is.
She is.
It's great seeing you in person. And I will see both of you and the rest of you all on
Absolutely.
the podcasts and stuff.
Absolutely.
Brother, it was good seeing you in person.
Hey, you too, man.
Don't tell him that.
Yes.
I'm so tired. It's like I was getting a little, you know how you get the jitters when you're really tired? So I was doing a little bit ago. I had to get up and walk around. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. It's got all my stuff in it, so. Is my wagon still? Yeah, okay. That's it. Okay, let's at least take it in there.
Thank you. All right, guys. I am going to close it down so I can have things for watching. Stay tuned. Tomorrow, I'm going to have the awesome Lily Gibson on overseas. You guys have not missed it. Tell me to watch it. And at a little time. So come in at 4 o'clock. Central Standard. Questions? I will see you guys later. Bye, y'all.
Switch it on and come along. Haunted houses all night long. Gaming streams and ghostly scenes. Just chatting with me in betweens. IOL, she's on the case. Finding spirits in each place. Every game she plays with flair. Geeks, paranormal, she's